and try to be better than the rest. And I think it's good to make the playing field a little more even for the playoffs. I think we're going to surprise everyone. We're not going to play down to the level of everyone else this time around. To me, Valorant means a way for me to compete. I love to compete, and Valorant is just something I found myself good at, where I could compete at a high level. So that's why I've been pursuing it, trying to go as high as I can go. To all the fans out there, thank you guys so much for the support, and LG is here to stay for this playoffs. We're going to go all the way. We're going to Iceland. I hope you guys can keep on supporting. Thank you guys.
It looks like he's reading off a script. It was Valorant that it was right that wrote that.
Confidence coming out from LG, and you got to give
them credit. You gotta
they
make the game dramatic.
They're a team that
everything's
I think a lot
scripted.
of us had statistically said, you know what, they're not going to make it, especially considering the first match they had. We were like, there's no way they're going to be doing this through the upper bracket. They lasted in our upper bracket a little bit longer than we expected them to, Bren.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we probably need to stop sleeping on LG as a team from this point on, to be honest, because they have proved themselves. And a big part of that is their comfortability in this new meta. I highlighted it the week before, and it still continues to hold true even now, despite the fact that they are now in the lower bracket. And I want to take a look at a couple of examples of how they're playing around it. Because they're one of the few teams that are still playing these solo controller comps, these solo smoker comps on a variety of different maps. Most teams are still running double controller in some circumstances, obviously not the team they're playing against here, but they are very effective at cutting noise and waiting around. At the beginning of this, they just stick around with a 4-1, and look at the amount of time they've put off at the top here. We're down to the final 30 seconds, essentially, and they burst into these sites. This is the bread and butter of what is making LG a really effective team right now, is that they're still leaning into those contact plays that we've always known from LG that make them really kind of unpredictable to an extent. But when teams don't know how to play against it and they're not effectively taking space, they really do come into a lot of troubling scenarios. Here's the same again. This is V1 versus LG. LG on their pistol round attack side, and again, come into a lot of troubling scenarios. Here's the same again. This is V1 pulling out of time, and again, look at the timer. We skipped ahead a little bit. 35 seconds come into a lot of troubling scenarios. Here's the same again. This is V1 pulling out of time, and again, look at the timer. We skipped ahead a little bit. 35 seconds come into a lot of troubling scenarios. Here's the same again. This is V1 pulling out of time, and again, look at the timer. We skipped ahead a little bit. 35 seconds come into a lot of troubling scenarios. You guys are going to be screwed when we come into this. This has really been pushing LG forwards in this new meta, and they've been just essentially, you know, what we've been calling it upsets, but honestly, they have been really stepping up to the plate when it comes to a lot of these top teams. We heard it from B-Dog himself in that feature piece as well. These guys are ready. They want to go all the way.
Yeah, I love, too, that you grabbed one of the pistol rounds from their series against V1, too, because they won 5 of the 6 pistols. And I think Luminosity, from what I was watching them sort of grind their way through the open qualifier to now, I felt they've been pretty creative in pistol rounds. I think on that first half of Bind, they did like a 4-man push up A short on defense. They do these stacks, even on defense, trying to play with pistols and run around and get a lot of frags. They're also big frenzy enjoyers, too, which I think is definitely something you shouldn't be sleeping on either on those pistol rounds. So I think Luminosity, for them, like trying to steal away some pistol rounds early on is definitely a way to get those upsets going against the top teams.
One of the things you praised their competition for, Xset, though, Ender, was their ability to adapt in the mid-round and how they change throughout the round. You had something you wanted to highlight specifically.
Yeah, I want to go over to Xset's match when they played against Luminosity last time over on Breeze on the first map. And what you're going to see is they over on Breeze on the first map. And what you're going to see is they over on Breeze on the first map. And what you're going to see is they
That's the problem. My mic was muted on stream.
What you're going to see is
That's crazy.
15 seconds later, make a ton of noise
they only
up in
heard,
halls, like
they
they're
only
going
heard
to be re-hitting the
Justin
site. But
when
you'll
he
notice
said that.
the spike has already moved
When he
over
said
towards
hello.
B. Def put himself in a position outside of elbow up into tunnel where he's waiting for those rotations to get onto site too. They even had Zekin lurk through mid right underneath vent and get a kill there as well. So again, the way Xset like to play is with solo players getting very forward information and sort of calling in the mid round, making those fluid rotations, because, well, if Def doesn't get that initial pick, maybe if Zekin doesn't get the pick in mid, that changes the way they play if they know more players are going to be funneling through CT or not. So I think that Xset are very on the fly as a team, and they don't play these huge exec setups like you might see from an LG. Instead, it's off of the forward solo positioning that they make really well-informed decisions.
Well, the maps are definitely going to dictate whether or not those decisions will pay off as we get ready to take a look at the picks and bans of the series.
Here we go.
I'm kind of curious, Brent, I want to pick the brain here as we see Ascent come through from LG. We don't see Bind, which is kind of interesting because I feel like both of these teams would potentially want to go that direction.
Absolutely, but the interesting thing for me is that map 2 pick of Ascent for Luminosity. Both of these teams, they like to ban Ascent in their first rounds. They don't permaban it to a degree, but they like to take it out. And LG picking it indicates to me that they've got something up their sleeves that they want to hold against Exet in this circumstance. Now, Exet, they do get their favored pick of Breeze in this map 1. But
I know.
That map 2 is going to be really spicy. I'm curious to see what LG have. Obviously, we're not there yet because you've got to play the first map. But yeah, it does throw a weird element into this map pick ban.
Yeah, I think it's important too, looking at Breeze and Split as the two maps these teams played previously in the last week of the group stage.
Oh, I
They
dropped
played
my
Breeze
phone.
and Split. Breeze Exet dominated on 13-5. Split was a much closer map, 13-11 for Exet, but was a 2-0 overall. And I personally have felt like Exet have been very hard to beat out in terms of map pool throughout this tournament. So whenever I come in, I feel like Exet are a very flexible team in a way. Again, because of their play style, they don't have to, you know, have a lot of these preset plans going into a match. They can play it by ear with really good mid-round shot calling. And I think we do need to highlight the shot calling because we got the information. It's not just Def making the calls. Def usually handles things from the attacking perspective, but Aaron is going to handle the calls when they're actually on defense and mid-rounding. They said it does, you know, change hands quite a bit. So I think it's important. It's not just one brain functioning everything. It's like an octopus, you know? They got a lot of little brains and all the tentacles.
Multiple brains?
Yeah, in all of their tentacles.
I thought he had like multiple hearts.
And brains, I think, too.
They're wild. Listen,
They're crazy.
These guys
I'm
on
not a marine
about?
biologist. Listen, you keep spitting, King. Listen, we got no fact checkers on this broadcast. Go for it.
Hopefully we have some marine biologists in chat that can keep you in
These
check.
guys kind of.
We're going to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, not only do I hope to find all of my missing pixels as I've gone full deep, but we hope to be jumping into the agent select here for LG and Exet map 1 of their series here for VCT playoffs.
Never mind.
Robok.
I thought you didn't ask the question.
Did I not?
No.
Oh. I forgot what I said too. I just remember getting dono walled. I don't remember what I said.
Well, you didn't say anything. That
I feel like I did, but I guess not.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this ad, bro? Alright, let's go. A minute out till match start. For 2 minutes. Oh, we got a mute. I'm gonna bring my mic closer. Maybe it just cut me out. Maybe. Oh, do I just play my own background music? When?
Yeah. I don't see why not.
That's what Tarek does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should start playing Geoguessr in between rounds too, or in between breaks.
I'm so bad at GeoGuessr, dude.
Yeah. That's content.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ugh. I kind of want the C9v1 match to come up quicker. Kind of want Exit to roll over LG here. I don't know.
I don't know. I think he'll go game 3.
Nah, game's 2-0 Exit if Cryo pops off.
I think B-Dow pops off map 2 and brings it to map 3.
Pain. You guys prefer with the more entertaining match going first or last?
Last. So the next game would be so underwhelming.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
I think there would be. I feel like it's pointless. Like your energy's drained out.
Well, it looks like we couldn't find my missing pixels, but what we did find is a map
Oh, now
one.
he's addressing
as
his
LG and
broke
Xset are
camera,
ready
bro.
to jump into the agent select here to kick things off for this series. You know, it is a little bit interesting that we're going to Breeze. We mentioned it in the desk segment prior. Bren, we saw these two teams play on Breeze, and it did not go well for LG.
Yeah, it was the last time these two teams
Oh,
played,
sheesh.
and we are seeing some differences in comps actually. I think from the LG side in terms of what they're playing on Breeze.
Oh, wait,
So
never
they're
mind.
Actually, I mean, they've introduced the Sky pick with Matter on Sky.
Is double initiator
And
normal on Breeze?
For Xset, they have been switching Def over to the Cypher.
That's,
They're usually running
no.
that double controller, but I think with the meta shift, they've been straying away from it. This is an interesting switch up though. It shows
Oh,
that
because
LG
people
are
were
coming into
playing
this tournament,
Astra
obviously
instead of a
with some
second.
differences in terms of
Right?
how they want to play it.
Yeah, and
I
I,
feel like
think the big one too.
I feel like I've
is
seen
not
some Viper
actually having
Astra
the
before
KO knife to
attached,
shut down
right?
these AXX on attack, because like that KO knife is so good at shutting down the drone and the Skydog now too. So Zekken's timings on those.
When
and
I was
LG
looking at the
making
pick
sure they're
rates
not
yesterday on
layering those
VLR,
abilities is going to be really important.
there was a
because
lot
you're
of
gonna have
Viper
40-second
Astra
window
on
between
Breeze.
knives after he turns
Oh,
off
it's-
either your Sova drone or your Skydog that you should
I don't know about
likely be
that.
trying to actually
I
execute
remember.
onto these types
Astra had
sites
like a
for LG.
And
like
I
a
wonder
20%
if the
pick
switch up
rate.
here with
That's
the-
pretty
with the Sky
high.
pick is more towards, obviously they want more mid-round information.
Wait, how
just
much?
Having either
20?
the dog or the drone like an extra
Oh,
tool to be using.
yeah.
But I wonder if this is to trying to counteract what Cryo does. Where Cryo was often getting pushed into these deep positions when he's on defense side. It does give them an extra tool to work with, so they can essentially use their drone freely in early rounds. It's interesting. I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. It's clearly they've come into this with a plan against Xset, because Xset love to play Breeze. It's one of their preferred map picks. They're definitely favored in this map one. But if LG end up taking it because of these alterations that they've made to their comp, I mean, it's looking good in
Alright, alright.
Apple for them because they picked Ascent into them. So I mean, yeah, it's a weird one.
Well, joke's on you guys. I actually blurred my camera on purpose, knowing that I was never going to be able to compete with the handsome duo that we have coming on stage. It's going to be DDK and Shift to jump into match number one. Take it away.
Can't believe he's already spewing lies at us, Stan. I mean, Bach's the
It's
most.
DDK.
No one curls a mustache like Bach. That's all I'll say, Dan.
100 Thieves
That's true. It's
GM.
very definition of masculinity. And honestly, I mean, this game might put some hairs on my chest because both of these teams are insane statistically. This is a crazy one to start off with. And we're straight into it here between Luminosity and Xset. Luminosity on the defensive side. Xset will be
Incoming
starting
Cypher
taking
alert
the
up
initiative
mid
here
that's
with
going to
this
go
attacking
unchecked, I
pistol.
think.
And I really am glad that the desk had brought up those differences that
I
we're going
think
to see
they'll
out of
see.
not
I
being
mean,
able
it
to run
depends
the
Sky
on
missed
their-
the bird
keep our
too.
eye on these time
Depends on their
distance
prep
zero
work,
knives. The first one will
to be
come
fair.
through as they wait and maybe try to just put some influence over towards
Bruh.
Oh,
A,
yeah,
K with these dueling Viper toxic screens that are
Unlucky.
here. For Xset, their intents and purposes are show force and largely just try to overwhelm towards
Wait,
B,
what
it
was
looks like.
VCJ trying to clear there?
Yeah, it looks like Luminosity
Cool.
not entirely sure of what that information towards B-main
Oh.
actually means, but now they've got
Oh, I
another
think he was
couple
trying
spots
to
there,
get
and
rid
the
of
rotations gonna start coming
Cypher
through.
Cam.
I think B-Dog just had to
Oh.
burn the dash, and
He didn't know where the
running
cam was.
straight forward into the side here. But
Jesus.
we do have that rotation coming through. The snake bite not quite preventing the peak there, and that
Damn.
is a problem. Massive
Zekken has
damage from
streamer
the
mode
back.
on.
And Luminosity
I
are going to
know.
have to play the retake game. The spike is going down.
Forgot.
Yeah, really good follow-up from Zekken off the initial take, which was a little sloppy from Xset's point of view, but for Luminosity, you've got the ability to try to hit this from multiple points. Trap wire the back elbow, and then hit this from two areas at the same time. First point of contact will come by way of the tunnel. Good shots coming through from both Mata and Tig together, leaving it now just down to Aaron, who
Damn.
can do nothing. That is a
What a
beautiful
retake.
dissection of the initial setup from Xset from LG's
Yeah,
retake.
they hit their shots.
Yeah, great way to start things off here
Crazy.
on the defense with that first pistol. But the spike down though, I mean, it is Breeze, so you know, got these long ranges to play with, so it's unlikely we'll see a force buy, but you never know. We'll see if Xset have anything in mind. We'll get a couple of marshals at the very least. Marshals still definitely a weapon that
Very good.
is very good value for money.
Especially on this map. We've seen so many unbelievable moments around the A site just by way of martial battles. So
That's a
I'm
lot of
hoping we see more
Spectres.
of that here today, but we'll see how things unfold. A little bit of a different wall setup though for
It's just
LG here,
four,
Dan,
bro.
and that's going to actually make
Not a
these
lot.
two kind of dueling toxic screens instead of cross-secting the site. They kind of run parallel with one another, creating a bit of
Cryo?
a vacancy of
Oh,
space over the middle of the
unlucky.
A site. But
He had
Tried to
armor.
do
in
it.
the middle, it's actually going to
He
be an
tried
aggressive
to
look from Cryo, who does get turned
Play
down.
off angle
With that, LG
as
some
well.
pretty significant
That wasn't
min-max
really
for
an off angle.
Or
Most
Cryo
important
was.
kill to get. Cryo cells
That
is
wasn't
But
really an
absolutely
off
by
angle.
wide peak.
and you don't have to worry about him now. We've got the
Oh,
drone
he
coming
tried
through
to
as
wide
well
peak.
to assist.
still a
but this
common
forward
peak
position is
spot.
already held onto by Mata on Sky here. trying to dog forward and just doing a great job in that info gathering. At the moment, though, of course, XZ are just holding. They do really want to punish if there is an overextension, but so far, so good for
getting the heal.
Luminosity. And that means that XZ are going to be forced to themselves have to make a move at some point and move into the defensive setup.
Wait, why didn't Sky full heal B-Dog?
Reinforce this defense at A.
Only gave him half the HP back.
Over, so does Mata.
Oh, there we go.
Overgrowth will be there to make sure that heal.
Now they're finishing it up.
At least persistent for B-Dog to stay at full HP. Knife comes through. Toxic screen. Not going to be allowed to go up for now. And here comes the stack. XZ largely this is going to be 4-man hitting. Well, actually, probably just 3-man hit.
Damn.
Going to push out. Take from the side. Now we get for a first blood. We go to a 4v4.
I thought the Viper was going to get a
Good
kill.
opening from B-Dog. And the line is being held here for Luminosity. It doesn't look like there's too much left here for BCJ to do. Has that Marshall, though. And 20 seconds. Needs to die. And see if he can take somebody down with him.
Oh, go for the knife. Go for the knife.
The spike is down under control. And there's the backstab from Moose.
Moose is
and there we have it. Luminosity with that 2-0. And no spike
Definitely not
just
a pro
one
game.
Kill. So ultimately, I think Luminosity will be quite pleased with that. Exit are now bringing out the rifles. And that's going to be obviously problematic when you still are holding on to the Spectres in this bonus.
Oh, for sure.
B-Dog.
This is around that if you're XZ, you need to be able to win convincingly.
B-Dog saving for an op.
You don't want to see LG just get scrappy with these SMGs. Take down rifles. Get rifles for free would be even worst case scenario.
Oh my god, I'm
LG,
blocking the util now. Where do I put myself?
They've proven that just through the group stage, but more importantly through playoffs. But following up in these bonus rounds, they actually have been pretty amiss on. So
above
really
cryo.
what I'm looking at here is XZ, can you find a way to cleanly take this round and set yourself back up for hopefully a deco advantage?
So you can see both teams fighting over horse control at the beginning. We'll keep an eye on that as the game progresses at the early timings. And otherwise, it is a full send into the A site behind the toxic screen. Spike going down immediately here. The cage going up as well to provide some extra cover. And Luminosity, they're going to have to try to close the distance here. But against, again, these rifles, it will be tough.
Oh my god.
Good help for BCJ. I was about to sit there and say the only way you could possibly is post point.
That should have been a kill on cryo.
Timing to stop this play initially. And I think it's just largely, again, the call is very greedy from X that you feel like going into Spectre, you're under 4-man rush into the A site. But once you get this spike planted, it's so difficult to break this post plant with just Spectres. Moves along the back, trying to find something to open up maybe a post
he gets
Trap
2?
reveals them, but it doesn't stop them from finding a double. Now moving forward, time becoming a problem.
They might have lost, but it is a good damage.
There will not be enough time for a defuse, but this was not as clean as I initially had set up for XZ. Not bad at all for LG.
That's a really good bonus.
Yeah, really upsetting kills coming through. Very unexpected right at the end there. So that's going to help enormously here for Luminosity. They're going into their full buy, and XZ are going to be having to just reach very deep into their pockets to scrape together a full buy themselves. And we'll see the Bulldog there in seconds. So
BCJ had to give up the full armor for a drone.
B-Dog as well. So we'll keep an eye on
minus 400
It will be an early push for info, I would expect, from B-Dog.
Not really with
B-main position. And at the same time, we might see XZ once again looking to pressure this force control. They've got the poison orb. So that will try to deny information. Just short of peeking that to make sure it doesn't get caught. But there it is. That's a denial of information on the halls. Might force out a drone.
That's a good orb.
Hasn't yet. And as XZ actually starts to scout things out in towards A, you've got Cryo, who's super far forward. Dazzle's just looking to play a 1-for-1.
Oh, no.
And, oh boy, not good news.
Okay.
Even worse news. Cryo into the snap-on for
Cryo's
a second.
Insane.
And as Zekin enters into the site, the spike will fall for a quick moment, leaving Moose by his lonesome, and that might be enough as he finds a double of his own. Now it rests on B-Dog for the 1v2.
B-Dog?
Yeah, I can see that spike is down now. Will be collected. B-Dog, full utility. The dash is available in this 1 versus 2.
Oh no, Cryo.
Unlucky.
But unsure as to where his opponent is, and there's Cryo finishing it off, finding a good timing there for that backstab.
Dude, he just played Hall the whole.
An absolute monster.
Mr. 4K again.
Just unbelievable player. And that's going to be 2-2, and it's interesting because we mentioned that.
I mean, all they have to do is get 1 kill, and they'll win.
Do you not know the meme, Justin?
This time, that might not always be the case.
Cryo always gets 4K.
Yeah, have to be more proactive for Luminosity.
Yeah, just keep saying all they have to do is just.
I know, but the way you're talking, it's like you don't know the meme.
And we'll see how that dynamic plays out. But
like, of course, they have to get 1 person, but.
The passive option.
The meme is Cryo can't get an ace.
I think we can definitively say that. So now, as you mentioned, big sniper advantage for Cryo. Even though he doesn't get tagged on the first look, he still will capitalize first blood. That actually forces LG to have to make a decision here defensively with not a lot.
Man was just hard aiming a trip with an op.
4v5, you just don't love their hopes, especially losing
He's
a little
just
bit
waiting,
of the
bro.
map here as we're going to get Def, who's lurking forward. So just full freedom here for Xset to run through this eco advantage round number 5.
That's a cool cam.
Yeah, and we get the rotation through to the A side after they get the pick towards B.
Oh.
But Luminosity are rotating pretty quickly between that B side. They're back at A after realizing it was
just hit him with smoke.
The B side. But we actually have another rotation from Xset. So for the third time now, rotating all the way back towards that B site, and it looks like they've nailed it here. You can see that they are far beyond the timing of Luminosity on that rotation. Luminosity is still expecting some kind of piece or place, sorry, I should say, to come into play.
They just have sight for
realized.
free.
And Def keeps the whole map.
It's not like
map
they can
safe
do
with this
anything about
position.
it.
He watches the double doors. You can watch the jump platform over towards the defensive spawn. So
What's
for the
wrong with you
defenders
today,
that are
bro?
starting to make their way in for a plant, they only
I
really have
just
to
woke
worry
up.
about what's coming from the defensive
I'm just
spawn
trying to
itself.
say
But
things
as
because I'm
LG
streaming, and
sent
you're just
every
weird
single
champing me.
remaining member to do it.
I know you know this, but I'm streaming.
The problem about this is Zekit is watching across
No
the
way.
tunnel, and that
What
will
is
likely
that?
be
I
good
forgot,
enough to
man.
put the round to
What is
bed.
that?
Only losing Def in the process puts Xset up again by 1.
What just happened?
Yeah, and this is
What?
awesome to see.
That looked
for Xset.
really
You know,
weird.
A lot of the individual
What, the
power
kill,
really is
or-
what put them in
No,
this position.
the way
I
his
think back to
gun
that
was like
cryo cells in
ADSing.
2K
Oh.
as he was trying to lurk through the Hall's position. And now we're back into what should be a full buy as we see the timeout. Luminosity will take the timeout to decide how they're going to play this one out. Again, we've had issues towards Halls. It does look like Marta might be trying to be there so that the Skydog
Good
can
pizza.
be used as opposed to the drone
Pizza these nuts.
to kind of call the bluff there.
Yeah.
So they may
Yeah.
even go for a push because B-Dog is up there
Got
as
him.
well at the moment. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. And Xset, they can do so many different things there. They can go for a passive default and play the map really slow and see what reaction comes out of Luminosity, or they could try to go very, very quickly. I'm not sure about the ult situation right now. We'll see that in a second.
True. That honestly, that could be a huge difference maker into a very key round, because I think you're absolutely correct when it comes down to Luminosity needing to establish some sort of defensive presence, not just through halls, but also we've only seen them really push aggressively into mid-map once, and that took a lot of utility even to get Mata forward in the first place. So as we tally up what's ready,
They
you've
forgot
got Neural
the
Theft,
bomb.
you've got Viper's
Day
Pit,
4
Seekers,
gore.
and Blades for Luminosity, where on the other
Unlucky.
side, you got the Null Command, Neural Theft of their own, and Blades of your own if you're Xset. So I think it's going to be curious, just to see largely, what does Luminosity want to spend in this round, and when, I think is the biggest thing.
And you don't want to play close to the choke points too, because you're fearful of that null command getting popped on the execute.
Sheesh.
Oh, Cryo though will meet Marta. That Hall's
I thought he
push
just
has
liked
been
them.
called, and
Yeah.
Luminosity this time looking good. And I
But it was
don't think
actually
that LG wanna
Cryo getting
sacrifice
the
any
kill.
more pieces to B-Dog. He's going so aggressively here now.
Oh, whoa,
This may catch them a bit off
whoa.
guard.
I
as
like
you
this.
know,
I like
in the
this.
corner.
That
Shorty
KO
again
could have
would
been
suggest
it.
he does, but there's the
Oh
check
my
and the kill
God.
plus the tail
I
went
like
away.
this.
How sneaky is that from B-Dog? The most unexpected way to get a trade, and then to open up the door
Oh
and find
my
one more,
God,
taking down
second.
Cryo. So
Oh,
this is not going to
that's
dissuade
great.
Xset from
Sheesh.
hitting, though. The
This-
last remaining 3 players have made their way on.
Oh,
and
wow, that's
successfully
looking
found
nice.
That wasn't a
trade
spray,
with
bro.
Dazzle
He has a
behind the
Guardian.
stairs over the
I
new
know.
box. Well, at least with
But
the
there's
takedown,
somebody
the
else
null
just
command,
spraying with him.
But the resurrection will come
He
through.
just ended up
so
getting the kill.
will be the actual trade itself.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the
No
kill
way
on
to go.
B-Dog.
What a play from Xset.
Oh,
That's crazy. It's going to feel
No,
real
I was
bad.
talking about
Again,
the
B-Dog
guy-
kill was
there's so
insane.
much work there. Just dominating the
yeah,
whole
that was pretty
position. You
good
don't
too.
have to worry about a split. Even gets the kill onto Cryo cells, I believe, towards Cave. So that, he couldn't have done much more work there. That's unfortunate for Luminosity. Xset, not only from the strategic
No op pickup?
point of
What the
view
hell?
are they doing a good
What?
job, but individually we're really seeing them do.
They didn't pick up the op.
just looking phenomenal so
winning the
far.
round.
Cryo cells,
Unlucky.
obviously, just absolutely insane as a player. The null command.
No, they
was
had time.
used
They just
in
didn't
that
pick it up.
previous round, so at least there's an ult also to be used here for Luminosity to try to win something back.
This time Luminosity are going to go to the Blades. Going to clear out Halls, but it's a quick take for Xset over towards the B zone. The only player here is
Damn.
Moose.
There goes
Nothing that you
Moose.
can do from that position, completely isolated. BCJ will plant. For LG, you have gotten all the way
You mean
through Halls,
Moose?
but the next obstacle is
Wait.
getting through this trap
Does
wire.
PCJ have a minima
Not only
phantom?
you have to deal with that, you have to deal with Def, who's coming
that
back
what
to
I
try to
saw?
deal with them themselves.
Oh, no.
And while the timing of this is pretty solid from Def, avoids a handful of knives.
Still not
but
gonna
is
buy
caught
that
off
if it
guard,
was.
So he'll retreat back to try to be a little bit more safe with the rest of his teammates on this post-plant defense.
Oh, instant pop flash there. That's beautiful.
this
flash.
They do know where the knives are coming from, though, but they are.
Yeah, it is a
Luminosity
minima
able to
phantom.
get some of these opening kills. Time is starting to tick away, though. And as B-Dog, 17 points of health. Can't afford to put a single foot wrong with this. Cryo takes down Mada. Great execution from B-Dog. 2 more players to find, and time is really running out here at this point. The kill to refresh the dash. B-Dog looks for it, but Second will be able to take him down in the end. 5-2, and that was just a save round for Luminosity, but regardless, Xset looking great.
The efficiency margin in LG in these half rounds has been excellent. However, Xset just, at this point, with how big their pockets are, they don't care. They've just got so much cash still saved up. And it's even a bit peculiar and maybe a bit interesting to see Kraushauser is going to go into the op this round and maybe not just going into a free set of knives. But regardless of that, he still has that in the back pocket. So, I mean, as far as the economy is concerned, LG did damage, but it's not significant enough. And that's bad news because Xset continues to hold not just a weapon advantage, but when they do come in with a buy advantage overall throughout playoffs,
I don't know.
They're unbelievable. They're 21-2 when they hold an economic advantage so far through playoffs.
We can see Xset starting to really work on that A side of the map, and Luminosity with that forward presence from Marder towards Elbow certainly gives them a sense. Xset are working on, if not mid, just A side of the map.
I hope V1C9 play Icebox.
Force the defensive toxic screen to go up.
I hope V1C9 play Icebox.
Screen suggesting that they're going in.
Yeah.
A little bit of
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for how.
There it is. There's that snake bite, and there's that hunter.
I just want to know.
I
just want to see the.
They were trying to
see if they're also going to do the Omen.
And at the same time, the lurk's coming through here from Marder. If this is played perfectly, there is nothing left for Xset.
Unless Def sneaks a timing up the middle of the map through halls again. That's the only thing that may allow them an opportunity to sneak a kill. But Dazzle's ready for it. A little bit of help is starting to come through, and that's the read. Not the kill, but at least the read. Xset's still going to try to push forward, using this as an opportunity to try to pinch this site into two pieces.
Good shot.
As B-Dog rotates back over, we still have to wonder about the defenders on the site, but also Mata, who can now move forward with Seekers as he tries to hit the flank.
Sheesh.
Time is, oh, what a shot there from Marder. What a great punish. And there is just no time here for this one. That's such a problem. 9 seconds to go.
Damn.
Just Aaron left on the site, and he's going to go down as well.
Unlucky.
Such a well-handled round by Luminosity. The fear for Xset, trying to bait out that utility, trying to bait out the ults. They were able to do so, but still at the same time, it was effective for Luminosity.
Yeah, it came at a cost. That much is for sure. It's a brilliant snake bite play coming out of TIG just to stop the play in the first place. It allows a little bit more vacancy for Mata to just feel safe on the flank. Know that you just have to hold a corner in case there's a rotation back, and then just a good read from Dazzle on the Def. If that kill comes through for Def, totally different situation for Xset. That really was the only opening they had.
I gotta watch these
and now, how about this?
bro.
LG stacked up, maybe looking for an aggressive peek out of B-Dog. First time we've seen any sort of Caves aggression coming through, and it does allow them the position and more as they go through the backside of this long play.
And up Alls as well. It's a big push
That's
coming
a play.
through. Looks like Aaron will be able to defend against that push, though. Takes down Dazzle and is now holding that high ground. So things
2
could
for
reset.
2.
And at the same time, Xset have players that have made their way up to Tunnel as well as B Lobby, so that they are spread out at the moment, but the spike needs to be picked up first before anything else happens. And you can see Cry is working on that one. And B-Dog has an angle. It's going to have to be a flick, though.
What is B-Dog standing on?
This will be a very important 1 versus 1. B-Dog.
They're caging it.
There you go. The cage comes through. That's going to allow the pickup of that spike. B-Dog is going to look for a shot. Oh my goodness, it's so painful for us with the X-ray.
Oh wait, he was just standing on the ground?
From bad to worse for B-Dog.
Why did he look so high up?
The only thing that could possibly stop this is Mata is in a really interesting position to where he might not be expected, but Def is able to collect the elimination.
I'm talking to Rocks. Cool.
And that turns a 3v3 into a 3v1. Moose trying to rotate as fast as humanly possible. The Neural Theft will catch this out. And actually, he's going to get a 1v1 first. Def is going to try to get this plant off. Xset are splitting the map looking for a post-plant security. So maybe an opportunity to isolate one elimination here onto Def.
Jumper.
But as he continues to throw shoulders,
what if he took his head off there? Nah, you can't hit. You can't hit a Cypher with his head off.
Through mid. Really nowhere for Moose to work.
That's impossible.
Yeah, that's why Car can only hit the body.
He knows that the first player is just shouldering the
angle. If you can't see the Cypher's hat, you can't get a headshot.
Really nice recovery here for Xset. You can see the spike was lost. I think this push, just sending it down halls as well as splitting through cave was really an awesome change of pace for Luminosity. We haven't seen them be aggressive at all so far, but very unfortunate that it's the doesn't just work out. And that's gonna be a 6-3 opening here so far for Xset.
All right.
Decision time for
Wait,
LG
what is this
too, I think.
wall?
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got this Viper that you've been holding on
That's
to
for
for
mid door.
literally forever. It finally gets
It
popped
also
at the front
covers
doors of A
the-
caves. B-Dog getting aggressive.
the steps
tempo.
door.
Camera comes through, but
Oh,
maybe a touch
sheesh.
too late. Doesn't make much of a difference. B-Dog not able to convert on the shot. Misses
Gotta
an
break the-
opportunity. And now
Can't
LG
still-
are in a little bit of a
okay, he's
precarious
trying to
position
hold it while
here.
the smoke
Trying
is
to
up.
play with a little bit of forward pressure. They don't really have the ability to stay here. As B-Dog backs up, a more neutral defense will be set by LG.
Silva's
Ooh,
really
the timing.
Down a little bit, Cry looking for that.
Dude,
pick into the
BCJ is
deep side.
really
Meantime-
poking
in
and
the meantime,
prodding.
His teammates are working up mid as well.
trying to find.
And you can
Tig.
see Luminosity know this. They've got their Viper's Pit in a forward position, so they are being quite cautious here of mid. And B-Dog has
Lagged him.
edge on that one.
The
but
wall
no,
bang.
Cryosell's down to 2 HP. Unbelievable.
The wall bang.
That is
So
heartbreak
unlucky.
again for
Oh.
Luminosity.
And this puts so much stress to LG's defense. You have to trust that Tig can hold his own Viper's Pit by himself. You have to.
How is this better?
There's no other option. And
Bruh.
Cryo
Jet
gets
diff.
blessed as Mata tries to go long range to follow up on the 2 HP that was remaining. Does not find the connection. That will lead to a spike
He
plant.
hits
and
no
Exit
walls.
have gotten away with murder here. 2 straight kills. You
It's
avoid
okay.
the
You don't
Viper's
need
Pit
HP.
completely. Now you got to
If you have
find
an op,
convert it
as long as you
4-on-3.
shoot first.
He did shoot first.
Yeah, this is a
Oh,
tough one. I don't
never
think
mind.
that they got any or all that much money for a 4-buy in the next round, so they might be thinking
You're
about
smooth.
the save here. And they're also at an ult disadvantage as well. So really, Luminosity have everything working against them here
Unlucky.
as BCJ will catch Moose. And this is nothing that is possible at this point for the remainder of LG. Another great round coming through from
Yeah.
Exit. I mean,
From
you know, the
Cryo.
Viper's Pit. Right. He is pretty insane.
Yeah, I want that
you
gun,
feel bad
buddy.
for B-Dog because he
What,
actually
the
had
cow?
an opening shot
Yeah.
and lurked down elbow. And this might actually
Where did
be
he
something
get
that
that?
When
they,
does it
they
start
could think about
glowing?
more often is some
When
of
you
this
start
elbow
shooting.
aggression.
Oh, wait. Why was it glowing there then?
And, I mean,
Does
we
it glow
saw the
brighter
Viper's
when you
Pit going
shoot?
down at the beginning of the
It
round.
glows,
just didn't
but
really
then
seem to help
when
out.
you
It's just
shoot, it
feel
becomes like
comfortable
angry.
playing the rest of the map.
Oh.
It changes like its facial expression and it
B-Dog
becomes
as
red.
an operator presence didn't deliver, and that
Yeah,
was the
well,
main issue.
bang
As you can
said.
see, gets the connection,
Why is he using that off? The off's so gross,
and
dude.
get the key shot to actually
Good
kill
job.
Cryo.
Yeah,
The-
it really is just down to 2 very
Sova
different
op,
points
dude.
for
right?
B-Dog. 'Cause
Yeah.
there's not a number of
Oh.
players, as mentioned, stacked through elbow and then through the wall.
I think the jet one's better.
Collective
Wait,
side
Cryo?
was to be
I
had
thought
by
he was
Luminosity.
holding the
You feel
jet
like
one.
Going to round
No,
11.
that's the
And
Sova
That's
one.
the
This
Sova
is
one.
difficult, I would say, from Luminosity from here on forward. You're dealing with Exit on their best map. They
Oh.
smoked you on this map in week 5. You're trying something
He
new. and
tried.
largely speaking,
Okay.
Exit
Somebody-
has still ran through this map freely. So you really feel like this setup where you're bringing in the Sky instead of the KO this time around has not really provided the value they think that it was.
Ooh, Moose has found a timing. Actually, he might get a catch, but as the push comes into the B
Dang.
side, Moose indeed. What a shot
He
there
got
onto
him.
BCJ. Very little weaponry to work with. but
Oh, he
LG
also
doing
got
what they
him.
can, and
That's
that retake
unlucky.
ball
I think
backside
he's-
Look how
from
angry
Tig
it
is
becomes.
doing
He got a
some
little
work here,
pocket to stand
providing
in.
that extra cover to get that 1v1 and keep the presence
How
backside
angry the
alive.
full
Despite
gun
the
buddy
spike being down
becomes
despite
through shooting.
Viper's
it.
Pit
Dude,
being there
imagine
on
if
that
when you
spike,
get
there is a
suppressed
good
by
chance here
KO,
for
it doesn't do
Luminosity as
that.
they bring themselves together in this
This is
retake.
sad.
The thing is, Def is on a late lurk. He could maybe stop this post plant just by being the last one in.
Look how happy
Does
it looks
require
with
that
the
members
eyes.
inside this Viper's Pit do stay alive, and Def does
And then when you
B-Dog.
start shooting.
So now LG, you have to go. You've got to go quicker than this too. Adrian's still holding on to every single corner possible.
Oh.
Able to
Oh,
see
we
Moose,
got
but
past
not able
him.
to convert on the elimination.
Nah.
Hold on a second. We've got a defuse starting
Wait,
to come
what the-
through. Adrian will fall.
Unlucky.
Now it's all down
Oh,
to
they're
Def. 3
throwing-
different
Oh.
members to deal with. Gets the first 2, but does not handle the
Oh.
third. And LG
That was almost
sneak away a
crazy.
4th round
That
in
was
the
very
11th.
chaotic.
Wow, that was crazy.
There's a lot of people missing each
Absolutely
other.
crazy. I mean, what a heroic effort from Tig, though. The player that really held down the ground at the backside with that retake wall.
Dude,
You
oh
can
my
see him
god, he's
operating
not
here.
supposed to
He
be
gets A
here.
couple picks, and
Hmm?
again,
I don't
that
think he was supposed to
space
be
allowed
there.
His teammates to get
Tig?
into position.
Yeah,
And that is everything
Like,
in these retakes.
he has
Def
there
had
was
to ace
that
to
play.
win that
Whoever,
clutch. Doesn't happen.
dude, my
The
brain.
lifeline for
Cryo
Luminosity
probably
perhaps
just doesn't
as we
look
go
there
into
because
the
his
last
backside's
round
supposed to
of
be
the
covered
first
by
half.
util.
5-7 would be
Yeah, but he
unbelievable
didn't
for Luminosity
expect
considering where you just were a
the
second
wall to
ago.
be
How
saving
about more aggression from B-Dog?
Tig.
But once again, just a bit amiss.
Well, no. Did you? There was a KO and a Viper Molly there. There was just a little pocket for Tig to be standing in.
That was Tig's Molly.
Oh, why did Molly so close to himself?
I don't know. I think he just tried to stop the push in case they push the wall. I think that's what the Molly was for. So that he can peek Cryo there.
Pretty fast movement here, and Cryo's looking to punish any plays for information in mid.
Oh,
it's gonna be a tough move.
Damn.
What the hell are you doing?
And actually finds the kill onto death.
Oh, what the heck?
Probably thought site was free.
Exit looking to power their way into the site. They get backside control as Cryo's causing issues in mid. And it's down to Tig and Dazzle now in the 2 versus 3, trying to scrape together that very last round.
Cryo's watching for this. And now that he's heard it, he just give the information over.
Oh, timing.
Put Tig in the worst position possible. Find the easy kill.
No headshot.
8 for the half. And man,
I mean, it's a one-shot kill. It's no reason for a headshot.
We'll consider the adjustments as we head to the second half after the break.
You mute the stream.
Wild Rift. Wild Rift Major. Let's go.
You
what
the stream?
Fuck? Why? Dead game, bro. Dead game.
Clearly not. If C9
Larry,
Immortals.
did you mute the stream?
Yeah. If C9 Immortals, Sentinels, if they're paying players to play it, there's clearly money there. Okay. 8-4. What is map 2? Bind? Or
Yeah.
Send?
I said anything.
Oh wait, no, neither. Bind got banned, right?
I think it's map 2's the same.
Yeah. I think you're right. I can just check too. Wait, what the? VLR did not update what the maps are going to be.
Next is the set.
Bug.
The LG on the attacking side, looking to put a lot of presence towards the Hall's position early on. And there is a trip there, so they'll have to go through that. We'll see how the response is. Almost looked like you could hop over it, but we'll get the walk through.
5-man hall push. 4-man hall
really,
push.
Easy. Super cool.
Yeah,
it
absolutely
crazy.
is. Really from both sides, because yeah, you've got a full stack from Luminosity.
Oh my god.
Oh, no
that shot.
Almost completely. You've got help through mid, and they've almost entrapped LG completely. And well, I say almost. I think we can definitively put the profit on this one. That is a really interesting set of Luminosity, but Exit had every read they possibly could.
No way they have a good mental after that one.
Yeah, there was a great stoppage.
Nah, it's just a pistol, bro.
And I mean,
yeah, pistol is next 4 rounds, bro.
From Luminosity's perspective.
Oh, he's going poop shoot.
Doesn't get one. Cryo, not going to happen though. And that's a
pretty easy
again,
for
it
Exit
looked like
now.
it could have been kind of tricky, but as you say, Exit did a good job slowing it down. So
much better.
They'll open things up with that advantage.
You win pistol, you practically have a chance of winning the next 4 rounds.
Well, like, there's not a lot of options in terms of like buying up marshals and so on because, well, you know, we didn't get a bomb down.
Or any kills.
Yeah, so that's a pretty horrendous start. We've got B-Dog picking up the Marshall, but other than that, there's no firepower remaining for Luminosity, and we'll see if they try to work the orbs, how they'll try to find their advantages or like their takeaways.
LG has to like do something dry here and try not to use too much util, huh?
Wow.
In their best interest,
they have to like get picks
as thinned out as possible by
with classics and no util, Sedge.
Unfortunately, again, it's B-Dog.
B-Dog but a Marshall though.
Let alone the Jet v Jet has been dominated by Cryocells so far, and that puts LG in a pretty impossible position. 4v5,
Yeah.
They do allow Mata a chance to get this.
This is a flawless.
Marshall
It's
back in
practically
hand, so at least you have
GG.
some
I
tool to
feel.
work with, but I say that with
Because I can just bonus next round and get
because you don't
picks.
really feel hopeful that one Marshall will get the job done.
Yeah. It's definitely a question of seeing if you can get just eke out some damage, collect the ultimate orbs, and try to pressure the economy of your opponent. You don't expect to win the round, but
B-Dog dying with the Marshall here is bad, no? Like,
Yeah, it is bad.
Because he's the one who bought it.
Damage onto
Yeah, it's
now
bad.
they're stuck again behind the utility, as we can see.
Let's say for
and we
Opto.
get some
That's why he's trying to
angles
bought it.
works in mid as well at the same time. But LG
Yeah,
is
but-
starting to run out of health, starting to run out of players and time as well.
That means he's a full save next round.
Yeah, preferably you want... Oh, but I don't know. Yeah, dying is really bad, because you preferably want somebody to live with the Marshall, right? So B-Dog can have it next round.
Flawless for Xset.
But you also don't want anybody to live, because then they don't have money.
Pistol win, but that was even more convincing just off the opening peaks once again. And you have to wonder how much longer
Is it a flawless?
are LG going to
Yeah.
trust that B-Dog
Yeah.
to
It is a
face
flawless.
quite
Yeah, his map's over.
So far, they have largely missed every opportunity he's tried to take.
I mean,
Yeah, it's one
LG
of
can
those-
still win the swing round on the
if it truly
bye.
is the plan to
But it's still
to
like,
have weapons, the operators. And
as
so on
long
in
as you
hand,
get at least 2 or
yeah,
3,
at a certain point,
it's
maybe
still really
the
bad.
game
It'd
plan
still be
doesn't roll
bad
on
for
that. It's not
LG. They need to
connecting, you need to
flawless
have a
this,
backup
I
plan,
feel
but
like.
we do have 3
So they can actually have a gun
Marshalls
round
carrying
next round.
forward here for this bonus. This should be quite interesting. B-Dog, speaking of which, is going to make his way up pulls.
No.
Just like that.
Oh, 2 players.
Okay.
Bit tricky that one. And,
Okay,
and
now it
sadly,
might be.
He's tilted. He's
sadly,
tilted.
Luminosity are in a really tricky spot now. Will be making their way
Oh,
forward, and so
okay.
far they are wrapping the side effectively, dealing with those defenders. They've got the space to
Oh,
Oh,
pass.
that's a
never mind.
sussy reload.
Take caught though on the reload. I was about to say his route through the
Yeah, they're
double doors
tilted.
is exquisite for Luminosity, trying to stop Xset from reinforcing.
Need to
his
reload
site. He
before
gets
that
caught
wall
maybe
goes
going a little
down.
bit too far forward, and now it's on to Dazzle. 1v3 has a little bit of space to work with, and one shock dart isolates for the
go.
first onto Aaron. Flash will come through, and that actually doesn't really amount to too much, but eventually.
Lucky.
The KO of Zekin will come around the corner, find the timing needed.
It's okay.
and it will
They're
be
just
Xset to
Marshall
take the 11th
beams.
round.
Oh my
Copium.
god, Zekin
Yeah, so
already has
far in
ult.
in this tournament, we've seen a really good level from Luminosity. They've really stepped up.
Yeah,
the
this
previous
map's
game,
over.
they knocked one of their previous matches. They were able to, defeat V1,
Yeah.
and look really good doing it. And I was extremely impressed. That was
LG
definitely
Force here, no?
a pretty big upset. I
They
think,
have
in
to.
a lot of respects.
They have to win this round.
And
If they lose it, it
Xset,
puts them in a
I
bad
think the
position.
stylistic matchup is probably a bit better for Xset than it was for V1, and maybe we're seeing some of that here. But either way,
Oh my god, they're
Cryocells
going
not
with
only
a
operated
poison
full
orb
guns
too.
for Xset in terms of those rifles, and Luminosity, they're going to be stuck on a Guardian. Spectre, 3 Vandals, not a good look. Looking to try to go for that orb early on.
Do you want the snake bite that bad?
Shopping at the same time, B-Dog
feel like you
again,
want the
trying
poison
to
orb, right?
keep that presence towards
On attack?
the A-holes. There's that
Um,
tripwire there, so that
I feel like on
unless
attack,
you
poison
deal
orb doesn't
with
really
that,
matter.
It's pretty safe for Xset.
That's been the only defense through Hull so
Oh,
far.
whoa,
I'd
what
rather
is
have-
this peak? That's crazy.
Late Aldrin will come through.
I think I'd rather have the
This is
snake
important
bite on
to know,
attack
going
than the
forward,
poison
like,
orb.
you have
To
to
clear
fight back
corners.
if you're LG and you
Is
want
it clear corners or delay stuff?
This is
I
do or die.
guess
This
while
is
you
the
get a plant down, because
Dazzle
you already,
mid-map.
especially on freeze, you
Windy
really don't
out
need
there,
poison
but
orb because
does
you have
take
your
down
wall
Def without
on
actually
attack.
surfacing any damage in
Yeah,
response.
but
So
the
Your
orb
orb
does,
is just-
comes through,
it
even though
does
the
it
engagement
does
itself was
open
a little
options.
sloppy.
Like you can
And
do
now
the halls
Cryo
one,
looking
or
to
you
cut
can
off Elbow
orb off
will be the only
top
defender here
mid.
at B. And I don't believe
I
that
feel like
0 point actually fully
You
connects
buy
either,
that. You
so
only
the
buy because if you
information
know
on
you're
this
going
is
halls, right? And
this
then
here.
it seems like they're
Yeah.
not
He may
going
be
halls
thinking
with
that,
it.
well, if he didn't get tagged by that, maybe we can rotate deep and get over towards B, and that would be a mistake because Cryocells is watching this elbow push.
Yellow RGX with this pumpkin
Obviously,
buddy.
Moose
This
doesn't
combo
notice
kind of
he's a
goes
free
hard.
site right now, and what's interesting
Man,
is
this
if
is
they try to
sussy.
go for a fake into the A site,
Crazy wall. What the
there is a
fuck?
world of Moose
This
tries
is
to look up. If
sussy.
he clears it, they can
Oh
have a
my
way
god.
back.
This
It's so
is
good.
crazy.
Later on,
I'm doing
Aaron
that.
able to take down B-Dog there in that little nook, and they will indeed. use
Dude,
it
I
as a
feel like
fake.
if
They're
I
going
ever
to
see
go
that
back,
though, I'm
and
immediately
indeed,
like
we've got Moose with all
shocking
this
or
clear
mollying
space.
that.
I mean, it should be clear by default.
Somehow gets a connection. They're lucky not to lose another one, but that might still be the case. Crow doesn't seem to realize there was another one still in spawn, and now they're quite spread apart. Moose has to win these battles, and it's not going to be a success against BCJ. Crow will not whiff, and looks like everything's under control.
He's too good, Dan. He's too darn good. And it's just how everything unfolds. The fact that you're trusting Crow in the first place to be the only defender on B. He actually, like we missed, like Moose eludes him completely, gets into the B site, but him to go rotate back through mid after the initial execute towards A is completely stifled.
Wonder if Zombs is grinding ranked.
If LG are going to re-rotate back to B. It's just
Diamond 2 ranked.
And now Luminosity are dealing with whatever scraps they could put together here for the 17th round.
Wait, when did the ranks reset?
So I don't think he just played.
What?
I don't think he's played.
No, I'm asking because he technically shouldn't have even played in playoffs if he's Diamond 2. He's not eligible. You have to be at least immortal.
Is the lurk player.
He must have been immortal when they
can keep walking forward. And he can cause problems.
Man was getting carried by Sinatra the other night to get out of Diamond.
No, but like you're just not eligible to play in professional matches unless you're immortal. So is a rank reset really that recently?
That's a free kill. And
it was like a couple weeks ago. It was before
it was before Sen went out, right?
It was before Sentinels went out, and it was after qualifiers.
He's like, yep, got it.
So they actually technically they were in no, that would make no sense though.
Maybe this is the awakening of B-Dog that we need to see.
Close.
But is it maybe a day late and $1 short? That's the real question.
I was gonna say,
dude, Seekers are the worst thing that can happen when you're opping. I hate Seekers.
Also getting the information on who's rotating over defensively through the defensive.
That's a free kill. What?
Oh no!
Yeah.
BCJ is gonna come out of the drone off the spotting moves.
Since Sentinels got invited, would that like let them have like
that could end up costing them the round. We'll see what.
Would they still be required by the immortal rank?
Is really a cause for concern. But what a shot from Dazzle!
I don't know why that would exempt
nailing
them.
Cryo and Death.
I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking of
them. And now BCJ's
when Zombs got
Dude, imagine if they were still playing right now. They qualify for Iceland, and they're like, "Oh no, you can't go. Third place is going because Zombs is Diamond."
Obviously, you're in the game still. That's good.
And then the entire Sentinel's just 5-mans through rank.
You can't 5-man an immortal.
Major weapon is concerned going into the next round.
Immortal enough, you can't 5-man.
Yeah, but they have their Smurfs though. They'll just carry Zombs.
This entire map, I think you could probably go back and just.
I think you can 5-man with an immortal, but I don't think it'd be a team of 5 immortals.
What I'm getting at is B-Dog has to show up, and interestingly enough, they're actually going to keep the Guardian on B-Dog and the Operator on Moose coming forward here, Dan.
Yeah.
Oh,
they tried.
Yeah, and Moose is lurking in that B lobby position, so looking to catch any of the pushes. The setup here is obviously quite
that's a scary shot. B-Dog almost just insta-died
off of the tripwire, so it doesn't ever actually have to peek. There's no need to actually peek that if you're relying on this double trip setup.
Well, Moose with the spike and the operator. Like, this is all in on Moose being able to work this for Luminosity.
Yeah, and the cam is set up in mid here, so they're relying completely on Def and Zekken here on the defense. There comes the push, the dash in, the spray is
oh
fantastic.
my god, oh my god.
Oh my god, he's taking down
Zekken.
Every last one. The ace to close the game.
That's sad.
13-5.
That's tilting.
That's wild.
Beautiful.
That is tilting.
All right, well,
Ayo, bro. Why is he hiding his name?
On Breach, or Breeze rather. Just don't do it. Don't
because it's not actually
no way
Zekken.
That you can find a way to beat this comp at the moment. The Mata on Sky doesn't really fulfill it, but Zekken.
Only 2 teams qualify, right?
Yeah.
The setup is too controlled.
So first place and second place?
Look at it again.
I believe we're going to look back
Let's
at
look
that
at it
once again. We have to. I mean, come on, this is beauty.
Yeah, I just watching
it's really fantastic. You know, we framed it. The entire setup is based around them being able to just have these 2 players towards this B site. Zekken gets to play off of the trip, has this great angle to work with. Obviously, has the ability to throw flashes out, but it wasn't necessary. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be the devil in this conversation, but B-Dog misses almost every single knife on Zekken standing still on a wall. That may be the storytelling as far as what had happened there in map number 1. We'll let the desk give you the full recap as far as what they saw, and then we'll come back for map number 2 after the break.
kind of want a new chair, bro.
Yeah, a secret lab chair.
Or any chair.
I want a gaming chair.
What the?
I want Tenz's gaming chair, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
Wait, I would still buy even though it's intense. It's the Attack on Titan gaming chair.
Alright, meeting stream. Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. We'll go with that.
The room.
Okay, what's Mr. Oh, do you want us
I'm
to...
not looking forward to this
Wait,
at all.
do you want us to close our eyes?
Oh wait, you can probably hear this.
Okay, well, I'm...
Hey, Mo. That's a lot of super chats. Okay, I want to see. I'm ready to see some Ascent. Some big boy Ascent. Move myself over here.
100 Thieves Wardell.
Official or no?
No.
Okay.
But it's probably gonna happen.
Hey, that's cool though.
100 Thieves Wardell, 100 Thieves Derek.
You gotta.
Rumored that Hiko will not be playing.
You get somebody to play chamber, and you get Asuna on a rifle. I feel like that's ideal. I feel like putting Asuna on the op slows him down a little too much. Like I think
I don't think he knows how to op.
Well, I mean, he's not a bad opper, but I feel like you want Asuna to be playing fast because that's what he's best at, right?
Yeah. That's what he's known for.
You can't play that fast with an op. This doesn't work.
You can in CS.
No, they gutted the op in CS.
That's true.
You used to be able to do that in CS. Ten seconds. Let's see some Ascent. Let's go.
Oh, RGX wait today.
Check it out.
Look, I know what a lot of people are going to be saying. LG just got smacked by Xset, but at the same point in time, we knew that map 1 was going to be difficult. Breeze was going to be tricky.
People might say, bro, they're already saying it.
Are we really all that surprised by LG struggling here on Breeze?
No, this is the exact same result that we saw out of them last time, right? 13-5 was what Breeze looked like just a couple of weeks ago, and Xset I think looked strong in a lot of similar ways, right? Like Cryo definitely had a game for himself on that Jet, and the team overall showed how fluid they can be in the attack still, even with the compositional switch-ups.
Mr. 4K at his finest.
Putting him on the Cypher, he still was able to fill into a very lurky role for the team, and they were making good mid-round calls and adjusting to the information LG was giving them.
I really enjoyed this entire map as well from Xset because it was that mid-rounding that you mentioned, Dender, as well, that was coming into the effect for Xset, but they were really prepped in terms of how to shut down B-Dog.
Oh my god.
LG have played Breeze, B-Dog has been let loose. They pushed him deep into cave, deep down halls. They let him set up on a regular basis. Wasn't the case this time around, and you can see that directly in the head-to-head between the Jet players, Cryo versus B-Dog. And if you just look at the numbers, you're like, man, B-Dog got utterly shut down. But the difference was they were ready for the way that B-Dog was getting set up for it. Time and time again. In the head-to-head between the two Jet players, you ended up with B-Dog beating Cryosauce 3 times, Cryosauce beating him 6 times. So a big difference maker there in terms of them understanding how B-Dog liked to play the map when he's playing Jet, and really shutting that down meant that XSET had a firm grasp over a lot of the faculties that normally give LG the edge.
Yeah, and I think you saw too, like Cryo and Zekin in situations working together on defense, like immediately from round one, like pushing down mid, getting it going. Right, like 22 and 9 on Cryo, 21 and 9 on Zekin too. Right, very clear that they were leading the charge, because I did feel like this game felt a little bit more execute heavy than their match previously. But overall, I think XSET showed a very, very dominant start here on Breeze.
Well, much like my camera, map 1 was a bit of a blur, but there is something that you wanted to highlight here, Ender, looking at that map 1. It was something that, you know, if you're LG, you can take away and look at, because there was a little bit of a silver lining there.
I think specifically it's looking at LG doing some good prep and trying to contain XSET, right? We know XSET like to leave these solo players try and lurk around, so look at this round, and specifically the push out of B main here with the Sky. They use a dog, forces Viper off the angle, and then they walk forward to take that space and hold that angle before rotating the Jet back over. Then when the execute comes onto the A site, that is immediately when we see the rotate start to come out from that Sky. That's when we see Mata try and take a little bit of space, but still it is very patient overall from them as they fall back, play off of the Sovolt, watch the push through Hull right there. Okay. And again, we get into this position where we have Dazzle being able to shock dart, fall off of bridge right there while the flank for Mata continues to press in. XSET have no way to rotate out. XSET love to fake a hit onto A and then rotate back towards the B site, but no, there's nowhere to go. Now Mata, after revealing himself on the tripwire, uses the Seekers to know there's a player on that angle and falls, and then just pops him out because it doesn't matter, right? These players that are going onto site with very little time left have to turn around to deal with the Seekers while there's players in front of them, there's a flanker behind them, right? That was a really good round from LG to completely shut down any of those mid-round movements from XSET, and you saw XSET get trapped there and fall down, but it wasn't something LG were able to replicate.
Ender looks familiar. Looks like somebody I know.
Again, we'll take a look at the map picks and bans so you can see where we're going to be moving next in the series, because we did talk about it at the top of the show. The map pool was a little bit rough to start for LG, as Breeze was already shown to be a strong map for XSET, especially in the series they already played during the group stages. But Ascent is a wild card. Split, definitely an interesting map that does skew in the favor of XSET as well, as they've shown pretty proficient results on that map. 6-0 during VCT NA thus far. But Brent, as we look at map 2, Ascent is totally catching us off guard here for an LG pick.
And I'm wondering what have Luminosity got up their sleeves, I think, because it's all going to come down to this map pick now. I mean, Breeze has not gone your way. You are one map away from elimination here in the lower bracket. I mean, it's literally this match on the line currently with the next map that we're about to see, and you're kind of putting it on a bit of a gamble because you're kind of assuming, I suppose, that it's the permaban or like rough permaban for both of these teams and that they really don't like to play it as much. And now LG have picked it with something cooked up. We're not going to find out what they've got until the agents select, but ultimately it comes down to this almost gamble.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the last time we saw Luminosity play this map, I believe, was versus version 1. It was a map they lost. Yeah. You know, even in that match, and I think both teams showed fairly different compositions, right? The last time we saw this map out from XSET, it was versus Optic, and we saw the Brimstone, a Cypher, a Sage. None of those picks mirrored the last time Luminosity played it, favoring a Killjoy, an Omen, a KO, so maybe a little bit more cutting-edge tech coming in from Luminosity, but we'll see what ends up happening with XSET, because I think that the way they like to play felt a little bit more like a Pittsburgh Knights with the Sage, which is that slow creeping forward like they like to go for on Breeze and many other maps.
Mm-hmm. Let's not forget either here, Brent, that this is a map we did see LG play more recently against V1, and that was also one of those series I was like, what is happening here? Because they let Ascent through that map pool and ended up taking that series, as we, you know, were very surprised by in the quarterfinals to kick things off here for NA playoffs. So I think there is a very real possibility that map 3 ends up being what we see played out. As I'm not anticipating much from the XSET side here on Ascent, as it's not one of their stronger maps.
It's not one of their stronger maps, but they have had close performances against some of the better teams on Ascent. They just don't don't tend to put too much work or time into playing it. And also they've been experimenting with a lot of their comps as well. We'll see if they continue. I think the last time that Xset played it, they ran like the Brim controller, and normally most teams are running like the Omen, so you can set up one ways. But yeah, there's a couple of things to pay attention to as we head into map. We're waiting for the Asian select as well for these teams. We can finally break down what they might be running. But I remember last time, LG versus V1, the attack side of LG was not hitting. It was not hitting. It was not doing well. They had a great side when they were on their defense side. It was very back and forth between them. The attack side was a thing that needed a bit of work. And that's one thing, I guess, to be paying attention towards as we're looking into that next map. I don't know what side they select as well. I'll have to double check that information in terms of it. So it seems like Xset are starting defense side. So yeah, we're essentially going to be jumping straight into the attack side for LG to see if they've actually fixed a lot of their mistakes compared to the last time they played it.
Yeah, and if Xset do go for a similar composition again, that's a comp with a lot of stopping power, right? The Cypher, the Sage, whichever sides they're going to be on, it can make it a little bit more problematic if you're playing those slow sight hits from a Luminosity, but we know Luminosity do like
LG played Cypher Sage
execute. So we're going to answer a lot of those questions right here between these teams because they've had a week or so now to try and work some new things into the fray, but it does look like, yeah, for Xset specifically, this is a big switch up for them. Removing the Sage, switching over to the Killjoy. I like this look a lot more, especially when you consider the duo of a KO and a Jet on defense starting. Look to see those two players get forward positioning in A or B main off of the KO flashes to just post an op there from Cryo.
Def is playing Killjoy as well, which is, it's kind of unusual, man. I mean, he played obviously the Cypher previously in terms of the Sentinel picks that he's been picking. But this is interesting. I mean, you're seeing that switch up, and as well, I like that you pointed out the KO as well. It gives them a bit more agency and urgency in terms of how they want to play it as well. I don't know who's going to be taking this one. LG obviously are coming off the back of that loss. Both of these teams coming off the back of the loss.
Why do these pre-round cinematics make the map look so nice? Clear that you go in the game and like you walk into that hallway, it's just dark as hell.
It could come down to some weird
not dark,
elements. Obviously, the big
gloomy
thing that I mentioned previously was that attack side for LG. And we're starting out on the attack side for LG, so we get to see immediately if there's going to be.
I want the game to look like that, bro. It'd be easier to see people in there too.
Well, LG is down one map and trying to stay alive. It's a wild card coming out with the Ascent pick from map 2. DDK and Shift, what do you got?
I love the fact that Luminosity continues to feel confidence in playing these off maps, and I'm hoping that not just as they're attacking half better, Dan, but I'm mostly looking at their post-plant setups. They actually were successful getting the spike down a number of times versus version 1, but they were unsuccessful in holding after they had gotten those plants.
Yeah, there's a lot in this matchup that's going to be very exciting for me as well. I want to see the defaults as well, like strategically, the pacing from these teams, how they decide to enter the mid round as well. I feel like I want to see all of it, man. I want to see every aspect of this because as we go into the attack here, looking at Luminosity, they obviously need to get off to a strong start based on what we just saw. They're looking to go for the A main aggression to at least begin with, to at least get the orb, and we'll see if they can draw any utility as well.
Being used just to get forward here with 3 members. So the orb is gained. Smoke will come through, but this Killjoy setup for Def, who is something to kind of keep an eye on. I thought this was a very good point for the desk. Obviously, we watch him play Cypher a ton, but what is he going to offer as far as the defensive identity of Xset? And this time it's largely, hey guys, I got it. I've got a sentry drone. I've got 2 nanostorms stacked up on A. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, and Xset starting to ask some questions. The drone goes through for Cryo. The turret spotted. And that's going to give them some information as to the setup. Moose obviously looking for this one, trying to play the better angles, but won't be able to do that. Just keeping that push at bay right now. And Xset don't really know what's going on the defense. There comes that extra knife. It's going to catch B-Dog. I don't know that it hit anybody else, though. So 50 seconds, and Xset are going to be forced just to play somewhat passive on the site. Second, we'll slow this one down with the frag grenade.
What?
Oh,
that's crazy.
B-Dog as well.
Did he get stuck?
That's tough scenes here because
Might have gotten stuck.
No, there was with an incendiary if needed. This is going to force Luminosity to have
no,
to
but
get
like
to the middle of the map and
he has to leave because he's going to get shot otherwise, right? Oh my god.
Plans up to the last 2.
Zekin.
Oh boy.
Zekin,
you want to talk about just essentially forcing Luminosity in the worst possible position. Xset just showcased it.
Wait, why did he open it?
CJ finds the final kill. It's Xset who takes the pistol.
Trying to find the
spikes there.
Trying to find the frags, probably.
This dude, I saw Psycho saying on Twitter, this guy is being powered by tacos. I won't say the company, don't know if I can say that, but I've had them and they are damn good.
Oh, B-Dog tried to dash across it.
So It's
and it
impressive.
He was trying to time the dash with the pulses.
Clean he's looking right now, and Exit did a
I
really
thought
good
there
job
was a space there
of
for
managing
both
that
of them.
situation.
No, there
Because
was a
really
space,
trying to
but
force them into
they were just trying. B-Dog was just trying to leave.
in the mid rounds, but
Yeah, but you could just wait
happened, and
until
now
the
we go
Molly
into the
leaves.
save round
I know.
Molly was
If you
down.
time the dash
They've
right,
got
you can
one
get
Marshall
through.
on
He just
B-Dog.
mistimed
It's
it.
actually taking down Cryo in
Because
mid. That's a
the Molly
nice
doesn't
pickup, and that's a
continuously
gun
tick.
that
It
can
only
later be
damages when it does the
collected if they
pulsing.
want.
And if you're
So you just
B-Dog or
pulse,
Generosity
you wait for it to
fan, I
pulse,
think
and then
you're all
dash, and you're
collectively
through.
thinking that's a W.
And you don't take
Just
any
the 1v1
damage.
with cryocells and
So it's
Breeze
just a
was
jet
not
cliff then.
a favorable one. So B-Dog kind of establishing that may have been just a fluke map for him.
Oh,
You stop the
that's a
initial
lot of
kill, Aaron
damage.
Getting aggressive to find a response,
Big
and not only is it
damage.
response on the numbers, but it's also a long control. Once again, Luminosity have
almost
to kind of work
they
with
just
this
need to
world
get
map
like
if they want to
2
find an
more
opening.
kills and then
Yeah, so
that'd
the
be
info
pretty
play there
good
in response
deco.
from Exit was great on A main. At the same time, BCJ, I believe, collected the dropped Marshall
Aaron
in mid
can
and
die
has
here.
taken it away. So they can't pick up that Marshall in mid now. At the same time, they got some information in mid too. So Exit reacting really well to try to make this round a good one for them.
No!
Oh,
How?
No.
How, dude? Unlucky.
That was a free kill.
Take things you hate to see for 1,000, Dan.
That was a free kill. Sad.
Things you hate to see for 1,000.
Well, I mean, there's still some positioning here for Luminosity to try to get some extra damage. Spy plant would be lovely, but they have a killjoy on the side to
quick
worry about.
scope.
BCJ doing a good job there. Able to hold this one down, gets that info.
Oh,
Death
damn.
goes down. That's a free site now, so they
That's
can
big.
at least get the money from this plant.
Yeah, good to be confirmed for
Moose?
this. And Moose has to make a choice of how
Oh.
rock this
He's crazy.
defensive post plant like
He
the
knows what he's
call.
doing.
Get forward, take away one entry, now your sentry turret.
No,
is your
now
next
they know
point
he's
of contact.
logs.
Dazzle, of course,
No.
remains on site. Moose able
Wait.
to turn 16 HP into 2 kills.
You can still put
Moose
the
is a
turret
wizard,
from
apparently,
or
and a
from market.
Beautiful response for LG on the anti-eco.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so Moose, that first
BCJ
angle when
just
he walked
shocks
into
logs
market,
there.
when he was tight
I
to the left
think,
wall.
like you
Did
should.
he have,
actually has like
did
a
he have
favorable
shock dart?
Yeah.
advantage there on the peak, given the
I think
distance
he
advantage.
was
Took a
saving
very
shock dart for
specific
Bowhouse.
angle
No,
for
he
that plant,
shocked
because
something,
for
but I don't know
1v1
what he
he's gonna
shocked.
see his opponent first.
Yeah.
So then the
didn't
fallback
see
is
where
just
it
all
went.
perfect. I mean, can't go into all of it, but yeah, Moose, absolutely just excellent
Okay.
series of
That's
decisions there.
good.
And now this is an interesting spot because we have aggression on the B main position
Unexpected
from Exit to
angle.
try to get an early advantage.
Yeah, I
Do
like
it
this.
quietly. No utility, no footsteps. And of course, you hear the
Chorty.
sentry turret is kind of blipping
This
his
is what
way
me
on
and Ben
top of the
do.
hut. So Exit will kind of have to draw a line in
Chorty.
the sand here, but this is one that
Yeah, but I can do this by
shorties are
myself.
waiting for you. In fact, it's shorties pretty
question
much
is-
across the board.
You know, when they hear that turret. So is that turret there because the lurk, you know, your lurker, your killjoys put it there to catch any aggressions, or is it there because they're going to burst behind it? You know, and so we're going to see the drone used there as well. That's going to give them some information. That's going to spot the
They
shorty
don't know the
though.
jet,
So that
though.
breaks the shorty setup, and Def has to fall back. But there's another player where that came from. Cryo's also around the corner, forced to dash away. So their clearance of this
Good.
B main position, LG is
Oh my
fantastic.
god.
Yeah, clinical. Now the lockdown has been earned as
Oh,
well. Moose is able
Jesus.
to collect the ultimate orb.
And then
Despite
now
was
they
never
go
part of this
away.
play, by the way. This is just
Yeah,
regaining
that's
and putting
good.
pressure on Xset with low utility to have to stack numbers defensively towards B. So now here comes the hit towards A. Paranoia across the front of the doors. Zekin's able to avoid that.
Wait.
The fragment will actually delay a little while longer. The defense is going to get here, Dan. And as
Oh,
Aaron has a
he's
shorty in the corner, he
blinded.
just needs to know when to hit the
Unlucky.
triggers.
Zekin
and his
just
Vada comes
mollied
across
wine.
as he finds the flash to Aaron.
Did
Did you
he?
see that? Yeah, there was a
I didn't
KO
miss
molly
it.
and wine.
Sight.
Crazy.
Oh!
Yeah, it looks pretty difficult now. Oh, unable to find a punish. There was a just moment there, a tiny moment to maybe make that happen, but Luminosity now stabilizing nicely. No players actually lost, and there it is.
Oh, pretty
Prime
good.
Gaming flawless there, picked up by Luminosity,
Pretty good.
converting after they won that surprising second round. But now Cryo is on the operator. We might start to see the game change as Cryo is going to move around the map. Going to see him in mid, going to see him pushing B main, A main. He's going to be all over the place. So that's the first thing to worry about
Absolutely.
if you're LG now.
Yep. The good news about this so far is, you know, you come off of I would say a shake of confidence from B-Dog kind of missing out on a lot of opportunities through Breeze, but if he can start to feel a hot hand here, then maybe you don't worry necessarily too much about what the operator play could do. You just kind of get aggressive, hope that the opening kills towards a more traditional hit or successful for you, just like
You
this.
don't
just
spray
send
that
members
with a-
in, you
Wait,
got
did he
BCJ
spray that with
completely
a
isolated,
Vandal?
and look how fast
I don't
Luminosity
think you
are
spray
going.
any smokes with a Vandal. You're just asking to get shot.
Yeah, but did BCJ do it? Is that why they
And they have
figured
managed to
it out?
circumvent the operator just by
I think
bursting
if you
through
have
into
3
this
people
site.
spamming a spoke, you just kind of die.
Money's not good here for X.
That just
They
happens.
spent everything to have this operator, so they're going to need a convincing argument, I think, to really go for this retake and pull the trigger on it. And at the moment,
They should just say
not really being given anything. There's nothing to be given at all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they could maybe try to play for some exits here. If Def was going to do that, he would have tried to walk towards Gelati, but they are playing it so passively.
They're going to continue this completely.
Waiting it out.
No one's even going to bother with exits. And the thing about it, even if they were to have found a couple eliminations to trade away on this hit from Luminosity, there wouldn't have been a response with Aaron and BCJ falling for an eventual lockdown. So this was an advantage for Luminosity from start to finish. Just again,
that's
also
a lot of money.
Opening that they were able to take down BCJ, isolate him at the front doors, and then Aaron, as you had called defensively, needed to at least find one for his life. Wasn't even able to do that. So technically speaking, if you want to call it, Luminosity walk away with the Prime Gaming false of their own. They're not dropping a single member and getting them on 3.
Yeah, and that was a great way to, if you know that the operator's coming out, you know, as you say, you don't want to, defaulting against it can be quite risky because it can come from pretty much any position, mid, B, main, A main, catwalk, so it can be tough, but it's still in play here, so enough about that. We'll look at Cryocells now as he tries to pressure the mid position. At the same time, Luminosity putting the efforts to get early control here. You can see the setup using the 0 point. There's a dash as well, but the one-way, the Brimstone one-way Sky Smoke is going to blow that setup up. So they're actually going for an aggression. One-wave is going to blow that setup up. So they're actually going for an aggression exit onto that A main position. They're willing to fight. At the same time, we see Cryo holding onto that mid ground, and because of all the efforts towards A main, he's got the confidence to move out further. And the spike's going to cross his line.
This is very bad news for Luminosity. Shoulders come out and they double peek it.
Sheesh.
What awareness is that? Maybe the Cloudburst blocking off the recon bolt gives them the intel they need. Lockdown now in play. Problem about this is Def is outside the radius and still has full utility at the front doors of B main. Trying to help and assist this as Aaron as an incendiary will come down. The lockdown's going to be expended and nothing's really going to be gained with it. The Shrouded Step has to come through. LG need to go quickly because really for Xset, they're already here.
That was an interesting way for the Omen to come into sight.
I don't know if that would have been audible. Death with the catch onto Martyr in mid though.
You see that?
Take's still in this position around market. Looking to cause problems. Second has a good angle. Looks like he's in a good spot to maybe deal with this one. And
actually, never mind. I guess that was
into
fine.
A different spot, gets exposed and punished. 2 left now here for Luminosity.
Damn.
On this defense, make that 1 just down to Moose. And
oh wow.
These positions
damn.
really well, but
barely saw the shoulder.
Second knows his angles.
Crazy.
And that was wonderfully handled by Xset.
Aaron ult time.
It's largely due to the fact that Def's setup on the B zone
was
not also pertaining Def himself. He was working behind Cryo's playthrough mid the entire way. So he's outside of the range of the lockdown. You have Aaron who just rotates from the backside of mid-market over. And then the incendiary in the combination of the nanoswarms essentially negates the effect of the lockdown completely.
That was a gun diff right there.
Isolation and containment of the B site from start to finish for Xset's defense.
Oof. Wait, is that a one-way?
Now, full gun here for both sides. The money is starting to build.
Zekken's position from lane?
Exit. They've got that orbital strike ready to go. Dazzle
because it didn't look like Moose didn't see him at all.
Early on.
I think that's just how the angle works.
For that B lobby position. And you'd love to see it. Just a combination.
It looks, it just looks like.
How did that shock dart not hit anyone?
It doesn't actually land this time.
It's crazy. Oh wait, it did hit someone.
Familiar
right? No, it didn't.
Luminosity in version 1 were kind of negotiating over this play.
That was Dazzle's shock dart, bro.
At least that was from kind of version.
I'm talking about the attacker's shock dart to hit the defenders.
So much value getting this position over towards A. And granted, as though LG have kind of gained their own space, Xset have contested this much more heavily. So it's really kind of a expensive battle for not much for both teams at the moment. But as Luminosity look to expend towards mid, now you wonder if Cryocells will actually be able to utilize this position for the first time.
So Xset knew they had to get extremity control. They're making the play for him, and they just droned this and did see Tig. So the question is now, like, you know that they're covering both extremities. You have no idea what they're doing in the mid round right
again.
Now. You know
Wait, Dazzle has literally 1 HP, I think.
A and B. So, you know, the hunger for information here in this A main take is important. And
that's a dead man walking, and he still has the spike.
Some shots, but at this point, it's starting to backfire because there's very little time, and Xset know this. Luminosity have to start making a move, and anything is going to be heavily telegraphing what they're doing. So now it's guaranteed they're going towards this B site.
Yep, and these trades are fine. Oh wow, they're actually going to spend the Hunter's Fury for this as well. Even if they were to find success finding eliminations, Clock is their biggest opponent here, Dan. 9 seconds on the clock. Tiggs has to get his kill and do it quickly. He's not able to. Second holding his ground for a little while longer. Spike trying to get planted, and it will just really in the last second, leaving Xset and now a 2v2 retake. Dazzle, though, on 1 HP
really
and Mana, less than half left in his bank.
Now it's
50
2v1.
milliseconds.
Dude.
And there is a recon
Sorry,
available
2B
and shock. There's at least a shock dart left as well, an incendiary too. There is plenty of util to clear out the back site. There goes the recon to see if there's anyone on the site. BCJ, I don't think he's going to find anything with his shock dart. Moving forward now, and there's one from Dazzle. Aaron cannot make the trade. Luminosity hold on 4-2. I cannot believe it.
That's a throw.
I think that was what was on the clock.
Calling that one by a knife's edge is generous. I mean, that is as close as it gets on a multitude of levels. The fact that Tig dies in the first place, you think there's no way. It's done. Second has done everything he needs to. But Mata gets the plant just barely. And then the individual kill from Dazzle in the first place on no HP is mind-boggling.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is really crazy.
Look at the scoreboard.
About that. Even the orbital strike even came in, and it was like the perfect move to delay everything. I was
1 in 5. That's why they're not winning.
But they did.
Yeah. Shift are on the same page. We just said that's crazy at the same time.
Doesn't feel like secured just yet. This momentum that they have, a lot of these rounds have been quite difficult. And in that round, what they showed was a very slow pace. So, as, what does that mean in terms of how Xset are reading and making plays around the map? Well, when the other team is playing that slow, you don't feel like you can take any forward pushes for free because they could just be sitting there waiting for you to do that. And they have like an information trap set up for you. So it kind of slows you down on the defense as well in reaction, which means that you have less information on the map. So you're more susceptible to giving up map control and they can get it more for free.
Is it just me though, Dan, or do you feel like Xset won that round up until the last 0.5 seconds though? That's the thing, is like they had A long control, they had B main control, and they won all the fights they needed to win. So I think it's difficult, at least, my personal opinion on it is Xset, I don't think you can really look at that previous round and say we messed up in terms of how we actually set our defense together. It was just a couple of missed opportunities at the very end, largely off of Dazzle somehow finding a kill for free. So I don't know. I feel like Xset's in a pretty solid spot based on what they've shown us defensively.
Wait.
They almost want to commit someone to die here to kind of invest.
What's happening?
LG into
Nico round from Xset.
You almost want Cryo to be the one with the judge here.
I don't think they managed to kill the drone. BCJ's been tagged. And so that whole judge setup now, they know there's like at least 3 players around this position.
He still gets a kill.
They can't decide to just leave, but they're going to go into the judge, and BCJ will connect, and the spike is down. What is happening?
You give Cryo the judge here, and BCJ can actually support him with...
This is a bloodbath between
I think it's because it's like they try to make it so like
you get BCJ
and damage. They didn't know. They wouldn't know that someone's there.
He still turns that into
an
individual kill and help from
if they don't see Cryo, then it's like kind of expected he's playing there with a judge.
And now as Xset continue to position forwards, they find more and more kills.
Rip.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
No HP.
How did he know?
Yeah, it's...
No way he did know.
Some of the earlier things here, as we see the play from B-Dog is going to...
the one way?
Be very unsuccessful. Marder now, as you mentioned, no HP to work with. There's a quick pop flash. We'll take down Cryo. It's a great shot, but no time to plant the spike at this point. Good damage.
That flash is so annoying, bro.
No time, so the round is going to be over.
At least they still have eco weapons.
That's kind of crazy because the drone spots the judge, and
your
job is not to eliminate everybody. If they have a setup where there's a lot of players invested into it, you can just avoid it, and it has no value.
They still have the guns that they
anywhere else on
want.
the map, especially if it's rotating.
That flash is so annoying, bro.
So it must have been a miscommunication there from on the half of Luminosity, but that cost them.
Yeah, that or the shock dart nanoswarm value they throw into that corner. They think that he's going to be on such low HP that we just
nerf that flash, please.
I don't think it's that bad. It's not that hard to look away from.
Definitely something to be said about it.
Like if you're gonna nerf anything about it, it should be the distance. No. Like, because I think the only problem with it is you can throw it straight up in the air. That's a oh my god, that was so close.
I think you can nerf like whether or not you know it's gonna be like a
make
pop flash or an actual throw
That is by
flash.
design at this point as far as the defense
Like
of
maybe
Exodus is
sound
concerned. They
effects.
got that 4 versus 3. They have the lockdown
Maybe.
available as well, so they can really
Like, change the sound
you're
effect of
supposed
the
to
throw.
turn like you're gonna turn around regardless.
trying to challenge this lockdown.
So
Otherwise, they
I
have to
don't
give
feel
up
like
the
knowing the
entire site.
difference would
They
make
get
it.
locked
Yeah,
down with
well,
no
I mean,
utility,
because if you
and,
throw it
this
instead of
is-
like
oh,
tossing
they can
it,
actually
the
get
throw,
CP
the
coming
flash
in from
pops
Kid.
longer, so you can
No.
hold,
And he's
you
actually
can
managed to
turn
get
away
the
later.
goal.
Yeah, I guess.
The-
He
Yeah.
got the flank, but it wasn't good enough. There is a, you know, you can actually, so it's not hard when you cancel the TPs. When you're in a situation with those lockdowns, the assumption is that you've TP'd away. So when you end up canceling it, and you kind of obviously can dodge the timing of the lockdown as well, if you're clever, it can make for some big plays. But so I respect it, man. I respect it.
Typical to be sure, but clean dissection from Xset. And yeah, this is the response that we need. This has been such a very strange 8 rounds, because even when you look over the timeline of how this has gotten to where we are now, a lot of the rounds that you're starting to see go one way or the other, we started to list out advantages the opposite direction. It's just been little scrappy bloodbath battles that these advantages that literally last until the exact right moment.
Hail flashes and
somehow just
IRL
get
flash
foiled.
as well. Yeah.
And this
well.
is what's really curious about Luminosity now. You've kind of been beat
Dude,
up.
I
on the outsides of the
whenever I
map
get flash
from
in
start to
Valorant,
finish.
it's just like
How
second
do you
nature to look
adjust
away
this
from my
offense to
monitor.
try
I
to
need
get
to
you over
stop
the finish
doing
line?
that.
'Cause if we're taking
Yeah,
a
you're
1-for-1
putting a
comparison, the
Rosa.
last time Luminosity played this
Dude,
versus
it's
version
I
1,
don't know
already
why.
a better attacking round
Like
for them.
if it feels like
Getting
turning
these
your head, I'll
last
help you
handful of
dodge the
rounds, getting
flash
maybe
in game. I
improve
don't
them
know.
would be
Yeah.
extraordinary for Luminosity's
You
chance
won't
to
have to
close
see
this
the white
gap.
light in real life.
And as we,
Also,
as
welcome,
we tie
Colin.
things
Hello,
up here,
hello. How
and
you doing? How
the
you doing?
tables turn. It's gonna be interesting to see exactly what LG do. They've been playing pretty passively. You know, they've been playing heavy on that A main control early on. And in a lot of the rounds, Exit have been happy to go for B main pushes when they decide to push. And they've also been happy to retake A main as well. We haven't seen much in the way of
KO's
early round
Valorant's
mid
attempt to
dynamics.
bring
It
in
looks
more
like this
CS
might be the round
players
where that
changed my
could
mind.
possibly change here as far as Luminosity are concerned.
Maybe,
The operator
maybe.
on cryo cells is dangerous, and he's going to be making a play here, as you can see, towards this B main position now.
I'm glad they moved more towards
Luminosity's
flashes
designs to get
like
to mid are successful, Dan.
KO.
Smoke to cover the alarm bot plus any extra peaks.
like
and now you
KO
actually
and
have Tig
Sky.
forward.
Like it's kind
You have to use
like
Tig's position.
you can
as a way to
flash
try
for
to open up
yourself, but it
space,
is
but again,
a
Crowders
lot
does not
better to
care.
flash for
He
others.
just pushes through into B main. There is a little bit of help on the mix. As
You
you've
can
got
only
one
do
player tucked in the
like
corner.
you have
There's
way more
Cryo's
options
peek.
when you're flashing for
Interestingly enough, there
others.
wasn't a second by
Bro.
second.
Oh,
but
he saw his
at least
hits
able to confirm the
and
trade and keep the
shoulder.
operator
That's
in hand.
crazy.
That's
Both fights there being won by the players knowing that this is advantage.
the angles.
Always good to see.
They're losing to angles.
But it's definitely yielded a difficult scenario here for LG. They're going to stack themselves up together for this B main push. Except playing, you know, the 4 versus 2, don't have information, playing passively, relying on the turret in the A side here. Oh, well, that is enough information, I think, for Exet.
Here
Doesn't
oh
actually
my
fully
god.
reveal, though, so you don't know how many members
How
are
much?
here.
Oh wait,
But as
B-Dog
they do
barely
see
took
P-Dog
any
try to
damage
push
from
forward,
any of
it's
that
Aimard who
util.
sneaks onto the site, deals
He
with
got
the
out
airborne
clean.
knives of the Jet.
Unfortunately, nobody
And
else
now
could
Luminosity
follow.
are kind of stuck. They're not in the site. They don't have really any good control over market, and you're in this middle kind of area where you're in dead man's land. Anytime you move from here on out, you're just essentially stuck in corners. But as Tick takes down one on the site, tries a shrouded step forward. This is Herd. Second
Oh,
with the quick
Jesus.
scope, puts it down into place. And Exet back in the lead, up 5-4.
Hey, Lapis, hello, hello.
Second guy's pretty
Welcome,
good. man.
welcome.
It's pretty
Yeah,
good.
Not bad.
And that's a pretty big ult advantage, I believe, as well, coming in for Exet.
Oh.
By the way, that was just such a great shot again. Crying no
Angles,
you can see just
unlucky.
edges, but then makes a slightly
All
larger
angles.
peak on the angle where he does actually expect for a player to be holding.
How
His
did they
suspicion-
lose? Angles.
suspicion is
True.
correct. So good
Not
stuff
even
there.
about
Now, moving
gunfight.
into this
They
next
never had a
round.
chance.
And Crystal still actually operating from
They had
this,
to beat angles first.
from the market B positions. So you've got the dagger there for
Moose
info.
gonna play anti-wall bang or something? I feel like there's no reason to unless
Oh, this
no
is free
reason to
kill,
buy.
has to be, right? Cryo doesn't actually go
Cryo.
for the opening.
So
peek for
ballsy.
This. He has a
No.
pretty free angle.
Oh.
Now as he misses the shot, LG for the first time
Yeah,
are going to
this
get
is
significant
fine.
B main control. They
Oh
do
my
it with
God.
pistols.
Yeah, but there's so little as
I
well.
think that was
It's
a
just Cryo
strange place to throw your knife.
Zekin on the KO.
I think he just wants
And-
his knife lane.
Good
I
pop
know, but
flash.
just chuck it at the
Try
wall.
to
Why would
challenge
you throw it
Cryo,
in a
doesn't
spot where
work
they can
out
shoot
for
it?
Marder.
Oh.
And
That's
how do we
true
get into
too.
the site? That's really the question. There's a nice
You
setup
know,
here.
it's
on
okay. That's why they're LG.
Oh,
And that will be
Oh,
hard
This
to
would-
Molly.
convince.
Yeah, they're walking straight into KJ setup. This push is dead.
Oh, they saw it. No, they did break the molly.
Hit comes out in Luminosity.
They
don't
know
just
that
steal 2
setup.
kills, they steal
Okay.
2 weapons.
KJ
Cryo
just
trying to work his way back and is able to track down Tig up high. One
Lucky
more on the low
dude.
ground and
Cryo, let's go.
Doubles up.
Good shit.
Luminosity
Oh.
lived to see another
But that's
moment as they
unlucky.
get the spike
That's what he
planted.
had to work with.
Yeah, it's I love the swap out to the Spectre as well if they're trying to bait the shot. But more on that later. The orbital strike comes through.
What
to
the
block
fuck is that
anyone's
Brim
cap
on?
position.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Luminosity
happening, bro.
Stuck behind these smokes, they're trying to get peeks onto the site.
I think
Pressure
it was
coming
just to
through as the
clear
defuse
cap.
attacks are coming
I
through
mean,
as
they
well.
could
Not
just
up to half
focus
just yet.
on
Cryo is on the
Cryo
stick
half
thing
it.
in a
Like,
second on the defense
yeah.
of that. Can they make it happen? Aaron
Oh.
with that long range has to protect.
Mr. 4K, let's go.
That is so good from Cryo. It's unbelievable.
Sounds like
See, the
Cryo.
meme doesn't die even in pro matches.
Cryo, he gets it initially off the tag, steps off, finds the kill, gets it to halfway,
Unlucky.
steps off, finds the kill, get it nearly to completion, steps off, finds the kill. Clean stuff. And it's this initial peak that you just have to wonder how have you predicted that setup? And then there's that little toggling back and forth as Cryo finishes the last 2 eliminations and Xset.
Senor
convincingly
4K,
now up 6
just
to
like
4,
that.
2 rounds to play.
Except well, so
Yes.
much set up on this B site this round.
B push?
And we've got Cryo on that cap position. Haven't seen him playing this much so far with the operator. And it is more of a mid presence in the early round.
Cryo's op is all over the place. Valgo Sova with a Sage buddy.
Could be around the corner there. There is this. Oh man, they can actually pounce the Exet on this position if they want to. They're all ready to be able to do that. But actually, just voiding this position now after gaining it Luminosity, falling back. But just as Cryo starts to investigate, he's going to say, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, he's
He's the difference maker in this
I mean,
series.
I feel like he was dead either way because of how strong they're leaning mid.
For real. It's B-Dog was so
Like,
instrumental.
he stays in,
if
walks
he-
forward,
yeah,
he's just dead.
He's been a non-factor largely throughout this entire series. That
The
has to
setup's
be the
kinda
biggest
nice,
overarching story
LG,
we have right now.
Like the LG play call there just killed B-Dog. I
Now
don't
it's, you know,
think
Exet
there's much
coming
you can
back
do
into the
there.
side. They're going to be able to have a pretty good
Oh,
retake
that's
shot
not
because
okay.
Spike has gone down. Okay.
No,
Nice
it's
headshot
okay.
found
Running
straight
Vandal through the smoke.
That's actually
It's
the
okay.
big ones to get to. That's Aaron gone. That's your smoker gone.
Oh.
Blades
Oh,
out.
wow.
100 Fury from Dazzle to block
I mean,
off this
it-
reaggressive
That
hits two!
Green Mana trying to take a step
Oh,
forward, and
spit.
as he does, finds a couple.
Cryo.
Oh no.
Wait a second.
Lamau.
Wait a second.
4K?
Cryo re-clears.
Mr.
And honestly, Moose is not here yet.
Nice.
Dazzle's gonna have to
Oh.
check this. Dashing on in and then up and over, breaks the
Oh,
camera.
he didn't
That's
even
4
right
for
click.
Cryo.
This dude.
1v1 with Moose. Back through tree. Toggles it once more. Moose to check.
Oh,
And
he
the
got
ring!
it.
Cryo for the ace.
Finally.
No way
kidding?
he peaks that early.
What the hell is
Shit, that was good.
seems so
This game's
But
over.
also, why did they not
This
check?
guy
Why
is
was
just
no one
having
holding
way
cat?
too much fun in
This game's
Valorant
over.
right now.
You can't say this game's over before half
A
flips.
signing for this
game's over.
team.
Crowd's popping
This
off.
guy
It's
is
over.
Insane.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Oh my god.
You're cringe.
It's
You don't
just-
believe
it's
in
like a
Cryo,
comedy
bro?
show for him.
No,
It's
I
just so-
believe in actual round
Bro.
swings and
From
momentum.
Dazzle's POV.
Yeah.
Ethan made sense last match. Now he's
Poor
just saying it because
Dazzle.
Cryo's popping off.
bro. Insert Jesse Pinkman meme. You can't get getting away with it.
Carousel slow.
It's so unfair. Wow. Okay. Exet. You got Cryo alive. It's just never over.
This would have been
And
100
with that said, that moves them to 7 rounds.
So you just signed
This
them.
is the last round of the first half.
Signed
And
Cryo
obviously
cells.
They at least for themselves
Mhm.
have.
Dude,
Oh, I should've
What's
just-
up with
chunk
these
of-
KOs just throwing knives into places
well,
where they
they've got
can be
one outlet
shot?
to work off of the lockdown. They've got full guns.
You can ping the
so
exact same thing by
question
throwing
is
it
that,
against
you
the
know, How
wall.
do Exet
Yeah, but
interpret
they
that? They've got a
put
lot
it
of
at knife,
support this
or like
B-side, so
by
it seems like they're
the
anticipating
like
this lockdown
edge outside
play
of
on B main.
B main.
You have to throw it into the
You're
cubby.
right.
You can't put it on that wall.
There it is.
Uh-uh.
Fragment immediately to counter, right
Oh,
over the top.
I'm out.
And all designs of any initial execute off the
Get
lockdown
cocked.
has been completely stopped. And now BCJ, he's he's got Odin.
Oh!
The smoke,
Oh!
but only takes down one. The Flash is able to survive, but Cryo. It's just
It's
Cryo.
over.
Yeah, he's just crushing it right now. Luminosity
Cryo
looking to
things.
force the issue through. Zekin with a quick pop flash.
Oh.
Gets himself
Second?
1v1.
Okay, never mind.
Question
Actually
mark?
Going to
Never mind.
fall
Doable.
against Tig. And there might be a chance now for Luminosity. Cryo is still alive. He's coming through. His dash has been burned. And A-Ring coming on.
He's trying to one. Is he trying to one way?
He doesn't have any
think so.
left to assist.
Yeah, you gotta do it quick.
Oh,
bro.
no, I think he was just lining it up until somebody made noise.
Aaron is sneaking back around forward.
They could have just walked up on him and killed him.
On critical HP.
He's probably just lining it up.
On top of these boxes. Can he catch him by surprise? Yes, finds the first, but not the second.
No.
Cryo for the 1v2.
Oh,
Not Cryo.
Once
1
again,
HP.
very familiar position with this 1v1. Nanoswarm gets struck, and Cryo just comes around the back.
Crazy.
1v2.
He got it too.
Time is going to be a bit of an issue. Hold on. It's
Lucky.
gonna be
No,
close.
he got it for sure,
Can LG
right?
sneak away a fifth?
Oh, what
Yes, they
the?
can.
Wow.
Okay, so Cryo does not confirm the clutch, and LG,
Lucky.
they stay in the map with that win. 5-7 at the half. Let's swap the sides, see what happens after the break.
Damn. Moose learned. Don't peek. It almost didn't help, but I almost feel like you win, like Moose wins that round on the Cryocells ace if he just doesn't walk out of door there, right? He just stays around the corner and just waits for tap. Unless he didn't hear first tap, and that's probably why he's rushing. But I feel like
He was off site. He wasn't on site, so possibly. It's possible. He didn't hear tab. Because he's going through cat.
the casters are calmer than you'd expected, and again, CS casters like to yell a lot. Oh man. So all the Valorant casters are they're casters. I feel like it's just a different experience every single time. A lot of I don't like very many of them, to be completely honest. I think out of the Valorant casters, I like DDK, I like Bala. Does Sideshow only do analysis now? Or does he still cast?
He's cast.
Sideshow is pretty good. Who does he cast with? Bren?
Yeah.
Sideshow Bren is a good duo. Rip Shungaris.
Well, as much as that first half gets overshadowed by the Cryocells show, the fifth round for Luminosity, an important one, especially with how good they've been on the pistol. Shift with Dan. Thoughts so far, and maybe expectations as we lead into the second half here, Dan?
I just want to see Icebox,
yeah,
man.
really big difference on the individual level for XSET so far. You know,
Yeah,
Second
most
and
people
Cryo
don't.
have
Most
been
people don't
just
know the casters,
incredibly good,
but
and that feels like, I mean,
feel like
other than that, I feel like the
after
game
a
for
while,
is
you just start to
significantly
remember
closer.
names if you've
But now we
watched
go
enough.
into the attack here for XSET, looking to pressure both extremities.
And
here,
then some
both
of the
B main and
casters
A
on
main.
the
And
some of the
LG
Valorant
actually
casters
have
are also on a
these sites
podcast that I
zero
listen
point there
to.
kind of
So
detect those players on that A main aggression. They've got tabs on mid a little bit here, so a lot
That's
of
why I know
poking and
them.
prodding for both sides, trying to draw out utility and find out who's
Oh,
playing
shit,
where.
the
But we
river
can see
started.
XSET now looking for that rotation all the way back through spawn to finish on this B site.
With Def locking down middle, that's going to provide a huge problem for this defense of Luminosity to have to work this rotation.
someone's playing
through.
Cat or
Drone
Tree
still
Room.
held
That's
on.
crazy.
BCJ gets information on one. That
Yeah.
really call for the trigger to move forward, at least for Cryocells. But the fragments
Or I guess
managed to
Omen here
delay
is
them outside
probably
for a little
okay,
longer than
yeah.
I think they would have liked. And the rotation
Ooh,
from LG
that's a
through the
good-
defense one is
a
actually
good
here
pinch.
safe. So it just comes down to, can you actually find kills on the site itself to make this easier for a retake? The answer, no. And it's a 5v3.
Think
for
Cryo's
XSET.
trying to
Really
come
nice.
out of this, or are you just holding it?
He's
Yeah,
gonna
but
hold
he's
Real
just
it.
gonna
good right
hold
now
it.
for XSET.
Thought he was
Trying
gonna
to poke. Oh,
try to go
Zach came
wild
around the
there.
corner.
Oh, B-Dog?
B-Dog will be
Ooh.
able to get some
Oh, he
in
might be
here with
starting
a
to feel
couple
it.
kills, but
Uh,
it's looking really
late.
difficult for Dazzle. Has most
It's
of his health
7-5. It's
Oh.
not
still
that
there.
late.
Recon coming up soon, but nice double peek. Great comms
But I don't know
there
if he's starting to feel
from
it.
XSET. I wonder if they went with the old
Still
ping pong.
pistol. But if
that
he
we,
comes
uh,
alive now, it's still winnable.
Have you heard that one? I think Steel
Yeah.
popularized it.
Yeah, I have.
Nice. So for those that you don't know, one of the like if you're going to double swing like that, one of you says ping and the other one says pong, and then the first guy knows to swing first.
Hell of a reference.
Yeah.
That's
like that
important.
makes a difference.
Yeah,
Ping
it
pong.
absolutely does. And the thing about this too is, you know, I continue to harp on the fact that Luminosity continue to get so much efficiency out of their pistols. Them losing that pistol round makes this a little bit more interesting dynamically when it comes down to if you go down 9-5,
nice
how do
little-
you make this full comeback happen?
I guess it's
Versus version
anti-martial
1,
or something.
Their
I don't
defense
know.
didn't wake up until about the last half.
It literally
second
only
quarter, if
pings
you
the
will,
op angle.
of that defensive half. So you have to kind of be forced to start establishing dominance early. And well, how about it? They actually do get a pretty forward position over through A main. They do this for free. And also, if you want to just add insult to injury, XSET's also coming this direction.
We tagged one.
Oh,
This is as
that
fair
is
as
nasty, man. That's a lot of damage.
In their prime.
Chuck's taken out a Moose, but
Honestly,
off the head of Tig, so whittling down this defense piece by piece.
When I was looking at the bracket,
Def, nice lurk coming through, getting all this space, hearing all this rotation.
Wait, what I missed
as well.
Def has a fat flank.
He's gonna get a good timing through spawn. He's gonna hear another running now.
Yeah, they're just gonna go ahead.
When I was looking at the bracket, this is kind of the score. This is kind of like what you would expect to be. XSET taking a heavy lead.
Gathered, and now he can just pick up the kills, charge up the ults.
Nice.
This would have to be something from Moose.
Ooh, that was nice.
Unlucky.
Timing is just
That was nice.
That timing
turns into an easy elimination for Def, and then even has a
dude. These angles, what is happening?
backside alley. No problem.
Dang angle diff.
Dude, XSET's just seeing people's shoulders and getting kills out of it.
Yeah. They actually have eyes.
Yeah, lovely round. It's great.
Crazy.
In these spots where you have like a lurk like Def, where your team is pressuring something. His job is to kind of see what ground he can gain, then what information he's able to hear. And he can kind of set the other team up to need to like rotate.
Tilted.
And then obviously Def's in a position to communicate that, and then the information advantage when you.
I think they were already
So
tilted.
9 to 5 for Exodus, as you mentioned.
No armor,
and,
bro. Glass cannon off.
You have to, no?
And it's on Cryocells.
It's fine, right? I think it's right.
Yeah,
you have the money, go for
obviously
it.
Very steep for Luminosity, but I still maintain what has been said, where it's Luminosity need to turn this into their initiative. They have to play their style.
No one's there to break the arrow. What the?
At that point, you break it yourself because you're just asking to get wall banged at that point. Top mid, bottom mid is not safe. BCJ peeks and shoots there when he sees him jumping around.
Jesus Christ.
The only question would be, does he know that Tig's right in the corner as well?
Good shit.
Okay.
Close.
Insane. Tig will take him
Timing.
down here, but has to TP away. It's in so much trouble right now. Def trying to get
You don't know.
back towards the B side. Tig is TP to safety
Oh,
to the logs position.
they might
but
know.
Look at this tunnel.
They might know
They're
now.
moved through the dark cover onto the site XSET, and there's a spike plant now. Tig might have the sense this might be someone else
It's
here in
okay.
the main position, but
He
the cross takes down
actually,
one, and not too much left for him to
Kinda
do. 3
rough.
versus 3 is second. Tries to create that presence from B main, trying to
Rough
create
for
problems
LG.
for LG as they start to come back in.
Yeah, and more empty shots from B-Dog as well. You can't let this bonus
Yeah,
go for
that's
you
good.
have to try to challenge this. Here's
Good
the
flash.
from second. Turns that into an easy
Yeah,
first
hit that
elimination,
shot.
but it is
Thank.
traded away. 2v2 we go.
Yeah, he
on
got
site,
him
and they
too.
catch B-Dog swapping weapons. Also information on the Moose for the 1v1. Def in the back corner. Moose moving
Damn.
quickly. Swaps over to an SMG
Nah,
roll.
he
Three
tried.
It's not going to get you a kill.
He
And
tried.
Def is able to clean things up, and the bonus successful
GG,
for
Def.
XSET as they double up on Luminosity.
just angled this.
Ooh, that's big. That actually looks quite doable at the end there.
They lost, like, what,
Dude, at this rate, the
3-4 rounds
the
because
next
of
match is
angles.
gonna start an hour ahead of schedule.
Would be a huge problem in of itself, and then at the same time, the trade spacing and timing wasn't good for XSET there.
Players are happy.
Win the trades. That gave LG
Broadcast
way back
is
in,
not.
but still, unfortunately, doesn't go their way. 10 to 5, and the operator of Cryocells is on that catwalk position, and looks like we might get the sentry turret.
B-Dog
on
no
top of
shields here. He's
the
trying to get
left
another
wall
op,
there,
right?
and, it looks
It
like
has
XSET
to.
are set up to
Is that
to try
yeah,
to
he
get
should
some
have enough.
presence
That's
here.
47,
Maybe
yeah.
ultimately.
Yeah, that's enough.
Man, it's just, you look from top to bottom. I want Luminosity to bring into
Oh.
battle here.
Is that a tag? No, it
Your heart
wasn't.
kind of sinks just a little bit. You have to find something. This is almost a required Thrifty, I think, in some regards,
Oof.
for Luminosity's sake. And the only bit of good news here is if XSET do commit to A, that would be the teeth of the defense for Luminosity. You've got a full stack of Killjoy utility. You've got 3 members large here. And a lot of this is just down to, can Dazzle at least open up enough space to make sure he defensively at B can
Silva's
keep
just
this
being chilling.
position for Luminosity
Hey,
around
that's
the
the
A
arrow I do.
No way.
We have
cool
the
arrow.
issue of seeing that the site that
It pings into
XSET did not
tiles.
finish on is that A site. There is lots of stuff
Crazy.
on the A site. So we'll see if they
Oh
can work that
no,
out.
they're rotating to
Fall
B.
back into the mid
Oh,
site,
no.
mid position now, and that's really smart after
Meant to
pressure
be
towards A.
too.
Oh
The
no.
deep rotation. What a line
You know he has to be
Dazzle's
B-main.
Dazzle's a dead man.
And it's going to catch B-Dog on the cross.
Big trust,
There's
bro.
another one. There's another
Big
two
trust.
actually for him to try to get. But
Oh,
the
you
flash
got
comes through at the
BCJ.
perfect timing as Crow keeps going back to the well once again.
Wait, Aaron
has
is
support.
stuck.
They're
Oh, no, never
baited
mind.
into his teammates as Crow comes back.
Oh
once
my
again
God.
For the triple.
The
And there's
quad?
one left.
Mr. 4K?
standing. Dazzle 8 health.
Go find him, Cryo.
Aaron.
Nothing.
Aaron's gonna get
No
this.
play really available. To
Turn
him.
around, Cryo.
This is so
Gotta
problematic.
live up
for
to your
Luminosity.
nickname.
Ooh,
They
he
were
found the gun
struggling
first
Oh,
this
Cryo?
time.
Dealing with
Mr.
defensively
4K?
version 1's play towards
Oh,
A.
actually, what the
They've
fuck?
gotten that figured out. They
Ooh.
adjusted in that match in particular.
no,
to go
my
6-6
God.
centuries
Mr.
defensive
4K,
half.
let's go.
What they missed out on was
Was
mid-map
living
almost
up
all the way
to the
through. The
name.
only thing about that matchup was
Crazy.
version 1 never wanted to take the middle of the map. That's not
It's
the same thing
Mr.
here, Dan.
4K.
Exet are living in the middle of the map, and I don't know how Luminosity deal with this. They have to give something up, and nothing has been comfortable yet defensively for Luminosity. This is a
Sheesh.
tall ask. You have to think timeout's coming here in this next round.
I wouldn't be too surprised. And there you go.
Cryo's 4K
Look at
curse
it. And there
is
there
what
it
caused
is.
Aaron to lose
And
that fight.
Cryo is just in such a comfortable position.
Always
It's kind of
4.
crazy.
No more, no less.
23-9 compared to the 4-14. I'd agree with you.
Yeah, and the question is, what does LG do? When you're on the defense, it can be kind of difficult because it's in some senses dictated by what the opponents are doing on the openings, where are they putting their players. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Luminosity not want to go mid. That is one of the places you probably would want to try to take some control in early on, because Exet are not running a fast pace. So you're not really afraid of them stacking the extremities and bursting, which would be a way to punish early mid presence for the defenders. We'll see exactly the approach here for Luminosity. Exit might also throw a wrench in.
Why does Aaron have no money?
To throw off Luminosity, but Luminosity not looking like they're playing really non-standard at all here in this round.
Aaron?
I mean,
Was he the only person who died last round?
Yep. It's not Exit
yeah.
moving quickly through mid. It's a delayed play almost every single time. So now the defender of mid for Luminosity is the sentry turret. That's it.
Ooh.
Everything else, as far as the Killjoy utility is concerned, is not going to be here to stop any plays. Outside of maybe getting a little bit of a delay towards B, these are just information placements for Moose. Sentry turret mid, alarm bot tree. You're trusting that your guns for LG are going to win these battles because you're not going to have significant
I just want
utility
to interrupt you real quick, because there's a null command for Zekin, and I think LG have read this. You can see they're playing everyone out of the site. They need the opening pick to come, if possible, from B-Dog here, ready to destroy this drone. Because when that null command gets popped, you cannot play in the site. So that's why they're all so far back here. They're expecting the run into B.
Moving is.
We'll see how things
Oh, wow. I don't know. That Molly seemed like it took forever.
Taking so much damage. The knives come out for Cryo.
Ooh, that almost team damage.
Alleyway into the defending spawn itself.
That's a good combo with the null command into the
spike is not here yet.
Brim
So
ulti
Luminosity
on
will
the
actually
spawn.
stack up for a quick retake if they want it.
I was just saying the
It's really
positioning of
painful
that
because
ulti
almost
almost
every player in
caused
Luminosity is
Cryo
one
to
away
take
from null.
damage.
So
Even
that's
though
why
That's
it's
no
fine.
minimal.
It's
no
friendly
Hunter's Fury
damage.
available. They didn't have anything available to actually retake this. Very smart to burst in face of that, because what does Luminosity have right now? They've got 4 players at least. Dazzle can obviously get a recon in here, but we've got Cryo holding the back line with that operator, so it's going to be very, very tough. Suppression Blade comes in. What a shot there from Cryo, as expected.
The ping.
Mother able to get some opening, but it's
No
ultimately
flashes?
going to fail.
Yep. It's over.
KO diff.
What to say?
Dead diff,
Did
bro.
Mata use all his flashes there?
On top
How's
of
Dazzle running in like that when they know Cryo has an
there
off?
have been moments in the group stage
No
you
clue.
watch this team and it's just like, are we just riding on Cryo cells and Zekin? Today is, you could say yes, but I still think that wouldn't be 100% correct. The help that's come through as a full team from Exet is so much better than what we had seen them. Even previously they played Luminosity, which was
17
pretty one-sided
assists.
affair to them too. So
God damn.
wow, I'm
I mean,
flabbergasted.
yeah.
It's 25 and
They
9,
kind of knew
bro.
what was coming, but well, I mean, we'll
B-Dog
we'll
as a
clarify for that
judge.
later. We'll see what B-Dog can do here
Unlucky.
in mids. Set up in a pretty deep position.
Damn.
Should Cat get pushed,
It's so sad.
and he might, of course, have might have to play off of, might have one away from
incoming explosion on A.
We've got all the ults suddenly here though for LG on this defense, so that might help them. And we've got fast rotations that possible as well. And at the same time, Crow is looking for the B main push. So they're looking to threaten this A side. I wonder if they'll try to play a fake here. That's also possible. And then it will feed into Cryo towards that B main position.
They hit A, KJ ult,
looking set up
and
to drop
right
the lockdown towards that B side. They're gonna fake it up.
KJ ult and Omen ult into wine.
Allows B-Dog to go further forward. Now the thing about this is, does he expect that there are
oh
players
my
nearby? He gets one on the cross towards B, but that's kind of an uneventful pick as Abram gets the trade. And you still have the ability for Xset to kind of disperse this LG defense by way of the lockdown, and there it goes.
Oh, and they're faking A.
They can still like do this this fake.
Oh, the KJ,
they have the spike
Omen ult to check for the fake.
The issue is that second is alone.
Oh, he doesn't break it?
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
They're not in there anyway. It's
That's
fine.
pretty key for that tree area.
Just saying, that's unlucky.
They used the Omen ult to sniff out the fake, but he just runs through mid.
Second, and there we go. It's across, and the spike is going to be planted.
Punisher though late, trying to delay this plant. Not a lot of time on the clock. 8 seconds.
Oh my god, he just split two players with that last shot.
So
I know.
That's so sad.
The 2-0 Luminosity.
Yeah,
The retake.
LG, they're having
There's still so much utility.
such a rough
They're not gonna use the lockdown?
Steps forward, the fragment creates
Last
a bit of a
round,
barrier
bro.
between the both sides. And now it's down to Dazzle.
I feel like you gotta do something, like put it back heaven.
Topside heaven.
I mean, yeah, they should have done that,
Yes,
but
tough stuff. If a
Oh!
making his way forward, nice shocked up, but
Let's try Dazzle.
I'm guessing they didn't expect. I'm guessing they didn't expect the heavy, the amount of people there was in tree room.
Yeah.
I think the two
And that's a good play on next set's part. Like they know that they have to put the lockdown, so you just double that area.
One-sided affair from start to finish. But I think you could probably even go further before the match even started and look at map selections in the first.
Once 100 Thieves starts competing in VCT events again, I don't think
and then to go back to an ascent where
DDK is just not going to cast anymore, right?
Kind of wild card pick.
Yeah, no.
He's
just finishing up his contract.
Apparently, not enough done.
Basically, it ends on Sunday.
Yeah, the way that they played the map, it was great. Strategically.
Sean Garrett's just straight up just finished his contract. He's not even casting. He hasn't casted for like the last 2 weeks.
Because he was unbelievable. And that difference, when you have that star level difference, it's difficult. We saw
the
some
Xset 2-0
one
if
that
Cryo
should
pops
never
off.
have been in the hands of Xset, and these added up over time. And I think there was some element
now
there
for the
where
real
we had
game.
LG sort of not knowing what to do. And with that said, it is time to throw it to the
Yeah,
post-match
the real
highlights, and we'll
game.
be back with the desk.
Yeah.
We've got a lot more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
What is it? It's V1 versus
C9.
C9. I'm gonna put that in my stream title. There we go. Dude. the Zekin ace on Breeze. B-Dog came out of that smoke and whipped everything. That was so sad. I didn't realize that the first time. Shoulder angles, bro. Dude, Dazzle just completely lost him. That's crazy. Ba-bump, ba-bump. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, the ace sound with the RGX is not that satisfying. The RGX Vandal, or the RGX in general, the ace sound is not that satisfying. What is your guys' favorite ace sound?
I can't tell. I really get aces.
Unlucky. That's a you problem.
And then when I got an ace with that pistol round, I didn't even know that there was a different ace sound.
Oh! Well, if you have the Recon Ghost, you should have been able to tell. That's one of the more distinct ones.
I got an ace with a KO Classic and
Unlucky.
Chamber Sheriff.
Ace sound.
Yeah, what's that? Imagine.
I don't know.
Dude, I think Prime is up there for me. The Prime ace sound is nice.
I think Spectrum is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, Spectrums is cool too. Oh shoot. Forgot to mute my stream. Oh, it's time for the good match. Let me see the nerd util at a C9.
Nah, you got like 12 minutes, bro, to the next match. Gotta do the fucking interview and then.
Oh, you right. All right. Let's see. Did they update this? Yeah, they did. Q. Huh. Brain, work with me here.
Fuck you, Finana. Yeah. Fuck you. No, I hate you.
Okay. I just realized that Twitter clip was probably playing on stream, Lamau. All right. See. Hold on, I'm gonna. Okay, 27 seconds till interviews. I'm gonna just try to knock out more. Oh shoot!
What?
Huh? Oh. Dang. Crazy. We got him on the third word.
Wordle?
Yeah. Got him.
Both maps. We saw a little bit of fight from LG,
interview
but just not
time.
enough.
Yeah, definitely. I think the coming of age for X
we got it.
just coming into their own with this roster coming alive, I think, in the playoffs, right when it matters most. You know, when they're in this lower bracket, they end up knocking out LG and then moving forwards with another chance to try and represent North America on the big stage. They came out swinging. They came out with great prep in terms of how they thought LG were going to be playing against them overall, and it showcases in the stats, honestly, in the head-to-head between both of these teams on both of the maps as well.
Yeah, and I think it's so important, too, that they're able to make, like, quick and convincing work of LG when the other 4 teams remaining in this tournament, Optic, Guard, C9, V1, like, it is not an easy road from here to the rest of Iceland. So Cryo coming out and having an absolute day for
Zekken with a
himself.
3.2
really
KDA.
Team. And I think all the things we sort of highlighted
not
throughout the tournament so far have just continued to get better and better week in and week out.
It's funny you say that. We talked about it at the top of the show, how XSET has been a little bit disappointing compared to what we maybe expected for them as far as... But still, at the end of the day...
Dude, how's this dude's camera getting worse?
The 4 teams that are left are 4 teams that we would have highlighted.
It was bad when it started, but I'm pretty sure it's worse now than
so
when we started.
So it still ends up being XSET who keep themselves alive. And again, they're no strangers to these lower bracket runs. This is something we've seen from them multiple times in the past.
Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, because C9v1 coming up next is an elimination match, XSET are once again top 4. Will they be able to break into that next echelon? That's the question for them.
Well, speaking of questions, we do have a player from Xset standing by. We've got Aaron here for the Verizon post-match interview, so we'll say goodbye to the analyst desk and bring him on in. Congratulations on the win as Xset keeps themselves alive. A big dub here to keep you guys going through the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's what we do best. we have to stay alive, like you said, Bach. And I just saw what Ender said there. Yeah, we have to push through that barrier. It's all we're thinking about, so thank you.
Do you guys feel like there's less pressure potentially going through the lower bracket? And I don't mean this to sound like a dig. You guys have made a lot of runs through lower brackets in the past. So do you feel less pressure compared to some of the other teams because you've been through this before?
That's a hard question, Bach, actually. I feel, okay, to answer it pretty bluntly, I think we feel the same amount of pressure but like I think the opening match of any big tournament, I think most pros everyone has a little bit of nerves. So I think any nerves that we had going into the playoffs with this new roster are gone now. So in a way, to answer your question, yeah, we're way less nervous. We don't seem pressured at all.
Did you guys expect to get Breeze after having such a good game against them during the group stages? I mean, you dominated them the last time you played. It was kind of surprising that they let it through the map picks again.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. I would say that the difference between our team and their team is that they're a pretty new roster. So just before VCT, they picked up B-Dog and Mata, right? So they didn't have a chance to have a big map pool, and I think that really showed in the series here because I think we're 9-1 on Breeze this year, and it just, yeah, you're right. It was quite a surprise.
You're now just 2 wins away from qualifying for your first international event as a team. How has preparation changed the last few weeks as you guys have gotten ready to potentially make your way to Iceland?
We're just learning as much as we
Aaron's
possibly
really
can from
well
the mistakes we've had in our previous runs. We were always 1 win away, or like you said, 1 or 2 wins away from an international LAN.
I don't know, like,
and with
I feel like pros are just like really
the
awkward.
The coach has been putting.
Usually.
I think Don has put in more work
But
this
Aaron
year
seems
than
pretty well
he has. Like these 4 months needed all last year. He worked his ass off
He's
last
answering
year.
these questions
So
actually
we're all
pretty
working
well,
very
and
hard.
he's like not being awkward
like
about
you said,
it.
there's no pressure, but we have to win. That's our goal. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Spoken like a true
congratulations on the win again. You know, you've got one team coming up next who you're going to be facing off against. It's the winner of Cloud9 versus Version 1. You've already faced Cloud9. You have yet to play Version 1 since October, actually. The last time you guys played was at the LCQ. You know, if you had to pick one, which one would you pick?
Ooh, I'll put them both on the same table. We want to play Cloud9 because we had a close map 3, and I kind of felt like we slipped it. But we also want to play V1 because although they're a great team, I think we match up well against them. And it doesn't really matter. But
go put my
it's hard to say.
Plates in the
Depends.
kitchen.
I'll give you a different answer if you text me tomorrow when I wake up.
All right, well, maybe I'll take you up on that. Congratulations on the win again. Go celebrate with the team.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
I like the fact that he's able to respect, hey, you know, we've played this one team already. Maybe we know what to expect. It's like the devil you know, but at the same point in time, we still think we match up against Version 1 well. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, it will be our other lower bracket match on the day. It's Cloud9, Version 1. One of those teams is going home, and my pixels have gone home as well. We'll be back in just a bit.
I got my tag from my older brother because he was playing with the Zera name.
I'm back.
But I just like look up to him.
No, honestly, I was playing Counter-Strike when I was like 13 years old, and I thought like Valens from like the C9 head coach was like the dopest name ever.
So I actually got it from my friends. It was his Instagram name in middle school, and I thought it was super cool. And then he changed it, and I just took it from him.
Well, Penny is literally my last name.
Honestly, about how they got the gamer tag?
Just Canadian. So how I got my handle was I wanted like a short,
you guys
like
watching
when
this
you
or
play
no?
something, you see those little short names, you know, the tryhards, you know. So I'm like, the first thing I thought it was like Apex, 4 letters, sweet. So I I flipped it.
They're asking like
XCPA,
how
flipped.
people got their handles,
by taking it
and,
from my email.
it gets to Moose, and he just goes,
Let's just say like that eventually went down to
I'm
net 0.
Canadian,
When I
and then it
switched
just
Valorant,
moves
it
on.
was too long, so I was like, just make it net.
Yeah, so I got my handle Ziff by I needed like a 4-letter name, and I went from I was gonna do fix like FIXX, but it was already taken, so I just did it. I did it backwards.
I got my alias by. I started with like a word. I think it was ego, and I went on thesaurus.com because I was taken in like the Call of Duty community where I originally competed, and I just kept clicking through words until I found the word.
Dude,
that
I
liked.
forgot Vanity used to play.
It's a word that I liked, to be honest. I think it very well describes the playstyle, at least of my teams, and I like the word in general. The word finesse.
So how I got Yay was it was kind of like a situation in which like I didn't know what I wanted. Like if I'm being honest with you, I didn't know what handle I wanted. I'm like, what is the most annoying name to get?
I don't know. Sounds cool.
And I'm just like, you know what? Yay, short, sweet, simple,
Vanity?
and like it's annoying.
Believe it or not,
Joe's in chat.
I
He
got
said
my
he
handle
never
from
realized that
my
Zeppo
first
was
name.
Apex backwards.
That's crazy.
It sounds alright.
On my cards in my chest, move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules, take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade.
Oh, dude! Keep forgetting to mute the stream. It's okay. As long as I don't play like a minute's worth of music, I should be fine. Alright, the real question is, what do I do to kill these next 5 minutes for the next match? Chess puzzles, Justin?
I'm down.
Alright. Don't look at my match history, it's a little embarrassing.
I will look at it.
Oh, what? I'm out of my I did survival already. Alright, we have 4 minutes. I can play like a 3+2 game. Easy. Just play a Queen's Gambit.
Declined.
Yeah, it was declined. Unlucky. Ugh. Oh god, it's gonna be this kind of game, isn't it? Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure I'm winning. Two minutes and 45 seconds. We've got time. He's pushing here? Wait. You can just take here. Oh no. Well, I mean, if he takes with queen, then we trade this way. Should take this way. Okay. This is so awkward, actually. Oh, my rook. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, but I trap his knight's trap now. He has to move his bishop, I think. Right? I have stream delay, Justin?
Hmm? What? What were we doing?
What? Oh, okay.
What were we doing?
Never mind.
Oh, your stream.
I was asking about a move because I thought you were watching, but I guess not.
Hey, that's a free pawn.
It is. But I also don't
What are you
want to
gonna
find
do
a way to
about
get
it?
myself trapped. I want to start making a move towards his king.
You just track them on the queen side and infiltrate. And then
No,
sneak
I
in
feel
from
like
the
I can
king
get
side.
myself trapped really easily here.
Just don't get trapped then.
Thanks, bro. I know how to deal with it, though. Just get rid of that bishop, and then I can't get trapped. Trade it off.
I was thinking. I thought you were gonna do the knight.
No, I need to get rid of the light squared bishop to avoid getting trapped.
You should just take it. Full sun.
And now I can take.
And then you take the free pawn.
Oh,
This could have been our upper bracket final, but instead one of these teams will potentially be sent home.
that's a thing
Bren,
that can happen.
This
actually.
is very surprising to say the least, and kind of disappointing because I would love to see what these teams could do if they had maybe a chance for a double match, play in the upper final, and then a rematch in the grand final.
Yeah, it's insane, right? Our two #1 seeds in each group meeting here in the lower bracket
no,
for the opportunity to represent North America. There's so many
Unlucky.
storylines coming into this this match as well. In general, you got Vanity versus his former team, and it all piles into this this one matchup. Some history between both of them as well in
I
terms
probably
of
want
V1
to
going to
push
Iceland.
mine.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the headline for me, right? Is that the first international event that we ever got to see in Valorant, you know, Masters back last year in Iceland, it was V1 with Vandy sort of IGLing leading the charge for that team to go there, and they looked good, right? It was great. Everything seemed like it was fine for them,
But
and then
Sussy is
Vandy
good.
leaves the roster.
What?
But it wasn't before
But
they had
Sussy
some
is
pretty
good.
insane
Is it?
performances. You remember the
Yes.
matches against Fnatic and the likes of it all last year, and now we're in a situation where you can't have both, right?
Then
You
now
know,
you
maybe
go
a week
knight
ago,
to
2 weeks
D5.
ago, you say, oh, we could have V1 and Vanity at Iceland. No, there's only 2 spots that are eliminating each
Yeah,
other right
Sussy.
here. That clip
I
will
think-
go down in history of
Oh
that
my
180
gosh.
from
I should've
Vanity.
played Queen
Absolutely
C4.
insane Soulcast. You know, he might be going back to Iceland, but he is going to
So
have
that way I
to
can
remember that
take
one for
this
the rest
pawn
of
with
his
my
career.
knight.
But ultimately, at the end of the day,
Oh,
it
wait,
now
no, I
comes
can't
down
because
to
of the
whether or
bishop.
not Vanity,
fine.
after
All
leaving
is good.
V1, can oust V1 from a potential return to Iceland to make it back to the top again.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Cloud9 roster as well, if we're focusing on Vanity as an individual, I mean, it's without a doubt in my mind and everyone's mind, just watching this team, it's clear that he has really elevated this team to be one of the best teams in North America, which is why it's so strange that we're looking at
be a
this team
little
in the
rat.
lower bracket playing against V1, because it is an elimination match.
You
And it's not even if they
reposition it
win
so
this,
that
they then go on
you
to
go
I'm
to
gonna go to
Reykjavik. It's like the
C6.
opportunity to represent
Yeah.
North America still. They have to get through a bunch more games after this point. So this roster has excelled in the past. They're going to need to really knuckle down now in this series as they play against one of the other strongest teams in the playoffs bracket.
That's a good move. But
We also talked about
I
this at
still
various
need to
points
play
throughout
C6
the,
here, I
the
think.
group stages and playoffs as
Mhm.
well. Is Leaf the best player in NA? The same person
Singular
who you
Leaf.
put in that conversation?
Oh, that's
is
bad.
Tens. So you have the Leaf and Tens now potentially both being
What you
eliminated if
talking
if
about?
Cloud9
Just
can't
like
get their
pawn.
act together. You know, we're just
Easy.
seeing so
We're
many good
chipping.
Did you
teams
say
rising up
Trent's
through the
name
works.
wrong? I'm confused.
Yeah,
There's
you
a lot
know,
of names
he's
they
up
could
there
say
too.
these days,
but,
man.
but see, Trent's not on the risk of being
that's a
eliminated
no-no.
because
Oh,
he's
right,
still
yeah.
he's still playing. Yeah, he's still got plenty. He's still got multiple opportunities to make it to Iceland, whereas these teams are on the brink of elimination. But when we look at the
Yes.
opposition here for Cloud9, we look at Version
I
1. We did have a
approve.
chance to sit down and talk with Version 1 about the group stages and their journey through the bracket thus far. Let's take a look.
this is so sussy, bro.
The biggest part of V1's growth is
NRG are gambling this three-man stack. They've got it right. A big showstopper, and the legs of Android just peeking out. Celsius wants all the smoke in the world.
we've kind of reset.
my time.
Like, we picked up a fifth.
Unlucky.
Xander, he's really good. He's really talented.
I'm
really
lucky.
young.
Oh my gosh.
How does he do this?
All right.
He's
Back to
tapping away
VCT.
at one, but the
No, Xander!
Back to the
Look at the second onto Hayes.
So I think the part of our growth is kind of like learning each other more and individually improving in and out of the game. So I think that's been like the biggest part of our growth.
Players there, but finally gets caught by the grab well. Oh my goodness, the trigger is the plan.
I know a lot of people rank us heavily right now. I think what makes us good is we play well off each other. In the end, we like to play super aggro and as a team, which catches a lot of people off guard. I just think that's a plus for us. The reason why we have each other's backs and like why everything is so good is because we just all want to win. I don't think anyone on this team is like really okay with being like mediocre, I guess. So I think that is like what helps us. If people underestimate us, like that's kind of what we want. Like we've always kind of been like the underdogs, and we've kind of always been like the team that no one sees like competing or doing well or going through. So I mean, if we become the underdogs again, like that's fine for us. Like we don't really care. We're kind of just taking each match by match. I think that's what helps us play best.
Penny can TP out whenever.
Penny.
Oh my.
Goes, oh,
Dude, the
look at
breach
the
is
combo.
so.
Look at the combo. Is it triple? What? Technically. I guess it is.
What?
Tex takes down one. But three nade kills
What?
at the same time, but it's an
Are they an agent select?
No, I'm just watching
dominate
highlights.
everyone, prove
the
that like
mid-match
us
highlights.
going 5-0 in group stage wasn't just like, oh yeah, we went 5-0 in group stage and now we're gonna do nothing now. I mean, in our future matches, hopefully like we just dominate everyone.
Damn, he cursed.
You heard it there. They hope they dominate everyone, and thus far they've done a decent job, but not quite the job we would expect, as they did fall into this lower bracket after a surprising loss to LG. But as we look at this roster, this team has really come alive since the addition of Xander. We were looking at those clips from Iceland. We saw a lot of pop-off moments from Penny, but when you look at the tail end of last year, Bren, Penny kind of disappeared. And then we saw him come back again as Xander joined this team, and we saw the leadership start to shift a little bit.
He's definitely back again. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I think the recent games has had a rough time of things, but definitely being enabled by the team. And V1 as a team as well, they've been kind of struggling.
Do they switch casters on days like this, or is it going to be DDK shift again?
Sentinels. This is where we're really starting to see this team finally get a grip to exactly how they want to play the game as well. Because
when they had like the longer days, when it was like games all days, they switched at one point, right?
As well in general,
like in the middle of the day or something.
Got nerfed obviously with the switch up in compositions. I think that did throw a wrench into the typical plans and prep that V1 typically
Did we see the maps yet or no?
They are now starting to find their footing once more, and this is where V1, I think, look most dangerous, is when Penny's being enabled properly by the team. The entire team obviously trusts each other. We heard in that feature piece from Zelsis, he's like, you know, he loves it when teams underestimate each other. He'd love it if that continued with their matches and their dominance. I don't know if they're going to get too much of an opportunity for teams to underestimate them, because they're in an elimination game against Cloud9. It's like at this point, the teams are going to be honing in on the weaknesses, and honestly, looking forwards, in my opinion, the entire reason that they are in this lower bracket in the first place is because they kind of threw the map pick ban in their first round of matches in the upper bracket. I think that they've rectified that mistake. I think moving forwards, they know what they needed to fix. Obviously, this break as well, probably going to be helping them in that regard.
I mean, as we take a look at the bracket again, just as a reminder, we keep talking about the fact that these teams are at this point in general. But I want to take a look at the bracket, Ender, so we can illustrate that this is kind of crazy, that these teams potentially should not be here. As we saw version 1 lose in the first round, and then Cloud9 dropped to Optic, which is a team that also had a slow start during the group stages. Now, they're no slouches. Let's be fair. Optic is a very strong team, but compared to the way Cloud9 played during the groups, two totally different performances.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now what this bracket proves is that there's some parity at the top of the standings here in NA.
Okay.
Optic, Guard, C9, all giving each other a run for their money. Version 1 in there as well. So I think definitely the Luminosity upset was more surprising, seeing Optic take that over C9. Not out of the realm of possibility, because that's also a match where, like, if Haven in OT goes C9's way, all of a sudden that's a 2-0. And we're talking about it a completely different way. It's like, oh, C9 dominated all of a sudden because they won Fracture the second map there too. So
there's not even
I
a
think the
game
story
that's
could
going
change
on
very
right now.
quickly, but at the the end of the day, all the teams in the top 4, top 5 in NA are very, very close to one another and can win on any given day. Best of 3, you know, first to 13, like Valorant is a super volatile game. So you could have a team that maybe in 100 games, if you played each other, you don't, the better team could lose on the day. That's what makes this bracket so volatile, and that's why we have to have double elim. Now all of a sudden C9 and V1, they got their one get out of jail free, but they can't have another, and it all comes down to today.
And you mentioned this is a 3-map series, so why don't we see what those maps are going to be as we take a look at the map picks and bans coming in from both of these teams. Cloud9 loves to go to Breeze, we know that, so it's no surprise to see us starting things out on Breeze. We'll move over to Ascent, again a strong map for version 1, and then we end up on Fracture.
This is really intriguing because both these teams are fans of obviously the kind of pseudo permaban. I use the word pseudo permaban because it's not all the time. But both these teams want to avoid bind a lot. And in the first round of bans, Cloud9 end up using their ban to take out bind, which should theoretically free up more things in the map pool for version 1 to move forwards into this. But we're going to be landing on Breeze, which is obviously a favored map for Cloud9. So that's, I think, going to be looking at that one as a bit of a must-win. And then Ascent is getting picked. This is almost always the perma pick for V1, and it's a map they're super comfortable with. I think this is a really intriguing map pick ban.
Yeah, honestly, like looking at it, I think C9's Fracture is probably the best Fracture in NA. I think their Fracture looks really, really strong. Like a lot of their setups just have really come together. V1 too. C9 and V1 both have really insane Fractures. I believe. Like C9 absolutely crushed Optic on Fracture just the other week. So for me, like that final match is insane. Either way it goes. But I think like looking at it overall, like Breeze, I sort of favor over towards C9. But like I said before, like Breeze is a map that they've lost previously. It can be very flippy on the day because a lot of it comes down to lurks, timings, reading your opponent. So prep definitely plays a major part in this map 1.
At the end of the day, 3 maps, 5 maps, 7 maps, doesn't matter. One of these teams is going home, and one will be moving on to play their way through the lower bracket, trying to qualify for Iceland. But before we get to that, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the agent select for map 1. Stay tuned.
Agent select for map. Whoa, what the hell was happening to me there? I was like turned sideways and stuff. It's crazy. Damn, does AimLab just have like every Valorant map in it now?
I think.
Crazy. Mute the stream now. Alright. Let's look at the bracket. What do you think takes this one?
I think C9.
C9? And then who takes C9 exit?
C9.
C9 again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Optic Guard, probably Guard, right?
Guard.
And then Optic C9.
Yeah.
That's a toss-up, I think.
Yeah. I think C9.
I'll go Optic because I like Optic more than C9, but it's a toss-up.
Yeah, I think C9 only because of.
I mean, I would just be
revenge match.
I was about to say, like, I take Optic because they've already beat him. And obviously, I don't know. So we think Guard goes the whole way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guard's one of the they're just more consistent. They're the most consistent out of everybody. Even though they lost to
Version
C9,
1's
I
a
think.
Canadian org?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I didn't know that.
The more you know.
Agents, let's see. Apply filters. Are groups or just bracket play? What hasn't been played? And no Phoenix, Yoru, or Reyna.
Ooh, Chamber. No Chamber.
What? Oh,
no
Chamber.
The last two times they've played Breeze, they've lost it. But Mitch played the Cypher in that match
I
as
guess
well.
double
And
initiative
I do prefer the Cypher in general.
There was no Chamber last match either.
You can take space with the cam. You can
but
push
Mitch
your
played
key
it
star
last time
players
they
like
played
Lee
Breeze.
into those key positions on Breeze. It's super important.
So it
that you
might
have
have
a
just
setup
been
that
like
can play for
a.
success.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I
like
think
it
you'd
gives
rather
you
have
less individual agency,
you'd rather
right?
have
You don't have the TP, you don't have the op as the ult, but it gives you more consistent
the cam.
value round to round
Or
with
just,
the camera.
I don't know.
Of course, being the main difference right
That's
there.
the only difference
I feel
between.
Cypher trips are better,
because
no?
I think that Breeze is
they're
already a
just
map
better
that has a lot
trips.
of variance to its nature. You say they lost the last two times they played on this map. C9 should be winning on this map. I feel like it's one that does favor them. So going to something that gives them a
Or at least for holding
consistent value is
pushes.
definitely the right
Like
step.
you're gonna get more value off of it.
Well, it's time to jump into the action as we get ready to throw things
I
over
think
to
they're-
our casters. It's going to be
off a
Bala and
Cypher
Electronic
trip.
Sports Douglas. Take it away.
Because you get the ping instead of the slow.
Thank you so much, Bob.
I feel like sometimes the slow is
Talking
not
about
that
this prior to the
impactful,
series
and it's
starting,
way easier to
interesting
shoot a
that we're
chamber
kicking
trip.
the series off on Breeze instead of Haven, perhaps.
Yeah, I think.
Or at least
Cloud9's
when you
definitely
have
leaning
good
into the fact that
players
version
putting
1
them
has
down.
rarely played this map so far this season.
Like
They've
you're
only
way
played it
more likely
once.
to
It was
run
a
into a chamber
13-6
trip
win
or
over
a Cypher
Rise,
trip
but
and
on
walk
the flip side,
like
Cloud9
walk into it,
was
than
starting
letting a
off the
chamber
season
trip explode.
heading towards Breeze a lot, and as that progressed, they lost to.
Because you hear
they
it, it
lost
gives
to
you an
EG in
indicator of
the
what
group stage,
direction
they
it
lost
is,
to
and you
Knights
just shoot
recently
it.
as well. That kind of leads to me to believe that they should have been, or they were starting to favor Haven, but just too juicy of an opportunity here for them.
Version 1 starting off on the attacking half. Quick little history note for all of you who are into that kind of thing. Vanity has never lost to Version 1 since the change, and they've met 2 times prior to this.
Wow, nice
Crazy.
facts.
So, a little, maybe not quite grudge, but a little something.
Food for thought, you know. And in important matches too, they've always ended up in these sort of situations, elimination matches.
Oh.
It ain't nothing. Whippy gets the opener across the middle of the map as Version 1 start to find some room to breathe. Middle A. It's really all theirs. Leaf tagged up, 37 HP. And he is surrounded, my dear friends, as he has way too many targets to deal with. Version 1, they're getting through this round rather swimmingly, if I may.
Dude, everybody is really weak.
This is getting surrounded. I was like, oh, the round's over.
Winnable.
So much.
Winnable, question mark.
Just coming out on anywhere. And this is a nice just A split right off the bat for V1, setting the pace. And that kind of attacks a lot of Cloud9's main ideas on this map.
At all, too soon, bro.
You know, push Leaf down
Spoiled
mid,
the round,
and
bro.
a bunch of different setups where it's down elbow, down
I
nose.
What if they press the button? What if they press the
right
button
off
and
the
then Mitch
gate
just
and
gets
coming out with
5?
a massive pistol round win where they basically picked off every single
That guy
person
would
on
get
every
fired.
single spot that they encountered. Very nicely done from V1.
Turns.
Yeah, it's easy when you're hitting all the shots, right?
Of course. So, right back to the same type of setup for V1. You have to remember they walked through halls as well there. So a lot of multi-pronged approach to that. And that was due to Xander, who was throwing his orb consistently down the back of halls. There you go, doing it again.
Oh.
And we'll see also a dart up at the top towards tunnels, making sure that they can't get that walk down mid started. Zeta almost trapped inside of halls as well.
What the?
And I don't know if they spotted him because he's not moving. I would expect him to actually leave from that position.
Effie's got the Vandal.
Version 1 choosing to rotate out. You saw earlier in the round, Whippy slowly but surely shimmying his way up elbow. And you've got Leaf with Marshall. Yeah, he saw the shoulder. Saw something.
Has no actual method of escaping there, so you can see how cautious he has to be walking back from elbow. But the fact that there's nobody
said
there
I'll pass
to
on the
punish him,
shocks
might
and
tip
just
them over to know that this is
bought a
coming.
light
They are
shield
stacking
Vandal.
in that direction except for Leaf.
Nice. The second Marshall on the map from Mitch gets the opener onto Penny. Numbers advantage, Cloud9. They only bought a little bit. Oh boy! That's okay.
Unlucky.
That's fine. That works out. Effie's Vandal cleans things up.
Wait,
Shot
hello?
also delays. There's 38 seconds, Doug, and they're still trying to pivot.
Hello?
Look at Whippy's position.
Hello?
They're
Okay,
running with
you guys
30
are just
seconds
quiet.
across the big map that is Breeze. Leaf gets the kill anyways. And that might be the round locked up because now they have to get through him and they're rotating at the same time, so it might be another pivot.
Just filth. Filth, and you're right. You know that A's not safe. There's a
Oh,
Marshall
wait,
and
I'm
Leaf
covering
waiting on the other side of the
flank.
map.
Bruh.
Looks like they're going to go through doors. Mitch is still here.
There
First
we go.
shot misses. Second one does as well. 10 seconds left. Vanity gets close.
The heck was Vanity doing?
He's got it.
Yeah, version 1 should be able to get this fight down. They've had the advantages, but can they convert
Wait,
two
these
Marshalls
things are
left?
so
As Zeta falls,
early.
numbers advantage in favor of V1. They have the weapons.
You know, like the planning, or like the bomb icon
Yeah.
at the top?
Pot shots
They
from
placed
far
that
away.
so
This is
early.
difficult, given the
Or
weaponry that
maybe
you
it's
have.
actually
Leaf doesn't
happening in
seem
the
to
match
care.
and the broadcast
He
is
makes it a
decent.
2v2. Zelsis is weak.
Like they're
Oh,
pressing it as it's happening in
maybe.
the match.
They've got a chance at this. Leaf has also upgraded his weapon. That's massive, Bala.
That's
But the time is
sad.
not on their side. They've got to go. The tap, Mitch, weak. He falls.
Damn.
That's not going to
Yeah.
happen. Leaf falls
How did
as well.
Mitch die
Nice
there first?
2K from Xander at the end to avoid monkey
Dude,
business
there's-
and give version 1 the 2-0 lead.
I mean, that round was all
Somebody's
monkey
gonna be under
business from
fire
beginning to
Tech
end.
pause incoming, bro.
Zeta
Yeah.
trying to creep down halls. They spot him. He's like, never mind. They
There's
walk
no
back.
shot. Tech pause is incoming.
Whippy gets destroyed by Leaf. I mean, destroyed.
Yeah,
A
that's-
no-scope
they're-
Marshall
They're
across
fucking this
B,
up
like-
really badly.
And he felt that this was coming. I think he knew that, they're
Come
kind of
on,
rotating
guys.
off, given the
This
fact that there's
dude
nothing
is
else
okay.
happening on A. And how, remember,
What
he didn't get
happened?
pressured off of elbow. So, leaning straight back over towards B,
Oh.
kind of, they're just all rifles here. So this is an important round. They can't let too much go, and they're going to execute B fast.
Viper wall goes up. The knife does.
Oh.
Follow. Right. And you just line up right for Mitch. He cleans things up. They've still got a bit to do.
Oh, they did change casters, Justin.
Spike just now making its way into B.
Oh, dude.
They've got a
Oh,
decent
Bala?
retake setup here.
Where's
Yeah.
the other one?
I don't know. I don't recognize the voice. though.
Sanders up close. Leaf, though, on the flank is going to take care of him. But Effie's trades it. 1 versus 2, and he gets spammed down to 7.
Oh my god.
I get spoiled. I don't
What just
like
happened? Effie's just, again, comes through
the
this
fuck?
corner. I saw the clutch thing come up. I'm like, okay, what? Like, I don't know what's happening. And then that happens.
I see a
mean,
round win
ridiculous.
before the
And even when we
freaking
get spoiled,
lineup.
I'm still
The
shocked.
double headshot
It's still
happened, bro.
ridiculous. And it looked good,
What
right?
is
We
this?
talked about it prior to the retake coming through. Cloud9 had numbers. They were wrapping around what version 1 had, and then
Oh,
Damn,
these
Vanity
fire
with the
cams.
bro,
makes
Vanity
magic
with
happen
fucking
in
blind.
instances where you really shouldn't be able to.
Feeling comfy. Yeah.
See a similar setup out from Xander as he orbs down halls. Viper's wall goes up A.
Look how fast Penny is on this orb. He could open this up, and they're already poking their head out of cave.
Oh gosh, that head that was poked out.
He didn't make it to
was
his
actually
smoke.
Vanity
That was
poking
scary.
up. Gets taken off. Once again, version 1 find control of the site.
Leaf has knives. Mitch also the Marshal. You know how critical those two players can be when they
Damn,
have
he
those
tried to
weapons,
find the
and
dart.
Zeta's there to trade with them as well.
Of course, it was the Marshal, the knives, and it was the Bulldog that cleans things up, and the Frenzy's not going to find nearly as much success. Numbers advantage still in favor of version 1.
Oh.
Does the knife come out, and Whippy stops that. A
There we
massive
go.
lead
It's
for
synced
version 1
again.
to kick off Breeze.
These rounds, though, are so close. And we
4
I mean,
rounds.
think back to that Effie's clutch. That was on a round where they already lost the bonus opportunity, I should say, right? Because of how bad the anti-eco was the round prior, where it was all chaotic. And so Effie's winning that round allows them to gain another bye and forces Cloud9 to save. That's crucial. That's crucial. And now Zelsis has the no command. Now they actually have some power behind that execute that they ran, where they got bailed out by Effie.
Dude, what's going on?
And that's terrifying.
V1 is
right? Because
running
they're
with
up
it right
4-0
now.
Without some of that power, now they've got a little extra oomph behind it.
Look at Mitch, though. He's actually rotating
They
off
feeling
already,
good,
so the
bro.
no command's not going to take out his utility.
Yeah. Hunter's
Oh.
Fury, and there's the no command that you mentioned.
They're doing the
They're
thing.
starting to follow it. They're taking the space B. Nice shot out from Leaf. But the plant should go down.
The Sova ult off of the Viper
Should be
molly.
able to get the res off because he's by the ladder, and yes, it's coming up, but they might have a spam.
Oh my god, did you see that bullet?
Close.
That's
It's gonna be a
crazy.
5v5 for the site. Spike starting to tick.
Early.
Flash through. Whippy's in this cheeky little corner, and it seems like they know. Yeah, they know.
Oh.
Oh, no
I mean, that was pretty close range.
Falls through as the kill feed just bleeds. Zeppa in this 1v2. Celsius is so weak. Zeppa creeping his way forward. He has a little bit to work with. What he doesn't really have is time. And the ringing around the Rosie. The footwork is there, and Zeppa's not finding any targets. He's not getting anything he needs. There's just no way they played that so perfectly.
Oh, no way.
That's very good.
Didn't even get him,
is
bro.
Just gorgeous. You
That
can
was very
see
good.
the space. You said the kill feed is lighting up, bleeding. And that was because V1, every single time they were engaging, they had another teammate ready to fight. And obviously, that's just Valorant 101. But this is beautiful teamwork from V1. This is the V1
they said
we saw in
Vanity
the
never
group
lost
stages.
to
Really
V1.
start to say, guys, we are a real team. We are going to be one of the best.
We are a real team.
And while that didn't necessarily show up as
we are?
strong in the beginning
No
of
way.
playoffs, right now against Cloud9 on Breeze, very impressive.
You know, there were questions, right, after they lose to Luminosity, right? Like, you're a little sluggish. I don't want to call
that's a good flash.
Fluke, but I mean, they're gone.
Oh no, full blind.
Celsius and Xander played this phenomenally as well. They know that the push is coming because Celsius knifes close a cave. So immediately, he's backing off. Immediately, he's getting ready to pop flash. Xander's coming off the Halls push. And they destroy the anti-eco. For once now, actually, it's a clean conversion. Unless Mitch has something to say about it.
Almost part 2.
Oof.
Oh my god, almost
You're
part
also
3.
close.
He has a lot to say.
But no one's listening. That's the problem.
So unlucky.
Man's got a lot to say, but no one's listening. Prime Gaming
Feels
Flawless
bad.
comes through his version 1.
Unlucky.
6-0. And again, Ball, as we were mentioning at the beginning of the round, there were questions about whether or not version 1, given their loss to Luminosity, like kind of what happened there. It seems like all of those concerns, all of those doubts, they've been assuaged.
Yeah, and I was listening to the comms video as Cloud9 calls it.
Goes down 6-0, calls first time out.
Sentinels when they had, a pretty major success in a close series.
Guys, what
and
the
at
fuck?
the end of it, Coach Emmy was giving kind of a little pet talk to Xander, who was IGLing, and Xander was a little down on himself. I called very poorly. This is his first time deep in a playoff run like this as a VCT Challengers rookie, and Coach Emmy brings him up. And I have to say the calling here so far fantastic, even in those crucial chaotic moments that I mentioned earlier, the pistol round in the second round as well.
Who was the fill player for V1 at
And he's
Reykjavik?
actually
The
a
first
fragger,
Reykjavik.
too. We cannot understate how different.
Wasn't
this
V1 playing with a
team
sub at the first
is
Reykjavik?
to those that Cloud9 and Vanity had played
Whippy was the one that
Whippy's
couldn't
dealing.
make it, I think.
Effie's is as well.
But
He's
who's the
already
one
had
who
his
replaced
vintage
him?
clutch
Wait, no, it
moments,
was
right? We
Penny.
even saw-
Then it was
we saw the
replaced
clutch
by.
moment against U-Turn leading up into the series, right? And the teaser
forget
was
his
there on
name.
a set.
Yeah,
He's
all the way
already
back
had
at
one of
Reykjavik.
those on Breeze. Yeah.
I
Man,
mean-
like, this is a scary version 1, bro.
It's memories for him, right? He wants to feel the hot springs of Iceland again.
It was.
And they're
Yeah.
close. I mean, not really. There's 3 matches left for them to make it there, but obviously first and biggest hurdle so far
Jammies.
going to be Cloud9.
Oh.
Jammies replaced the Whippy.
Oh.
He's got to get something from this.
Oh.
Yep, that's massive. So
we got a
he had
pick.
a late landing
Augers.
recon bolt at the top of
Sova
cave
diff
there
right
that
there.
scans the orb pickup. That lands perfectly forward as well. Just destroyed him. And with that, I think we got a lot of information.
There's
Look
a
how
null
Leaf is
command.
running.
How does Celsius have another one of these?
Eco frags last round.
Oof.
Oh
Ooh.
my
They just
god.
missed that
Behind him,
timing.
Does a little bit of damage.
They just missed that timing.
That was nerdy.
I like it.
And Leaf is still over on B.
Yeah, not finding value out of that flank. Surprising. Seda does find value on top of the stairs of Vanity 2!
Damn.
And it's all Whippy!
Right.
Zeppa
Yeah, well
destroys
done.
them
Crazy.
back! Very well played there.
Awoken.
And finally Cloud9 come up on the board.
Yeah, Guns woke up,
That's a
man. They
retake
woke up
and
in
a
a big
half.
way. The speed or the pace at which those kills
D-Wood's
came
probably
in,
happy
very
though. They got
reminiscent
6.
To when
Yeah.
version 1's doing
And
their
attack,
thing.
yeah.
Right? Prime Gaming Flawless comes through. It was bang, bang, bang. You blink and you miss
Now-
it. It was a very clean retake from Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think a little bit disjointed here. Right after we praise the calling of B1. After Zeta comes through with the Hunter's Fury combo and takes out Effie's. who was grabbing the orb potentially for his own. No, he's way far away from that. They didn't quite know what to do, right? Zelsis ends up running out, getting his flash gone, and then they get the shock molly combo that lands kind of on him, but nobody else is exiting past him because they don't want to go past the Viper wall.
Well, I like the start early on. You see the Blade Storm come through, the shock dart to clear out the trip. To get some agency mid, but or halls, excuse me, Vanity's Viper's Pit in A, though, at Caves, changes the conversation.
And that drone didn't spot Penny. So he does try to get aggressive.
And that drone didn't spot Penny. Whippy dies immediately.
He could get punished by
Sad.
Penny, but they know now V1 does that.
Punish.
Cloud9 has 2 players behind this. They're going to walk everybody, except for Effie so far, up this. And there's an old command out. That didn't even go out last round, Doug.
Patience. He sees Elsis who's already fallen. Zeta waits.
No.
They know that they're there, man. The pop flash comes through, and they're just
That was
sitting
a good
ducks.
angle.
There's just no way through this.
Yeah, they know these players coming through the
Everything's about angles now.
Started deciding, like, no, I don't really have a chance here.
Vanity's coming. Oh.
And I might be clutch, but
Did he get? Wait, did Effie's get hit there?
Not walk through.
Yeah, he got tagged.
Yeah, he saves that for LAN. That's his LAN clutch.
Yeah, Iceland specifically.
For Cloud9, though, Ball, as we think about how this map has gone, they took the previous round in a flawless fashion, and again, you mentioned that the previous round felt a little bit disjointed as far as calling and how version 1
What if
approached
C9
it.
takes
Did you get the
6
same
back?
sense here?
I mean, they'll just break even. But even then, it's still pretty bad.
But he didn't, and so
because V1 already got 6 in attack.
And I realized that he did have that no command. I think that's a great idea out of halls because it gets a lot of coverage deep on the backside.
Oh, this is a fast 6, bro.
But it did feel again like it was a second call. You know, it wasn't the same V1 that has the one idea that flows.
That's probably a good idea.
It's hold on a second, something is going on over here that I'm trying to fix, and
stop them from gaining any momentum.
The timeout right now because they're trying to take advantage of something, which is halls really not being contested too hard, except for that last round with Leaf opping it, but not quite working out. So, what's the next plan of attack here?
Right. And that's me on juking you out with a no command, by the way. You can chalk that one up to me.
I give it to the, I heard the voice line as well, right?
But you see, I think you're right, Ball, and there's something that version 1 want to expose there because other than Leaf with the op in the previous round, other than that, it's just been, what, a tripwire out from Mitch at the end of halls? And
they do come back and drone it with Zeta quite often as well. So that's something that you have to keep in mind as well. And that's why you had so much coverage at the beginning when Penny was deep up halls with the knives so that they could break it for him. But potential pace change. One thing is struggling right now, and obviously there was the Vanity Viper's Pit dropped in A main, is getting out of A main. And without that there's obviously easier job done, but we'll have to see. Because that has been where they've stalled out. In the round prior where we saw Zelsis use that as well. So they did break the shock dart again, or they did use the shock dart again in halls.
He's gonna see somebody if he pops this
back
can.
to the same old default.
I guess if it works. They're going to do it again. They dash onto the site. You mentioned the default was the same. The approach to A is the same. This time Cloud9 giving him a little bit of space.
Oh, this Viper's Pit is
from Xander.
So far forward. They have a lot.
Oh,
no
that's rough.
How much more can they find?
That is rough.
Viper's Pit's going to fall with it. Op shot narrowly misses as they dash away.
Wow.
Mitch.
Oh my
God.
How are they doing this?
Yo, check their PCs. What the fuck?
He's dead.
4!
It's like they have X-ray vision, man.
Well, that last one.
I mean, actually.
That is ridiculous.
I guess it's not that crazy as
First,
well.
the spike tap from Effie's, and then Xander in his Viper's Pit. I want to see actually if he died in the pit or if he went for a peek. Because look at this. This is the one on Effie.
Oh my God.
Plant the spike.
I mean, it's a common
Xander's going to
spot,
get
I
the
guess.
spike.
Like common in
And that's how he
common
died. So
lane
he's still in
for
the pit
like
as well, but they're just
a
spamming
Viper
the same
plant,
location.
but
That's just
Jesus,
great knowledge from Cloud9.
that's crazy.
And it kind of feels like they knew that that was coming. You saw how Zeppa was backing off immediately after the nades. They knew that that Viper's Pit was going to be used in that manner. Ready to spam. Staying far back enough that they're not going to get punished in front of the pyramids.
And now off of that first really failed attempt, at least in a little while on A, version 1, flip the book. Test the waters B. And this is a similar setup to what Cloud9 had in the previous round.
Really
in the previous round, the difference is they didn't push into it.
Look how Zeppa's playing close door. Expecting that there's going to be utility used on the backside if they come into it. And he's actually spotting a walkout A. This is such a read from Cloud9. 4 players kind of leading in that direction. Leaf obviously and Ness with the op. And then Mitch is very close on elbow as well.
Oh, they're going to want to go through double doors, and that's exactly where Zeppa is. The flash, the
Damn, that was good.
1-2, stays alive for the third. I jinxed him. He falls. Effie's cleans him up through the door.
They're so fast.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you overflick.
He's about to say that he's not missing.
Oh.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Snatches it right back.
That turned around
He's alone
fast.
in this 1v2, and he's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he's so far, and I think they already, they've gotten the read. Whippy just he already got his ult out, so they know he's coming through double door. And there's a cage. So they'll know when he swings through this.
He's had a quiet half up until now.
Ooh.
He's got to make something.
Oh!
Oh, they're cheating.
My God.
No freaking way!
They're cheating.
Dude, did you see that? Even Vanity couldn't believe he hit that shot.
I'm done.
He stopped.
I'm done.
Check his PC,
These
bro.
Vipers, man, with the
they're fucking cheating, bro.
Recently, I mean, everybody's seen the Boaster 1v4 in the Viper's Pit, but
Check his PC.
These guys
That's
are ridiculous,
crazy.
man.
He's
pros
cheating.
are so
There's no way.
good. This tap onto Xander, and
Like-
recognizing Whippy was spraying him on the edge of the cage, like he is mind blown from that.
We need
Damn,
we
no
need
one
like
expected.
a ticker on how many
That's
spam
crazy,
kills
though.
through smoke.
Dude,
spams are
he
getting
he
on
like
this map.
stood
We're already
still.
at,
He
like,
like couldn't
64.
believe what just happened.
And it's not even just phantom, kills.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
old knowledge.
God
It's
damn.
op kills. It's phantom
That's
kills.
insane, bro.
We're gonna frenzy kills next. You watch.
He went fast up mid. Leaf is not here to respond. Vanity's all alone on the B site, Doug. And after what he just pulled off, I'm expecting an ace.
Wow, Bala.
He's gonna have to stand and deliver.
Expectations
He's already
much?
gotten one. How
Oh
much more
my.
can he find? The dart there
Oh.
help as
Oh,
If he got the third kill, it was possible.
Bala could have
3v2
just
in favor of
predicted the
Cloud9, make that
future,
a
bro.
3v1.
I know.
Now
It's
Zelsis
okay.
has
They're
a
just gonna
chance
wallbang Zelsis.
to pull off a clip of his own.
No.
Oh, knives on one side, bullets on the other. As he tries to
God.
reposition, it looked like they were going
Damn,
to
he
line
was
up for a
helpless.
moment, but it's not happening. Zelsis falls, Cloud9.
They're feeling it.
Claw their way back into this thing to get us to 6-5.
Big momentum.
I just want Cloud9 to win this next round so I can be right about taking 6 back.
Getting back into this, it's a fierce clawback.
I mean,
It's a
they have
swipe
momentum.
with full,
Exit
full
failed to
nails
stop them.
out.
Even called a
This is
timeout too to try to
really
fix it.
nice from Cloud9. And a couple of these rounds now, especially as V1 has pivoted a lot towards mid, have been gorgeous. The Zeppa pop flash out at double doors a couple rounds ago. These setups, they're pulling out everything. Cloud9.
Oh,
Last round
Leaf
of the half,
dodged
and
it.
look at the footwork by Leaf, bro. Tucks right into the wall to make sure the dart doesn't hit him. Takes mid control with the op.
Wait, they're expecting this actual pushdown from Vanity. Look how 3 players are actually trained on that.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, Leaf is taking more space. Standoff on opposite walls.
And they don't know. Keep a third eye on Whippy on your minimap. If they go forward onto A, Vanity, he's not content.
Oh, no.
Not the knife. Oh, gosh, okay.
Oh,
One.
God.
He's behind him a second.
See, bro, if there's a bunch of noise on site, you can just
Sending a
run.
message as he's cleaning the round up
I
single-handedly.
need to walk. Man just jumped off and ran.
Well, I mean,
6 to 6.
this clean as it gets.
That's
Ball, we're gonna throw it
crazy.
to a break. We'll be right back.
Just push halls, right?
What? He walked up halls, and as soon as the KO ulti went off, he just jumped. Like, he just ran. Because he knows they're executing. Force them to turn around, and if they don't, you get free kills. No need to walk in that situation. Oh god. Mute. Need to mute.
Out of my way. The princess bag are just passing through.
We're back.
Some sharp claws. It seems like Vanity still has the cat ears on. As Cloud9 were at a massive deficit against version 1. Roar their way back into this thing to tie us up at 6-6. Now they're on the attacking half. Did you hate that?
I loved it, actually, because it just brings back so many memories. And, you know, we're going right back to where he got his ears snipped by
Oh,
Newton in that
yes.
famous game. So
unlucky.
And that was the start of something. Either way, second half underway. Cloud9 now on the attack. And a much more spread approach. Camera down elbow right away. Notices that there's no Penny pushing.
Damn.
Meanwhile,
He
Leaf
took
is
a lot of damage.
deep up there.
Damage.
Cloud9 is
The
really
damage
not afraid
is
to try to
insane.
walk out dry when they recognize that there's no sentinel utility up or things like an orb like this. And that's a lot of space gained. And they actually recognize that there's nobody really playing close.
That's a
Of course,
bad
that could
recon.
change,
Leaf can just walk straight
those
back
are
up.
things that Vanity will take advantage of. Leaf is kind of isolated here by himself all the way up halls, but look how far back Zeta is watching that cave push. They're still
Jesus.
covering everything.
Yeah, that boy hasn't moved.
FS? FEs? FEs?
Oh!
It's a headshot too?
The kicker is that he had weakened him up. He had softened him up a couple of moments ago through the
No.
wall.
Sag, that's just an aim battle.
That back, but Penny.
Look, they're out on B. What I was talking about, they just walked out after they broke the camera. They have no real clue how deep they are.
Oh my god.
Dash away.
He's been chilling, bro. He's been
Little second peek
chilling.
just to let
Why
him
did I
know.
hear a dink noise? Did he get dinked through the wall?
And he's still
I
gonna cause
think so.
problems. You see,
There's
Xander
no way
has to
he
deal
would
with
have
them,
went
and he
down to
does.
13 health without
Ghost
it.
takes care of that.
I feel like.
But he was already kind of low though.
The spike has been
That's
planted.
true too.
Oh
My goodness,
my
they're taking
god,
they're
Rip
taking
Whippy.
things right back. They had the
Oh my god,
Ooh,
Zeta!
But a double
Yeah, that's
off
fat.
of the shock darts, and then Zeppa to clean things up
That's
at the end.
fat.
Cloud9 takes the lead.
What is that, though? 2 shock darts, 2 kills? Like, what?
That is efficient, my friend.
Efficiency.
That's the highest you're ever going to see that econ rating stat.
Econ rating stat.
That nobody looks
Jesus
at.
Christ. Sees the feet, gets headshot.
Crosshair placement, bro.
Yeah, the first right there.
Oh,
Guy,
Penny was pretty
Whippy was just
low.
walking around, but he just caught a stray. He was just walking
That's
Well, they have to
unlucky.
be low. That's how shock darts work.
The worst.
That's
it ain't
unlucky.
safe on these streets.
It's not.
Should've just been a whippy kill.
The way they're positioned right now kind of indicates to me they want to go fast splitting A.
Oh my god.
Yeah, version 1 seemed to be wise to it as they want to contest the middle of the map.
No.
Viper's wall that should create some space.
Vanity.
These kills get traded back and forth. Version 1
Mad
through that.
lad.
Can't
Yeah,
let
they
a
won the
ghost do
fight
that to
mid,
you.
But they lost A.
It's okay, it's a ghost.
They've collected weapons now. A Bulldog and a Spectre. And this
Nice.
now looks actually possible, though there's a massive spread, a triple point
Wait,
crossfire.
if,
And they're coming
oh,
in double
if
doors,
Mish has the
all
cam
over here
now,
on the big flank
oh,
with
he
Bulldog.
can't.
You promised us a bloodbath. We've got all the ingredients.
Oh no.
He's passed.
Oh
Zeppa can't even
no.
check him.
They don't know.
Camera's not going to spot him. Oh, Zeta. Right behind you, bud.
Oh,
The Bulldog
Whippy?
takes her one.
Oh.
Mitch hiding through cover of his
Oh.
cage. His Zeppa's alone.
Oh.
1v1. Whippy's
Oh,
weak.
They won that.
Yeah,
got
Whippy's
it.
got to go. Yeah, there's no time.
Just concedes it. Wants to
Mhm.
maybe try to find the orb, but Zeppa's not even going to give it to him. Okay, he'll get it.
Yeah.
Get the money while
And
you're
just
at it.
reference there. They're trying to fight
Two
each other.
hundo
So
and
this
an
fight
orb.
doesn't
Two hundo.
kill them so that they can get the ultimate orbs in that case. But obviously, with
Crazy.
result doesn't matter. So I will actually go back and question that. Doesn't matter that much. I'll qualify my statement.
Oh.
Can have Reddit threads here in a minute about how Bala thinks the neural theft is pointless.
Cloud9's on full half shields because everybody died.
So it's the same duo, Zeppa and Leaf, at bottom mid, but now they're joined with Zeta, and they're also pressuring up basically what they did on the piss around Cloud9 with the cam and elbow, and Vanity's just walking
That's a
up,
cool.
so
That's a good knife.
it could really explode. Either up in the nest, which
Knife
very
through mid
possible,
doors A to check B.
or through tunnels here.
There's Cypher utility
Zeppa
all
did
over
that
the
enough
place,
to
and Zeppa
deal
doesn't
with
have a knife.
too.
He used it at the beginning of the round, so there's no way to get rid of that. If they want to go through it, they're just going to have to go through it the old-fashioned way. Zeppa creeping out.
Oh my
Whippy already
God.
falls. So much for
Wow.
the utility.
What's the old-fashioned way? Just busting down the door?
Yeah, just clicking the heads.
Flicking the heads.
I was just curious,
Oh wait, what the?
What?
Hey, how did version 1 get back into this?
I thought, I don't know why, but I thought C9 was in defense.
Bruh.
I was like, oh, I forgot that red.
Did I feel? I'm surprised Vanity's even moving out of cover.
It's a good opener
You have
to
5
tip things
HP.
back their
just
way. They've made it
chill.
a 3v3. It was a
It's
3v5.
big balls, bro.
For
Big
those
balls.
of you
Look at this.
Okay, she's in.
taking notes at home, Vanity falls.
Oh.
My goodness, they're doing this thing.
Oh,
They're doing
no.
this thing. How
He got
on
turned
earth
on.
They got
Double
it back
shot.
to this?
He has lineups.
What is this?
Time is an
Oh.
essence.
One.
Bruh.
Penny,
Lamau.
He's got it to half. He swings.
Oh! Who needs them? Bruh.
From Zeta, my
Okay,
goodness.
to be honest, I think that first shock hit and did the damage to let him do
And
that.
he missed the second shock dart too.
The first
After
shock
you
had
make a
to have
mistake
hit.
like that, you have to think the round is over.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
No.
Zeta's like, yikes.
I know.
How many of these clutches are we going to get
Yikes.
this series? Because it is starting off hot here on Breeze.
My heart can't
My
handle this,
God.
man. It's
Fuck.
best against best. Right? You're seeing that play out.
Bro. I don't know if
They
it's just
came
me,
back
but I
in
think
an
V1's like
unwinnable
choking these
situation,
two.
V1, to bring it down to a 3
That's a
versus
choke,
1.
bro. That is
Like,
a
okay,
choke.
Still
like the first one,
lose
Whippy
after
just
all
got
that work.
unlucky.
He almost just one-way
Or not-
himself right
This
there.
just goes to show
You
you
know,
that you can't not cast the ecos.
like the pistol round, Penny got unlucky with the shot. That one's
safe.
just lucky. This time it's just, damn.
Doug, I know you want to cast every
Hey, they were
eco.
nice
Zeta?
shots.
Yeah, Zeta not
Oh
punished.
no.
4v4. Spike.
Jesus,
Really,
what the
in-
fuck is
in
this
no
hall
man's
fight?
land, as Leaf manages to get past
So-
utility, scoop it up,
So
and try to
crazy.
stay alive, try to get away, and he does.
He hears.
That's just
here's them.
definitely
Yep.
here.
It's good.
Here's the rotation. Everybody's
Oh,
gone.
the
Oh my
timing.
god.
Oh my
Wait, Zeppa
god.
saw him. Zeppa saw
Awareness
him.
on these Cloud9 guys is
Oh.
phenomenal.
They can
They've
come
let
back,
so
I
many
think.
players
Are
know.
they gonna? Oh no, Bombs
You
already beat.
No.
Zeppa's in a bit of a weird
Them
spot.
son.
If V1 beats him there.
Fight,
Ooh,
though, but
they
Leaf
don't
is way
know.
by himself. And this
Oh,
player
Leaf is
is here.
dead.
He doesn't reckon. Oh no! He doesn't realize it. Now the spike's down, and Xander locks him out with the Viper Molly as well. Snake bite to close.
I think that's just
And
the
they're all
like
here
round
now,
right there.
Doug.
A false sense of safety, as it's once again the Guardian who's going to have an opportunity to take care of 3. This time Whippy and Xander are both weak too, but there's surely no way.
They didn't recover any guns, so maybe
Oh.
not.
Okay, forget it. Forget it. 3v2.
Coke
Xander
first.
tight. 13 seconds
Okay.
left. The Sheriff is good for 1. Whippy gets the second. Mitch alone. He's on the tap. It's a
Give me another
1v2.
Rebel
Shot in the side.
Can he get the spike line? He can.
Oh.
Oh.
Swings out. It's not going to happen. Xander.
I thought he did it
He gets,
again.
he gets that kill. C9
Of
takes
all
10 rounds in a
things,
row.
That's
stops another
crazy.
Red Bull
Oh my
clutch.
god.
And that's all because
This is
had,
madness.
who was it? Zelsus
Dude, that Viper
walked
wall is
down hall in
insane.
that instance.
They have to fight through it twice if they want to
Spot
take
them
back sight.
rotating out.
Yeah.
And so they don't recognize that until they really start to fight. And Zeppa, even though he cleans him out down bottom mid, and they actually get spotted on the cross as well, Leaf has no inkling that they're that close to him. So that one hurts, and a little bit of a misread from Cloud9. Uncharacteristic, but it's a close game, and these close games always get scrappy. Always.
Of course, we wouldn't have it any other way. Cloud9 on a light buy, just the Marshal. You see the Viper's pit dropping instantly. Out of Xander. Bladestorm is response.
Rest in peace,
that.
Mitch.
So
And that.
That's how they're gonna adjust to the hall pressure.
And Leaf has popped his
Just put the
knives.
offer there.
But Celsius has the no command as well, so the crucial factor for Cloud9 is obviously Leaf's Bladestorm. But if they go into Celsius, that could get nullified.
Oh, I see what you did there. See what you did there, Leaf, with that Blade Storm, as you said, creeping his way up nest.
The other caster did not seem amused.
In Zalsis. But the one thing that
He just
is
wanted to
really
say
new to
something.
this whole thing.
Walking all the way back.
Dude, look how they held the rotates with that Viper wall. That's crazy.
So it's all gonna be up
And
to Libya.
KO used his knife, so they're not gonna have it to suppress this hit.
Oh.
Leaf dashes around it. There's the no command.
Oh, that's a
I
guardian.
don't know that he needs much
Wait,
help
what?
at all.
He was
Oh, he was full blind?
Step
Oh.
out of heaven, though.
Okay.
Leaf and Zeta are the only two left on the site, and Leaf.
He's scrounging for weapons.
Give me something. Give me anything.
No.
No.
It was the classic.
So
But it was the
unlucky.
classic for Celsius, and not for Leaf. That ends the round as version 1. Bring us back within 1.
That moment is.
Bro, if Whippy just kept on shooting there, oh, that's a triple.
I know he had his
No
crosshair
knives
on his
up.
head.
Yeah,
I
that
was like,
round does not have any teeth.
I was confused there too because I didn't see, I didn't notice the blinding.
But we know Cloud9 still has claws. 9 to
Crazy.
8. And it feels like every time somebody really gets going with this, remember we were at 6-1
Oh lord,
in
it's
that
still
first
map
half.
1.
The other team starts to really
This will be a
respond
long
fast.
series, isn't it?
I mean, this is what you'd
And that's
expect,
on
though.
Leaf this time.
Honestly.
So immediately
I
neutering
still
the
can't
opportunities
believe
for those
Cloud9
early
took
entries
9
that
in a
Cloud9
row.
is so good at.
The momentum, bro.
Aggressive on it down halls.
And then look at Zelsis.
Oh my
Also
God.
going aggressive down halls.
Bro,
He's gonna try
this-
to catch the timing. He spots one. He's gotta get up.
Oh,
He's
he
gotta
almost
get
got
away. He
out.
falls.
I know.
That's a question mark.
That would have been nasty if he did that.
Under Siri coming through. Out of Zeta.
Nice. Zip.
He's not gonna find anything.
I mean,
That's
it's a lot of
clearing
space.
I think they used that ult to get Vanity out.
Paves the way,
Yeah.
rolls out the carpet for the Viper
That's why
fans to
he
come
cleared
through.
up bricks for him.
You clear out bricks,
Now
Shaz,
they can
and
sneakily work their way in.
Pyramid.
You would think that this round is
True.
really leaning towards V1 right now, but the way that this Viper's Pit is planted, you saw how V1 wanted to get this exact one down earlier.
Yeah.
in
Viper
this
diff
game.
right here.
Mm-hmm.
Xander,
So
not get
difficult
wall
to
bang.
clear out, and you have a lot of space to work around the pyramids.
They have post plant here. Like
He's got the Blade Storm. Vanity.
I feel like they
trying to dodge.
they've been.
I think
wanting-
they're just gonna, they're playing
It's
mid.
planted for doors. Look, there's two players actually
Ooh.
flanking. Mitch already gets one, even though this is going to go down.
One.
Wait, they don't
That's
know.
all it's gonna be.
They don't
Zeta
know.
with a chance again. Penny's gotten it to half. One shock dart. The second one, but I don't think it's gonna hit. It shows up just a bit late. Penny gets the
Unlucky.
defuse. While Zeta's alive.
We just need to
gotta
get
get
the
the
off.
Get
Get the
the
op out of
op.
his hands too. I don't think
Oh,
that's
he
gonna
won.
happen. We're tied up at 9, baby.
Is there not money?
And what a
Damn.
decision from Cloud9. But not
I
quite
guess
working
they're
out
just
there.
gonna be unsafe.
Zeta getting a little.
Yeah, I think he goes for the off there.
What's the word?
Yeah.
He's questioning the decision there.
I think he just
questioning the
didn't,
possibility
wasn't aware at the
losing
time.
his confidence coming through that double doors, because if you swing that, they're not actually paying attention. They're looking Cave, and he's on top. They're stacked. While one's
crazy.
holding the defuse and one is watching Cave for him to peek out of there. A winnable round from Zeta and a winnable round from Cloud9. A great idea, but not quite working out.
Jeez, I come back to a
Leaf again,
9-9.
forced with danger. This time it's
Ah.
Xander on the other side.
Dude, C9 took 9 in a row.
Yeah.
Deep
You
smoke
probably thought it was over, huh?
from Sanders and Effie's.
No, I didn't. I just,
Yep, he's gonna shock that
just
drone.
didn't want to watch Breeze, bro.
Why?
It's-
Much slower round at a Cloud9 here. They have some guns. Almost like they're waiting for version 1.
Dude,
but
both
for
of
good
these
reason.
teams play
Well, I
so
think the
heavy in
plan
halls.
definitely was to try to push Leaf up, much what Penny was
mean-
doing on that first half, but completely gets.
I feel like a
shut
lot of
down
teams
from
just
the way
ignore
this one is
this.
played.
Or there's
But
like a lurker
Version
maybe.
1 decides to close the door back up, so Leaf might end up having an opening.
Oh, they know.
He's got a
Shoots up
stinger.
the knife.
Leaf did this before.
He can run through
Wall bang?
this.
Nah.
Try to get some info on the other side.
They did its job.
Leaf with the door. The
Oh.
Cloud burst. You heard the no command come through. His
smoke
F
was-
just yanks him out before they even really
Yeah.
get a chance to get onto the site. Penny with
Oh,
the operator
leg.
misses. A close shot. It was the frenzy that cleans that up.
Oh, not leg.
First disadvantage, but of
Wait,
course, they're
I'm
starting
so
to pull
confused.
Frenzy.
Zeta
What
still
happened?
doesn't have an upgraded
It's a
weapon,
frenzy.
which falls.
No, but the off.
Oh.
Vanity's gonna have to do
Oh,
it
he
again.
like Zephyr?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
Was
got
it
one
leg?
snake
Yeah, it
right,
had
yep.
to have been legged. It's 5
Yeah.
HP or something, right?
Yeah.
They're all the back of yellow. Look at them all grouped up.
Oh,
same way.
no.
Getting
Oh, he's
whipped with his
dead.
neural theft, spotting
Yeah,
him.
that means
Dead
doesn't
man
matter.
walking.
And he's gonna have to go massive. Zeppa can find one.
Yeah.
That's massive as well, but nothing
There's
doing. Zeppa doesn't
decent
get it. Vanity
damage.
doesn't either. Version 1 take the lead right back.
And a clean rounds and good mid-rounding there from both sides, honestly. The fact that they recognize, oh, things are changing, they're closing back the door, so Leaf goes for it. And the way that they actually did that, I want to see Effie's POV. I'm not sure if we have it, but he got the 2 kills as they're running through the smoke that actually Leaf puts down, so they can basically waterfall out of halls.
Dude.
That's not something I've quite seen yet. So that they could get
Looking
the angle
at this round
at the
chart
front of the double doors ramp, essentially.
I know.
Very hard to visualize, but we might see it again if they ever come out of halls. Very, very nicely done from Cloud9, but also well responded from Effie's. This map is so prepped for V1, even though they've only played it 1 time.
The rounds have come in bunches, as you can see on the timeline for both teams. Version 1 with a slight lead in this opener to the best of 3. And then while we have a moment, set the scene for you all yet again. Elimination match. Both of these teams come out of group stages at the top.
Yeah, max out.
And they find themselves in a lower bracket match with elimination in the rear view mirror. And a possibility of a chance
got a
at
Battle Sage,
one before the
Battle Sage ace holding
higher.
down B.
Yeah.
Damn, just ran around headshotting everybody.
In their groups. I mean,
is it gonna be Fnatic TL again?
So far, both of these teams played so well, but somehow.
Pretty sure TL's still up.
Yeah, TL's playing.
Unless
TL played
Guild.
I just didn't see the. I didn't see the result.
Any given day, and so they're both here and both fighting for their lives.
Back to the gun round. Finish up the timeout. Penny has had Leaf's number.
Jeez.
What was the drama around Gambit again? Why did they have to sell their team?
Not only that, but every
Russian
round,
org.
the last 4 rounds, it feels like Penny has gotten an
That's all you need to know.
At least. And that's a huge advantage. I mean, the conversion rates for 5v4 for V1 are
It's a feels bad moment for them.
Defense. Astronomical.
And Bala, this is what sets a good duelist apart from a great one, right? Like the ability to take over when your team needs you the most. That's what Penny's doing here late on Breeze.
A lot of people might dispute the claim that Penny is up there with the top Jets, but because of, you know, inconsistency in V1 over time, last year's Stage 3 example, something that a lot of people like to state over and over, but it has been a completely different story this season, and he is up there with Leaf as a great Jet.
Still has that operator holding a tight angle. Xander answers the call, man. It was right at his doorstep, and he gladly welcomes both Mitch and Vanity. Sets him aside for the rest of the round. Numbers heavily in favor of version 1. We've seen a 5v2 go a bit sideways.
Everybody's flashed.
A bit bonkers before.
My eyes.
Zappa gets the opener. He's
oh my
up the
god,
spike
this
as well.
positioning.
The Hunter's Fury.
Oh!
He's gonna have to dodge all sorts of everything, and he somehow manages to do so. Now he has 2 HP, 3 people before him.
And 10 seconds.
And 10 seconds.
He had to get that kill in Whippy.
Man was gonna die with a shock dart.
Effie's.
For Cloud9.
If you get that kill in Effie's, he probably would have gone the backside pyramid too.
Yeah, I mean,
there's only so much you can do with 2 HP.
Yeah. He tried.
Jumping back and forth. Yeah, it looks like Zeta actually dropped him a Vandal, so they're going to go for a hero buy in the hands of Leaf. And that's a confidence play. Leaf right now is 12 and 15. Leaf is the person you want to do this for, and Vanity's talked many times. You want to put the best weapon in the best player's hands, but you also have to remember, it's 11-9 right now, and Leaf has been going down to Penny over and over. This different situation, though. They're on the other side of the map, and there's a free A site here ahead of us.
Except for Xander.
Where's this drone? That's a bad arrow.
I have no idea he's there.
Did this Stash just say what a rat?
Gone down, but can Xander find any value?
Dude, there's shocks flying around everywhere. What's going on?
Nothing doing there.
This is going for random damage.
Oh, Mitch?
Sheriff working through for Mitch.
Well, what?
It's a 4v3 in favor of Cloud9.
Oh, he wanted to
Penny
defense
falls.
him.
Cloud9 with this budget buy seem to be doing this thing, but Effie's, you can never count a round out when Effie's is here, and he's already gotten the opener. He's going to have an opportunity at more. No, Mitch answers right back. 3 of his own. Whippy from up top. 1v2. Spike ticking away. Time not on his side. But he's got to go. He doesn't have any time. He's got to go fast. The classic jumping around. Zeppa.
Damn.
Nice.
Plays it wisely. Whippy concedes, picks up the op.
Good.
But a thrifty round win for Cloud9.
Oh,
that was
my
crazy.
goodness, you can't even get any closer than that, man.
They're buying the
How is he
Stinger.
surviving 3 ticks of a recon bolt
Crazy.
while fighting on 1 versus 2?
Is that worth it
against 2
though?
players
Even
who
though
are
they won?
What?
Great
V1 gets
angles
the
on.
op.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, but I
V1 bought that op.
They did what they needed to do,
Yeah.
which
Did they?
was ping
Yeah.
enough for the time.
That was a thrifty from Cloud9. They
Speedboat's
bought
trying to
1
take a
Vandal,
timeout,
and the rest of them had
slow things
pistols.
down to stop the momentum.
Yeah, so it's just a hero buy
That
and
was
then
a great
quick
round.
The
down.
hero
Cloud9
buy'd leave,
recognizing
and then
immediately after they exploded out of cave, saying, "Hold on, there's nobody here at all. So let's take the space that they're giving us and punish
won the
them."
round
You saw
with
how
1 rifle.
after they start planting the spike, they push through
Yeah,
the
they
middle
got
of the pyramids.
rewarded
Xander's isolated by himself
for
on that corner
giving
because he just
their best
didn't
player the
have the
best
opportunity
gun.
to do anything. He's tied hip and hip with Leaf in that situation. And while Leaf didn't manage to get too much in that round, just that pairing alone is enough to make things really difficult. So they bring it back within 1. And these calls right now, these calls are going to get much more complicated as the ults start to come back on both sides.
Situations like these, high stakes Valorant, this really is my favorite ball because this is where the cream
good timeout.
rises to the top, right? Like this is where IGLs lean deep into what they have, deep into their playbooks. Duelists have moments. This is peak Valorant.
Honestly, Doug, in moments like this, it's sometimes the IGLs throw out the playbook and just play off of intuition.
Yep.
Oh!
Misses the shot this time, though, so
Damn.
Leaf is still alive.
Crazy.
Oh, Penny's going.
He's not slowing down. A couple
Or
of
Leaf's
cloud bursts
going.
into the triple
Damn.
X.
He just one-wayed himself.
Cleans that up.
I'm thinking, oh! Full blind!
Oh no.
He stops the round himself.
Damn, they needed.
Somebody needed to shoot that trip for Leaf, and then Leaf needed to
Leaf
smoke
hit
lower.
He got camera tagged.
No,
Yeah.
I know Leaf
Had to
can't, but
stop and take
there's
some
2
time.
people behind him.
That
They
might
threw.
be the dagger.
I think they might have gotten flashed.
What an answer.
They're on eco now.
What an answer from
Inside
Virgil.
the Cypher
They're
cage?
reset. Look at the money. Doug, there's
Yeah,
nothing
bro.
there.
I want to see how that
There's
works.
nothing there. And even if they do
Look,
somehow manage to pull out a
There,
miracle 50 again,
there was
they have to
3
keep
people
it
that could have
a
shot
good
that.
Oh yeah,
because
that's just unlucky.
I feel like
Dude,
even if he smoked lower, it wouldn't
this
matter
is
if
so
the
tough
trip was
for
still up.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
Version 1 about to
I
take
think
you can
down
still
they
see him.
definitely do have to. His teammates have to shoot that like fast.
one time.
It was a nice play, but
3 sheriffs.
Wait, what is that
a
trip attached
Vandal,
to?
or
Oh,
excuse me,
never
3
mind. There's a wall there.
Spectres, a Vandal,
Yeah.
and a Sheriff. The Cloud9. As they try to force this thing to overtime, try to extend the map. Penny with the operator, the middle of the map. That's a big kill.
gorgeous. And they aggro actually Viper's Pit out of A or B. This is massive.
Oh, but Mitch falling. Got a
Hey,
little.
they're not committing to it. I think they're a little scared because Zelsa's popped the no command. And they realize that he's walking away. He's given up his position. So they walk back through the Viper's Pit. Whippy has to go huge again, calling on him.
And Leaf got tagged. Nest with the knife.
Oh,
so they know he's there. And
he
he
got
falls.
the wall bang.
Zeta gets a spike down, yes. But there's a world of hurt coming your way.
oof.
Version 1
3-4.
starts to attempt this.
Vanity doesn't have a
You've got
gun.
Xander on the flank as well.
Oh, Zeppa and Zeta don't have guns.
They don't really
Oh!
need guns. Oh, that was big.
Vanity falls. The rest of Cloud9
That's
does.
Damn.
The defuse is going to come through as Version 1,
That's
my
good.
goodness, Balla. They take Breeze.
That was some
13-10,
good
a close
shit.
game, hard fought until the end. But Version 1 look so good once again.
Ascent.
Where do you
Next.
start? Where do you start on a map like this? It was all there, right? Like, you had every flavor of Valorant that you could possibly like. You had insane clutches, you had thrifty rounds, you had IGLs calling out of their minds. A little bit of everything for everyone.
I'll tell you where you start. You start on Ascent. Map 2, that is what's coming up next. And these two teams, V1 has been so good. What are they? 7 wins, 1 loss, only against
believe so.
Optic.
Damn, one of these
And it was
teams
a
has to go
big
out
loss.
now.
So don't forget that.
Crazy.
Against a team like Optic, whose caliber, they already showed they can beat Cloud9. You know, it's really hard to gauge is what I'm going to say.
Do or die time for Cloud9 as they face elimination. We're going to a break. We'll be right back.
That's crazy. That was a sick map.
I like that map.
Oh. Okay. Ascent time? Ascent's map 2, right?
Yes.
Crazy. Oh. Kinda hungry.
You hungry?
Yeah. Sheesh. What do I do right now? I have a minute to kill.
GeoGuessr.
Chessel.
GeoGuessr.
What is the Chessel for today? Do E4, E5. Do Vienna. E4. How about some Caro-Kann? E4. C5 to the Sicilian. Oh, let's go. It is some Sicilian. Is it a dragon Sicilian? No. What? Dude, what is this move?
D move.
What?
It's D move.
It's not Nazi. It's not E5. Dude, what are even other moves in the Sicilian here? It's not an accelerated dragon.
Clutches in 1vx situations, and I think it goes to show this match really did come down to really tense moments in the very last seconds of the round. I think V1 consistently had the advantage,
Sicilian
you know,
French.
in numbers, either 2v1s, 3v1s at the last possible second, but both teams showed a lot of proficiency in those late round moments. Still though, I think V1's played throughout the rounds early on, and when we got over to defense too, their anchor play was absolutely fantastic. You look at Whippy in a couple of these rounds repositioning on the B site, their defense was very hard to break through outside of the pistol and the second round there.
Yeah, I gotta
Let's
agree.
take a look at the stats too. I mean, you can see how things end up breaking down here, Bren. I mean, it definitely was a close game. It was like back and forth volley.
The round history so weird. It was just a block of colors between the attack side winning the rounds on either side. But it wasn't an odd match in terms of the momentum just being shifted on each side of each team. But came down to those critical 1v1s. Zelsis, the stats that this guy's putting up on top
What is KO holding
like
in this
next
picture?
to Xander as individuals. These guys always consistent performers, but on roles that you typically wouldn't expect
the
it as
judge
much.
looked like that.
Yeah, and there were some plays too that came in, big plays from Vanity as well. Like
it's because you died too fast that you could barely see it.
There was big plays from Whippy. It was not like one or two players was really just going completely nuts. Everyone was playing pretty well, but they were stepping up in individual circumstances when necessary. But there was rounds particularly that you wanted to look at because it wasn't all just doom and gloom. Like Cloud9 did start an impressive run after being down 6-0.
This is a silver lining for all the Cloud9 fans. If you're coming into the next map and you're feeling disheartened, your team's just lost, take a look at this one. This is straight off the back of the timeout. Cloud9 are on the defense side, and this is them winning 6 in a row off of their initial timeout in the first half of this map. They plan a set play here with Zeta playing out of range of the KO ult, and they combine it with a knife and a dart to immediately set themselves up for an initial pick off the rip. If the knife catches onto anyone, they immediately let it rip, and they go on to win the round. This is the first round they won in the half. Right after this, there was another round straight off the back of it. Again, another concrete plan in their minds. They use the Viper's Pit in the initial A choke point, and they know that this is going to basically force V1 to either take Hall's control or pivot into B. And so that's exactly what V1 ended up doing. They end up contacting into Halls, taking that control, because the Viper's Pit in A main, it kind of blocks off that area. They also know that they have the KO ult. They're probably going to try and burst out of Halls. And so we skip ahead a little bit, but the setup is there. Cloud9 are ready again with another crossfire, thinking ahead about how V1 might be using these ultimates to try and push into the site. Now we know in the end, it wasn't enough for them to actually end up clinching the entirety of this map, but it was enough to bring it back in that first half when it was looking dire for them, 6 rounds down. So this is what I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping as we move into map 2, we continue to see for Cloud9. Are they going to be able to keep up that mental resilience to be able to cook up those game plans? Because at the end of the day, that is the thing that is going to be able to carry them in this series moving forwards when they've just lost on their map pick.
Hey, you talk about map picks. Why don't we take a look at where we're going to be going next? You said it. This was their map pick and a map that we expected them to take. Breeze has been Cloud9's playground for quite some time. So looking at this one, we thought, oh, Cloud9 should walk away with the win in map 1. Now we move to Ascent, which is V1's playground. Very competent on Ascent. A little bit scary. And then, again, the third and final map will be Fracture. Both teams showing decent results, but V1 definitely having the lion's share of play on
I hope this goes to Fracture, and one of these teams don't play Breach, so it gives me a reason to not play Breach.
Whereas Cloud9 has only ever played official on the map.
They're going to play Breach, bro.
So it's looking a little scary right now if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Yeah, at the same time, I do think it's worth pointing out, like, C9 are a team that historically do like to guard some strategies, whether it's specific picks or specific maps. Like, think back to LCQ last year, sort of switching up their comp on Haven halfway through the tournament. All of a sudden, it went from looking like their worst map to their best map. So, to me, seeing their Fracture versus Optic was enough to sort of say in my mind, like, yeah, this is a map they have put the reps in on, and they are looking strong on. So, even with them dropping Breeze as a first map, these teams are both incredibly strong and going to give
You never know, bro. What if they rock up with, like...
Well, it's time to take a look at the agent select for the second
triple
half of the
initiator.
series. We need to see if Cloud9 can pull something out of their
Sova
bag of tricks.
KO Sky.
Vanity's definitely got his work cut out for them.
Crazy.
That's
we
not
ready
a
to move
Ascent.
on. That's not a Ascent. That's Breeze. But we are going to be there. We go. Oh, we just a slight vacation first. Again, the options in gray at the bottom were what they typically pick.
That's
but
normal.
they do lock in, and we will
That's
see
normal.
a few interesting picks. Most notably, Xander still favoring the Astra, but we've seen that a lot on this map.
This is actually the standard picks for both of these teams on Ascent and what they play. It's for version 1, it's a comfort. It means that if Cloud9 have put prep into this map, they know what they're playing against. You know, there's nothing strange that's being thrown at them, which I think does bode well. Still, this is going to be V1's comfort, and Cloud9 are coming off the back of their loss versus Optic on this map, where they only got 1 round on their attack side. It's going to be, again, a similar situation where I'm looking at this map. Cloud9 are going to have to pull out some incredible things, I think, to carry this one forwards.
Yeah, I think for me, like, on this map, it always comes down to, like, KO jet play. On defense especially, I think controlling A and B main can be very important. The other thing that I like to look at is the Omen. Like, earlier today, we were seeing Omens on this map.
We play the double initiator
into jet smokes
right?
on
Joe
the
plays
attack,
KO.
sort of like how Jet likes to dash in as another way to get more forward space. So I think there is some flexibility and potential with this Omen pick that we haven't
When are we
seen
gonna
every
get Clash
team
in
unlock,
Valorant?
and I think that C9 definitely have been looking into.
It's coming.
Well, we do have our casters standing by, ready to jump into the action, which is great. We heckin' love gameplay. Let's throw it over to Doug and Bala to take us into map 2.
Why did the analyst have to say that?
Thank you so much, Bach. I appreciate your throw from the breast. Bala, let's talk about Astra versus Omen, right? There are differing opinions here, different schools of thought, but I think it seems like on Ascent, people still like Astra.
Yeah, there's plenty of teams still playing Astra, and for good reason, I'd say. I think they actually end up coming out pretty evenly in the terms of the smoke potential and the execute potential. The one thing is that Astra, obviously, you can play around her, you can timing her a lot, but the extra initiation that you get with the Omen that Vanity is playing from the Paranoia kind of feels a little wasted in this comp, given the fact that they already have the KO and the Sova.
Version 1 starting off on the attacking half. Ren mentioned compositions are comfort for them. These are the exact same comps that these teams have been running.
Fast A split.
Fast cat push.
Leaf is peeking!
Oh.
Doesn't find anything. Maybe Mitch can. A little bit of spam through the smokes.
He trying.
They get onto the site, but not before losing a lot of HP. Look at Penny and Zelsis' HP right there. That's because of the shot from Zeta. Well timed, and losing one there too, that's going to start to get very difficult.
They have control of the site. Time is also on their side. You see the pop flash coming up through heaven. Penny turns away, falls anyway.
I thought it was a lineup kill.
Yeah.
It's as clean as it gets, but Cloud9 snatch it right back. They take the pistol and they take it in a big way.
Yeah, very fast retake through A heaven there. Beautiful stuff from Cloud9. And again, shout out to Zeta there, who isn't usually actually on that A site from Cloud9. Typically, he's over towards the B site because of how obviously you can get so much value out of Sova, but on the pistol round, you don't have a spam weapon. And he just gets so much damage done. And again, the pop flash there actually.
Yeah, honestly, we should do that.
From prior iterations of that fast retake that I've seen from Cloud9.
Move me over to B when we're on our force or
Version 1
like
not
gun
forcing
rounds.
up here.
But I think Sova should play A on pistol.
Into this next round.
So something that they go for a lot here is getting both orb controls. This is V1 on their attack. So immediately
and have KJ play
tree. Even though there's utility coming in.
Well, you don't need to. You don't need to move both of them.
The bounce would have had him.
Zeta's coming in with some new
But
stuff,
like,
man.
I don't know.
You saw Breeze's last pistol.
You definitely lose a lot of value as Sova on B
yeah,
once if you don't have the spam weapon.
Even though Penny and Whippy are trying to hold a little bit of space in mid, they're going to come back, and they've already got, Cloud9's already got a setup here with Vanity with the judge. They're denying the idea that V1 goes for on their first eco round.
Oh,
Death
it's going to be
taxes
nice.
Vanity with the judge.
Oh, no.
Swing.
Oh,
the shot,
he's so
Sanders.
weak.
Turned into Swiss cheese.
Nice.
He's peppered up to high heaven, and the paranoia comes through as Vanity gets a second. Penny and Zelsis, the only two that remain.
This is good, though, for V1. The fact that they actually mixed up a fake and they're going to get a spike plant out of it, hey, that's great. That is beautiful.
Paula seems so happy.
They get a little extra money out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Question
God.
is, what weapons can they get out of Cloud9's hands?
It's pretty good. They got
It's only
spiked, yeah.
Zelsis to answer.
Oh.
The classic.
Dude,
Yeah.
Leaf would not
I
stop
thought I heard a
jumping
dink
there.
at the end there, but Mitch cleans it up. Or, excuse me, Leaf cleans it up. Mitch is going to get the
no, he's
defuse.
just happy,
Cloud9
bro.
gets to 2.
How can you dink one bouncing leaf?
a singular leaf.
I love the idea, but again, you can see there's a couple of different changes already from Cloud9's previous game against Optic, basically, where starting
Yeah,
off
just
they're putting the
bouncing,
killjoy
that's
on the A
crazy.
site. That's not how they typically were playing this. It was Vanity and Zeppa over towards the A site. So you see Mitch over here. That's throwing V1 for a loop, and then already they're reading the strats that they like to do. So another A control strat. There's going to be a shock dart here on top of the two players there, so that's a little scary for Cloud9 if they do end up landing into that.
Good shock.
Knife getting all sorts of info. This version 1 have 4 players in a main going towards
No
long.
value, but
They're
it's
gonna
a good.
they're gonna continue to
it's a cool
push this
shot.
through A main. No, actually calling an audible.
He's flexing,
I was
bro.
thinking the way that Whippy's already coming back, he pulled this turret
Oh
off
wait,
already.
he damaged Penny a
Everything.
little bit.
But they're pivoting.
Yeah, that was an
Sanders-
adjustment on the fly for sure.
Now that he got darted, I wonder if they're going to continue with the call. Dart bottom mid. Vanity's got to set up not only to be able to actually stop and flash.
What is this
into
angle?
This is
tree if
Pog.
they do go there. but also for somebody to join him and potentially for Zeppa to pop flash.
Oh, who got banged?
Humanity?
I'm confused. I don't know.
Drone out from Murphy's. Try to clear out tree.
They've
A
actually
little bit of utility as well.
They've pulled a lot. Leaf is gone. He's playing it with
Ooh,
Vanity
wow.
now. And there's no utility. Cloud9's made the wrong gamble.
Dang.
Smoke out from Vanity just in time to provide a little bit of cover.
Oh.
And yeah, they pulled off of B, but there's still something left, but it looks like...
Yeah,
No
the ult
command
is going
time?
to come online for them.
Yeah.
Oh, they heard it.
And that's the
They're
skew
start
actually they know
rotating.
now. So Leaf is rotating fast.
Yeah.
For Cloud9, you wonder, yeah, it looks like they're fine to give up the space. They'd rather fight as 5. So version 1, just in the nick of time, should get the spike down, and that's going to set up for a bloodbath on the site. A 5v5 as Cloud9 attempt to retake this site with inferior weapons. At least historically inferior weapons. Look at Leaf. He's picked up the Judge from Vanity. They've traded things out. Now it's Vanity with the Spectre. Zeta getting an
Oh
opener.
god,
Leaf
they're all
tries to find some
both.
space. He spotted some players
If
backside.
only they had
Xander from the
mollies or
back.
anything.
And Whippy as well. Now it's Vanity, who we're talking about at the beginning of the round, the last one standing in this
Play
1v3.
exits,
Both
honestly.
Effie's and Whippy are weak. Vanity's going to try to just get some exits.
Yeah.
Nah.
And
He's staring at the wall, bro.
they made a
He
gamble
tried
and
to
the
hide the
bonus doesn't
barrel, I
pay
think.
off. And that's a recreation of what
You don't
V1
need to
actually
there,
went for in
no?
the
He has
second
a
round as well. I
Spectre.
mean,
That
they
doesn't
got
stick
both
out that
orbs for
far.
Zelsis, and on round 3,
I
which is
don't
a
know.
crucial round to not lose,
Vanity knows what he's doing.
they come up with the null commands
Seems like a smart man.
and shut down any hope of actually Leaf or Vanity
Yeah.
fighting back on that execute, because there's still a possibility of
Yeah.
Leaf pushing out a smoke
Yeah.
and flash from Vanity. And a great
Yeah.
angle as well for that sort of thing to happen.
We're just too dumb for his ingenuity.
Cloud9 through that. Managed to buy up some, but it's still not a full buy as Epa's still on the Spectre. In version 1, testing
Yeah,
the
they
waters
should
again.
just start
This
being
should
the
be
alarm
first
bot
time
and
they
shoot it
spot this
from
alarm bot behind you.
cat.
Yeah, but standards now, of course. So expecting it as well. Drone back through B. That could give false information.
Damn. Zeta doesn't
But
know the
obviously
drone
they're
route to
expecting
get it to check all the way in the
B split
tiles.
as well. Xander's still hanging out in A main with 50 seconds left. This is slow from V1 to what we're used to. These pace changes aren't coming very fast. I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row, essentially. Very deep wall.
Whoa.
This is to fake towards B, but it actually is very good for A as well.
Yeah, that provides
Oh.
all sorts of options, but they're going to fight for the side as Vanity
It's pitched.
tries to hold up, tries to stay alive.
Leaf is still here. They're going to flash through this. This is dangerous against Leaf.
Leaf avoiding the flash. Gives up the space, but now he can reassess. They know where he is as he shoots out the dart and he falls, but Mitch up in heaven. Perhaps he can be the angel they're looking for. It's a 2v3. He's outnumbered. The shot darts come through. Oh my gosh, that hurts!
Oh no!
It's all gonna fall onto Zeta at the end. We talked about Mitch, but of course it
That
was
looked
Zeta
like the
from
one round I had
downtown
in the games the
who
other
uses
day.
the shock darts to get the map control,
That
or
was
the
so
site control, and the
unexpected.
defuse for Cloud9.
And the crucial part is actually
Easy.
Leaf staying alive for that long.
Oh
They're
my God.
cautiously trying to clear the back of sight
Yeah,
through
can you
that,
do that more?
wall. And as soon as they actually spot Leaf down below and Xander and whoever else kills him, they're already out in heaven. So they can't reposition off of Jen. And Zeta gets an advanced double shock, not on the typical position.
Advanced.
Showing
you
off the
should know that
Sova
double
prowess,
shot.
and I told you he was coming into this with some new stuff.
I don't think
that
that's very
right there
advanced.
is brilliant from Cloud9.
Man,
A
it's-
great start on V1's map pick.
Yeah, Zeta feeling himself here. Had a couple of really big moments, a couple of knives being
And that,
traded at
ladies
the
and
beginning.
gentlemen,
Zelsis continuing to
is why
farm that
Sova
ult
has
orb.
100% pick rate on Ascent.
And another slow round from version 1.
Yeah.
But they're popping here, Doug. Only 3 players.
Oh no.
No way, man. The paranoia of the
No.
judge. 2 and a third.
Oh god.
Man, watching this game so far, I just have to, like, both Vanity and Boaster are getting buffs before Iceland. I'm just wondering. And it's the same type of manner
Is
as well.
Boaster also using the Judge?
That Viper.
Is that why they're
1v3.
comparing this?
Actually, multiple clutches for Vanity in the last game.
Penny and Whippy. Well,
Bro, he's
never
just,
mind, just Whippy.
why is everybody tanking that?
He's got no armor. He's got light weaponry as well. This should be a pretty clean wrap-up for Cloud9.
They saw him cross,
And that was
right?
interesting, Ball, because when
Yeah,
you
they
called
saw
on the
him.
pop, they wanted to go into A, but they still had two players rotating through spawn.
Clearly not.
Yeah, and it's not even
No,
like
Leaf
they
saw
painted
him. He just
anything
missed.
on B either, Doug. They put down the turret.
Yeah,
which,
He was
why,
shooting.
why did they
does
have people
every
holding
single round.
the other
Yeah,
side
every round.
if they knew he crossed?
Yeah,
I guess
so they saw something.
Leaf probably just
They
didn't
figured
call it out. If that's the case.
Something, and I don't know what. I'll have to go back and watch again. But
I'm pretty
there's
sure
a reason
Leaf,
why they tried to pop.
He
that,
was
and
he was
unfortunately,
shooting
either
at
that reason was
Whippy
wrong,
or whoever it was.
or they just get destroyed by something completely unexpected, like Vanity with the judge. But you should be expecting it at this point.
And the thing is, for many teams that are, it doesn't seem to change the outcome.
Nice. Aggressive. Look at that. Look at how far that alarm bot is down mid. And that, against V1, because of the stuff that they do, which is exactly like this, even though Vanity's close again in main with the judge. They know for so long, and this is going to be crucial in future rounds.
Not again. Paula, not again. Right? They wait for the
what is he
It
doing?
looked like he was waiting,
waiting
for
for
a flash,
flash.
trying to look away, avert his gaze. They just decide to go in dry. Zeta with the Hunter's Fury.
I guess they big brained him for not
Cross
flashing.
A. You don't expect Zeppa here, do you? They have so many
Oh,
layers,
no.
man. There are so many
What,
traps
do you not look at walls
that they set,
to,
but
when
both
you're
of them
expecting
here
a
fall a
flash
bit
to come
flat.
around?
I mean,
Zeta
I
still
guess
up in
so.
heavy
It's just
gravity
that-
while pulling him off as Effie's gets the spike down, and now it's Mitch, who's also been given away. 1-2. That's all it's going to be. Maybe Leaf can find something from up in heaven. You see the lockdown, but it's just enough cover. They can stay up in heaven.
Yeah. That's
3. That's all it's going to be.
It's a round ender anyways. I mean, actually not, because that lockdown's really far back, so it had room to stay on the back of heaven there either way. But, yeah, I mean, how are you going to go up and break that in time to stop the defuse?
Yeah.
Because even if they clear everybody, and they don't. So, okay. Moving to the next round, finally, Cloud9. Their money broken a little bit. Still some dangerous things on the other side. The Judge and the Phantom, but they're going to go fast B here, and Leaf is to receive.
Note that it's the
Zeppa
Judge
with
in
the
Mitch's
hero
hand.
rifle. And he's
This
dead.
time, not in Vanity's, just on the other side of the map. Oh my goodness, Penny with the Blade Storm. He goes up top and manages to take care of one. They find the openings that they need as version 1 get on to B. And now Vanity and Mitch, the two players who were on A,
What?
arrive, but it may be a bit too late. Look at him. Look at Mitch going. Look at him going through the smoke. Of course, why not? Vanity in this 1v3 is just going to get cleaned up.
He's running for the Judge.
He was, man. He wanted more.
He's like, give me that thing.
Those frag movies ain't going to make themselves.
They got Zeppa the hero rifle, and then he died immediately.
Some Fort Minor on in the background.
Banger, bro. Maybe dating yourself a little bit, but
That's fine. Again.
Dude, that's so unlucky. Nobody got the rifle off of him.
It kind of felt okay. They're going for the exact same thing. Exactly the same. 2 pop flashes here from Zelsis for them to get out B. This is their patented execute. Penny will dash and break the switch.
Mitch has an Odin here. Well, he had an Odin.
He had been
He
Odin.
just gets cleaned up. Version 1
I feel
overwhelmed.
like every
They
time you
bully
mention somebody has something, they just die
Cloud9 off
immediately.
the
What's
site.
going on?
Well, really just Mitch.
Caster curse.
The problem there.
But I did it last round.
Follow the thought.
Yeah, hang on one
You're not a
second. Blade
caster.
Storm is online. The dart, excuse
But
me,
you
the drone
just
gives
said
him away
caster
as he
curse.
tries to
So
stay
you
up.
just-
He's not able to do so.
Oh,
The prowess
Right,
behind this
caster there.
retake is, for all intents and purposes,
Justin,
gone.
What I wanted to point out was the double
I'm
volley
the
set
one
on
who
top
said
of
they
the
got
switch.
Zeppa
The
the
problem
hero.
is that Mitch
I
put
said,
himself
why
in a
is
place
it
to
that whenever
avoid the
anybody
knife that
mentions what
Zelsis
gun they
throws.
have, they die immediately?
And
And then you
Zelsis
said
does
caster
differ his
curse. I was
knives.
like, oh, so I'm a
But in this
caster? And
case,
you said, no, you're not a
pretty
caster.
sure it just landed on top of the switch.
I was literally the one who brought up
And
that
Mitch
Zeppa
gets
had a hero by
destroyed
last
because
round.
of that. So can't
Just a
pop the
moment.
mollies. The door's coming down, and the turret's not even making contact for anything to spot, the timing of them coming out either.
There's nobody here. That's so weird.
Version 1 tie us up at 4 apiece. Cloud9 takes some
Oh.
weapons,
Oh.
3 of them.
love
Wait, I
out.
thought- they didn't drop one, but yeah, they take 3 weapons
almost
into
got
this next
2.
round. Financially, as you can see, they don't have a ton of money, so you really feel the
Love
impact of carrying those in, and they call a timeout.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it's
Jesus.
because there's just been a massive pace change. from V1. I mean, at the beginning of this game,
it was slow.
It was very slow. They were going with the 2-1-2 default at the top of the map. They were calling they were taking the orb and then rotating all the way back through. But since then, it's been fast. They've gone for A pops, they've gone for B pops. And with probably another null command going to be coming up soon for Zalsis, at least one more in the half. They need to plan around how to deal with that type of setup and speed from V1. And a word of caution as well. 4-4 already is starting to be a bad defensive half for Cloud9. Already. I mean, you remember, actually that was one of the reasons why they ended up losing in Champions. They had multiple games of Ascent that were defensive-sided for them, great halves, and they struggle. I mean, crawling through the mud trying to close out those games. There's the one against Vision Strikers, now known as DRX, but that was a game where both teams, for some reason, struggled on the attacking side. So, again, the B-pop is just working, so go for it.
Very similar, very reminiscent to what we had on Breeze. Oh. And they try to swing out again, and they find the openers that they need. Vanity's already fallen, but Cloud9, a bit more cautious this time around. They have more presence, and Mitch is on a flank. Oh. Leaf already falls. Zeppa working forward. Perhaps he's the answer that they need. Yes, Zeppa's only one. That's all it's going to be. Mitch is a classic, man. They continue to hit B, and it continues to work.
And there's even a flash knowing where he's coming from Zalsis for both Penny and Whippy to swing out on that angle and get massive advantages against the last player. Only has a classic either way, but I mean, that's out of the timeout. The confidence, Doug, that tells me V1 is having right now is out of this world.
And I even wondered, I'm like, off a timeout, you know that you've been hitting it fast. Perhaps this is the ideal time to throw a wrinkle in the plans, right? To change up the pace. But they go back to what works and, again, find success.
Yep.
My God.
Mad props to
Look at all those half shields.
This time, it's still fast. I have to say, they've got both Zalsis and Penny close in tiles to push up mid fast. And that's not something they've done at all. So a little flash to clear things out.
Big reposition by Leaf. Massive reposition by Leaf. He got tagged by the knife from Zelsis at B main. Repositions, gets to opener. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Right oh
my God.
No judges side. One.
Whoa.
Swings.
Jesus.
Great response by Cloud9.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Dang.
He had a chance.
That is a great response. Flawless Prime Gaming.
I mean, he has a chance to get lucky, but he didn't see what was happening.
And couldn't come at a better time.
That's so sad.
Right as V1 tries to switch something up. Doesn't work at all. Great call on the repositioning from Leaf as well. Because that's the type of thing that really does catch your opponents off guard. And honestly, a big goal of the knife, really honest, to try to spot where the opper is.
You might get spotted here again. Zelsis is towards A main. That's exactly where Leaf is with the op.
He likes to use his knife on actual A main, though, so doesn't spot it.
What? That's crazy.
Does take
there goes the Killjoy.
Recalled that actually. Either way, not going to be that important because he's not going to be able to replace it.
It was a double bounce to see if Killjoy had an alarm bot mid.
As he closes it too, so.
Oh. No, I said wait because the timing of that smoke and
we saw at the beginning of the map.
And Joan was
really of this half slower.
Gave them false info, kind of for Cat.
Look how far back he has the alarm bot, all the way top mid.
What the?
And you're right, very methodical. Leaf, he's taken off a lot right now, and that's Effie's. No dart possible.
I mean, where do they go from here? Version 1 looking to find an opening here late in the first half. The spike's been picked up. And you've got Whippy who's testing the waters B, trying to spot a little bit of anything as you hear the ultimate.
Yes.
Come through from Zeppa and it's right on the money. Swings out. Nice shots.
Don't know if he knows he's close though. Wait.
Oh, he didn't.
He gets it. Look at the discipline though from Cloud9. Zeta's still here. He could shock dart with everything that Whippy's putting, or Mitch is putting down.
Kill combo on the switch. 13 seconds left. Cloud9 trying to keep version 1 back on B. 1 falls. It gets traded right back. 7. They've got to get the plant down soon. Now Celsius showing up, but it might be too late. It is. They're going to deny the plant. You can get a couple of kills, but the round goes in favor of Cloud9.
Get the plant money.
Well, Celsius does find Zeta finally, who's sitting in the back of sight for that entire round.
Patience.
Could have finished that plant.
Discipline is exactly. We use that word a lot this season, but it does feel like NA has come out to a new level.
No, not to win the round, just for the money.
And that right there is an example of it.
Like,
both Mitch and Zeta hold firm on B site,
like the
knowing
timer.
that
Like
Whippy wants to try to find a gap, knowing that Xander,
Doesn't
as the
everything
cat
stop
call
once it
fails,
touches 0?
he will try to work
There's
his
no-
way back around.
Doesn't it like?
A.
I mean,
doesn't it just like?
why not
move
You
into-
try?
also
It's
have
gonna
to
be
point
close.
out, and I know I said that what was it, 4-3 half already was bad for Cloud9. The shift in momentum here, in terms of
we still
not
have
only
we
Leaf
still have a
starting to find
timeout.
some
Might as well
opening
use it
kills,
for the last one.
but also just the calls in general and how they've stopped V1's pace flat out, definitely bodes well.
Leaf is starting to kind of catch his footing, but really you look at the stat line, no one's having their pop-off performance at this point in the game, like we saw in Breeze this time. In the first map, it was Effie's, who was like 11-1 or something insane like that. Penny was having his way with Leaf, but a much closer affair here.
All your teams are losing? What?
Vanity. Penny versus Leaf fight, because on Breeze,
You wanted
it wasn't as one-sided as
Wait, Vanity has an
originally
op.
Penny was winning
No, I
that
don't
fight
care
every
about that
time, but
game.
it was only 2-1. So keep that in mind.
Vanity's
Those
out
fights
here buying
aren't happening
judges
that
on
often.
full buy rounds.
This looks like they're
It's
going to
crazy.
fake over towards B with
He's
Zelsis.
bad enough.
Not
No
early
knife
on,
potential
earlier.
for Cloud9 to
Yeah,
actually
that's
beat him.
always
It's
been his
working.
thing.
They're
He always
rotating.
memes about it.
But again, patience. Look at it.
The knife hit. I think
Thought
just
about it,
spot
but they-
Effie's.
Oh, there's a rifle on the ground, Justin.
Now
that's why
Zeppa
he
with the
has an
nade.
op.
They read it. They knew that it was a fake. They got it. The lockdown comes through. To delay.
Apex, let's go Apex.
That clears.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Neither
not
of the
Penny.
two utility that could be used to break that, by the way, Zelsis and Effie's, even close.
There's a whole lot of hurry up and wait as the round has hit a bit of a standstill off of the utility.
Are they going to try to fake it again with Zelsis, or going to pick their B dry? They know the Sentinel utility is actually over towards A, so this is perfect for Zelsis. They just need to not peek A main. Look how far out he is.
Ooh.
Do they stay? Do they stay?
Yeah.
The flash comes through. Zelsis falls. Oh, they're biting a bit more. But look, they don't overbite. They don't overbite, Mitch! But then Leaf from up top! And now he's got a Blade Storm, 30 seconds
have to
left.
get
They've
one
tried,
there,
they've
Mitch.
poked, they've prodded.
Huh?
They finally found a little bit of room to
Yeah,
work with
wait,
as they try to
right
get
now
on
we're-
A, but Whippy's left alone. He's flashed up. He's got a couple of knives in his face. That gets Cloud9 to a 7-5 half. We'll be right back.
Switching sides.
like top 4 in NA. So like whoever we send, like I think I'll be happy.
Yeah. The question is how do our top 4 stack up against the other regions?
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Fnatic
good.
Fnatic's pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're kind of screwed.
I don't know. I feel like Guard can win it.
Cloud9 get to a 7-5
we'll
half.
see.
They're close, but the job's not
I have
done,
hope.
Balla.
They got prod.
Not done at all.
Yeah,
They've
they
got
do
a
have prod.
large road ahead of them.
Worst
Again,
comes to worst, so you
repeating
replace
the
side player
same
for
type of
pod.
stat that Cloud9's attack side
Easy
is
defense,
definitely
it'll be
weaker.
Backwards
ten-
updraft entry against
It's been
Fnatic.
tough for them to
Yeah.
claw back.
Boaster will lose his
7-5 right
mind.
now, but I actually think this favors V1.
He gets mentally
However,
boomed. They
temper
win.
the expectations a little bit. Vanity has been great at adjusting to the
That's how the
patch
guard's gonna
when
win.
it comes to the attacking side.
He's
bringing
mental
a lot
booming
of
boaster.
new flavor with the Omen on this map and combination with Leaf that really makes me
They just have
excited.
to shut down Durka.
Let's see how this plays out.
That guy's a monster.
A little testing of the waters mid right at the beginning. Clearing out the alarm bot.
And the way they set
Off
him
of
up
that
is
Zeta can
crazy.
get a much deeper drone. Hopefully more info from him as well. Yeah.
What, they're just alarm botting mid and playing with a shut door defense setup? They're shutting the door themselves?
Nice shock. That's off
Huh.
the turret.
It's not bad.
From Mitch, that Vanity is just tanking. Leaf's got a sliver here.
Ooh.
Oh, nice shot.
What?
What a shot onto Penny.
This guy's a monster. This is what I'm talking about. When he really starts to get the momentum on his side, it can
Crazy.
really be dangerous to any team, including teams like Team Liquid on the international stage.
And he's still in a position to cut off rotations. Cloud9 looking to go A.
One sec,
There's
stream, I'll be
utility
right back.
all over the place. Zoss is trying to find it with the flash. No, Vanity greets him on the other side, but the Nano Swarm does enough damage to take care of things. Cloud9 seem to be able to navigate all of that just fine,
Crazy
though.
gamers.
As Effys takes one to the back of the head, Cloud9
Okay,
take
they
the
want a
round.
pistol.
Yeah, a little haphazard there. It felt like they got a really good smoke off and good timing for that. That Cloud9 was going
They
to
won
struggle
both
to clear that
pistols
out.
in this
but
map.
instead, Zelsis flashes out by himself again this shot.
Dang.
The slow motion kind of makes that shot look slightly easier than it looks, but trust me. So pistol round win, and honestly, that has been a major problem for V1 so far in playoffs, even though it was a great boon for them as they stack the A site with just classics. And a lot of utility here. Cloud9 look like they're walking into it, but they can always pivot. That's something that's great with the Omen, is that Vanity is so good with using just one smoke to execute, usually on door here. And because of that, they can recognize these types of things. They don't full commit. Maybe they send Leaf in, but that's about it.
The drone to try to find some info. You're right. Leaf goes in, finds
my
out that
brother
there's
walking
everything
into a
here, and I
stack.
think off of this,
Oh, no.
I presume they're going to pull off. They want to go. They want to go.
Oh my god.
Gun
Bro, they
advantage
just
on
said we
full
don't
display
care.
as they just
Okay, they
mull
literally
over
just
version
threw.
one.
Yeah, look. There's classics on the other side of it, and you know where they are? Come on, man.
Unlucky, bro.
You know Vanity
They
and
don't care.
Zeppo are going to start pushing for
Vanity
this. You
doesn't
know it.
care.
You know. But the point is that they spotted with
Yes,
Leaf
we're
going
just
in
gonna
first
gun
there
diff
on
you.
the anti-eco.
What happened?
The
Did they
stack
not
was
expect
there. And because of that,
Zeppo
they
to
can
walk
react
through a molly or
accordingly. They're
something?
not running in with their full exec trying to flash
No.
every corner.
They just-
Right.
They're
Or just
using
missed.
their gun advantage.
They got the two guys in Jenny got
Yeah, I know,
sprayed
but
down.
like, I know, but how did that even happen?
I have
Now we're
no
back on a
clue.
fuller buy. Version 1 rifles
Yeah, it's
across
kinda
the board.
fast.
Whippy has light armor. Cloud9
Oh.
continue to try to
The
Yeah,
flash.
shoot the dark as a flash.
into a bigger lead in the second half.
Unlucky.
Oh no, that spotted both of them. They know there's a
I
piece
guess
across
that's
here.
pretty good too, actually. It gives them a lot of space.
But again, they seem to be okay pushing into it. Those get traded
He
back.
gets
Effys
one?
pushed off with the drone.
Wow, that was
Crazy.
dangerous right there. Although
Yep.
Whippy was there, so even though there wasn't a smoke, Whippy could have been trading with him, but still. Close setup here for Zelsis.
At this
He
point,
can pop
wouldn't they
flash at
just
any
want to
moment
close a
and
door here?
swing potentially onto where Xander is.
Oh, never mind.
Peeking for him. Leaf doesn't know that he's
Yeah.
there, and he knows, so Xander's going to clean this up. Surely.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And off of that, they should know that the rest of the hit's going A. You see the knife come through. Get a little bit of info. There's still some time. I can't imagine they flip the mech here. The paranoia comes through. Xander avoids it. Swings out. He doesn't avoid that flash because he doesn't see a dang thing and he falls. Zalsis, who grabbed pivotal information at the beginning of the round, still alive. As the play gets the spike gets planted. Whippy from up top. They try to go quick. Kills traded back and forth. 2v2.
That was a good.
Make it a 2v1. Zalsis versus Vanity.
Oh, he's
And
dead.
Effie's. Oh my goodness, he tagged him up. Something serious.
That is
Effie's
big.
is so weak, but Vanity can't find a way.
As long as he
in.
doesn't get tagged.
The drone to give him away too, but he swings out on that. No way, Effie's.
Oh, nice try.
Wait, that's
That is
pretty good.
Oh, if he just
close.
shot.
That dink onto Effie's
That's
made
pretty good
all the
bonus,
difference. And he really could have had that, but Effie's is fast off of the swing. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
Vanity
still pretty good
expected him
bonus.
to be spammable while he was using that drone, so he assumed that he was farther back off of that wall. Great response from version 1 and close to a must-win round. Very close to a must-win round after losing the pistol round. So Zeppa getting close to the. There are actually a lot of ults that are going to come out online for Cloud9 at the same time, and that is a scary thought. So how to disrupt that from version 1? Not anything you can plan for, but something that you're going to look for and hope for.
Yeah, keep that in the back of your pocket. See the smoke and the knife. Top cat.
Expecting the pizza setup to continue from V1. The pizza setup in mid where they had to cross with Penny and Effie's last round. But not there.
Is Zeppa aiming for an updraft or something? What is he doing? Or wait, no, never mind. I felt like he was aiming like up super high.
Because of Xander's position, if they do commit to this mid push, there could be a very fast flank from him. But Mitch is going to hold it. But he's got to judge anyways. Give him a taste of the own medicine, bro.
Oh, be patient. And off of that, Cloud9. Looks like Zeppa's going to try to clear that out. A nade to keep him back. Cloud9, they don't have a ton of options. It looks like they just kind of have to go B here. Zeppa with the flash through the smoke, the swing out. Xander gives the space up, preserves his life.
Oh, he is so low though.
I know.
They're just walking out dry.
He has 1 star 2.
No
Oh,
way.
2. He has 2. Ooh.
What an opener, what a shot. And what was formidable defense continues to be formidable defense when it's Effie's on the site. Flash smoking through. Vanity is alone over here. He's got Zeppa, who's kind of close by, but he doesn't have the spike, and now he's dead. There's no way in.
Try to double TP to safety, carry the Vandal the next round because that will be an eco for Cloud9. Version 1 clap back fast as these gun rounds begin and the second half really gets underway. And I thought that Leaf was really going to find an opening there. They had a really nice setup. You could actually see Effie's and Whippy, the way they were playing off of that as Leaf took them out. It was very complementary to each other. But then, because Whippy goes down, Effie's is in a terrible spot right there because they could be pinched. Obviously, Leaf is jumping with his knives, and he's in a spot that he can't escape really from.
But the dude answers the call. How many times does Effie's in moments for V1 delivered? It's countless.
Yep.
Ooh, and off of that, version 1 call a timeout. You see they've won the last 2 rounds in a row. Nearing the end of this half, we're getting to crunch time. Cloud9, they still have a lead. And you were right, Ball Eye. We would love to look at economy here because there can't be very much.
This is a great timeout for V1 as well, by the way. It's a chance to really, really understand how the economy is going. I mean, how the next couple of rounds are going to go, even though Cloud9 has no economy. So with the low economy from them, they're sitting there stewing.
Leaf got a full
There's
buy.
not really much to go into this one, even though they do have, obviously, the hero rifle again. And Vanity actually drops that over to Leaf. So we see that over and over. And with that, he takes the fast swing on A-Main.
It looks like they may find some space. Zeppa has his ult. Mitch is a point away from having the lockdown, and you just heard the tap, so he should get that online. The lockdown comes into play. Xander with massive kills to keep Cloud9 back at the opening of the round.
An opportunity to use that, but after they lose those 2 kills,
no
shot.
shot.
Not unless it gets to a post plant.
Ooh.
But it won't.
Oh, Mitch is getting like the fucking pistol kills.
You can see the wheels turning. You can tell what it was they were looking to do. But as you were saying, Xander, 2 massive kills at the beginning of the round to really just kind of extinguish it before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, and one of those was on Leaf, who had the
What was
gun,
going on
right?
is
and so he didn't find a single opening.
Crazy man.
And
no RGX in 7 minutes.
No, he said the head or the gun.
And on the attack side, that's okay. No, they sold it back. It's Effie's who has the Odin. So that B site gets a lot more dangerous. It's not something that they've really been going for.
Swear, I've seen this. I've seen KJ set up more in fucking free room than in B.
Because they're not really going.
And then it doesn't matter.
The no command. Leaf trying to go in again, finding space. There's no one there. They're playing full retake. Look at Vanity. He's covering the flank, make sure nobody comes through, and that's exactly what Zelsis is doing. Mitch looking to get the plant down. Now Vanity begins his prowl.
Leaf is sassy.
Doesn't get easier than that.
Oh my god, he got the timing, dude.
Oh my god.
Leaf looking for more. Penny tries to
did
go
he see
top, uses a couple of climb bursts.
No, Zeta gets 2?
With the Hunter's Fury.
My god.
5-9 with the numbers advantage in a big way.
And a lot
what, were they just standing?
Earlier, how all of these ults come out on the same time.
Did he get pinged?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Vanity even has an opportunity to have an ult for himself in the next round, as long as he basically takes a fight. Doesn't even have to win it. Great call from Cloud9. Layering the ults there, and I have to criticize V1 a little bit for not expecting that no command to be possible. Because normally, version 1 is actually very good at responsibly changing their setup in reaction to the no command.
Yeah.
But there, they had both Whippy and Xander, the 2 guys with global presence potentially on the map, in range of that no command. So when you're wondering, when you said basically, oh, there's no one there, they're not even really reacting, they're just going to play retake, it's because it had no abilities. Because they were getting ulted. So, little misplay from V1, and that could cost them the game.
Map 3, bro.
Version 1 down 2 rounds here, operator for Penny. And you still have Effie's with his regular antics. We've seen it in the last couple of rounds with the Odin, spam through the wall at the beginning. They haven't explored.
I kind of want V1 to close here.
I also want V1 to close here.
Why?
I'm gonna do so here. The alarm bot.
I gotta go.
The cloud burst. And just like that, they have mid control.
Let's get bored of the series.
I'm not. It's an interesting series, but I gotta go.
Past that, but they just break the alarm bot, make it possible that we're pushing mid. And once again, there, potentially breaking some nanoswarms that could be there. Zelsis hugging tight, and Penny's got the op as well. So they're going to have to deal with Penny first, and then Zelsis is right there to react to it as well, if they do decide to go for it. But there's a big opportunity here for Vanity to flash Penny off the angle and leave Zelsis really trapped.
So set up the smoke. Pushing Penny off, you're right, but Zelsis responds with the pop flash. Leaf answers the call for Cloud9.
Oh, it sucks a little
Took
late.
A little bit of damage.
Oh, the arrow.
It wasn't easy. Xander still back sight. Xander gets 2. Vanity kills him back, but the spike is down at switch.
20 seconds. They got time for this. There's no ult to respond, but there is a lockdown. They use it really, really far out, though, so there's no utility able. There's not even any. Anyways, Vanity's going to try to ult cancel. He's going to try to ult cancel the TP. They should recognize this. Didn't cancel.
Did not cancel.
Leaf is weak. Whippy on the tap. 3v3. The door keeping a couple of members at bay. Vanity 1. He still has to deal with 2 an operator and an Odin. Effie's on the tap. They didn't get it to half. That's massive. He only has 85. He swings out, but the clip runs dry. And Penny cleans him up. Effie's is going to get the defuse. Version 1 within
Penny
1.
kind of whipping there.
I've seen that round before by Effie's with an Odin in that position defusing. This time, though, he's got Penny with him still. Vanity in the clutch situations really not able to make it work, but you have to give credit here to Xander. And the dart from Effie's, which is, by the way, all the way from B. So they're focused on trying to break that.
How's that
while
Silva
Xander,
in the switch corner not getting
kind of
pinged?
felt like Cloud9 thought the site was empty at that point. And he comes up with 2 massive kills. right in time for Whippy to
I might need to
ult,
check
and
my
they've got
arrow, make
so
sure it doesn't
many
do the same thing.
of their own ults still. All impactful. V1 does.
Right here.
I don't know how you get this map any closer than it already is. Operator for Vanity. You don't say that very often.
The way that Vanity and Leaf are moving right now, even though there's a lot of stuff going in mid right, they might both dive into the site. Yeah, with the dash from Leaf, yeah, they've recognized this. Vanity could always TP across and join Leaf, so no problem in getting in the site.
Wait, did Leaf start with the op, or did Vanity have it the whole time?
Version 1 here,
Vanity
they have
had it the whole
Celsius'
time.
null command, they have the lock, or they have the Hunter series, excuse me, from FEs. They have a lot of tools at their disposal here.
Most importantly, they're planning in a spot that they want to spam post plant, and there's a cosmic
little
divide
high.
up to nullify that completely. And they're backing off. Look, how many people are actually in A main right now, too? And Leaf far away as well.
Hunter's Fury, the cosmic divide, as you said, Leaf
Oh,
stays
the
in front
arrow.
of it. Massive shot.
That's
Full
big.
gathered. He's got to try to stay alive. He
That was
tucks,
big.
he dies.
Those are all big shots.
Zeta and Leaf still on site. This Leaf moves around.
Oh, he
Massive
died.
kill. It's
My
only
God.
two left on the side of version 1 and
There.
Cloud9. They didn't give up an
That was
inch.
very good play.
Very shocking result there. The cosmic divide comes out, but that shock dart, fantastic. The ult used to clear dark,
Oh my god.
but nothing else. And unfortunately, the retake utility not good enough to clear out Leaf. This man is a monster.
And now he has the Blade Storm this round. Vanity still has
Well,
the
it's not
op.
enough because they used the util in every spot except the
version
spot
1's
Leaf was
broke.
in. They got Hell, they got Gen, they got like right side
Leaf is
dice,
in a
but they didn't
position
get front dice.
Clear A main, but Vanity also. Okay, he TP'd up and then fell back. I'm not sure what that was. How he was all the way back, holding the angle as well with the op. But they're clearing A main at the same time. Okay, broke, but 3 people on towards A site. Xander and Zelsis close, and they've already used the drone, so they can't really clear this effectively without flashes.
Oof. Penny's back there too. He's got a shorty.
Did he get that off?
Yeah.
Oh, pushing him. Oh, but Vanity gets across. Stays alive.
Oh, they're staring the same angle.
Actually,
There's
no.
And Vanity dropping a couple smokes, and it looks like
One's
they're gonna
holding
try to rotate
the
that ball.
tree angle.
Yep. He gets out of wine as well, completely unperturbed, and this is why, look. Mitch has found a gap once again. He's found the stack. And if there's nobody, that's too good to pass up, but Effie's...
Oh, it's
you might
5.
find Timing and
You're gonna
tiles.
see
You might
this.
find the timing on the cross.
RGX
That would be
plate,
disastrous.
please.
Mitch is so far up ahead. The Cloudburst.
It's not going to last the entire time.
Dude, what
What
are
the
these
fuck?
angles, bro?
Smoked
Whoa!
again. He smoked again.
Or red angle.
So aware.
He's still on the
Oh.
flank, and Vanity. I traded out. He's got a Phantom.
Oh, they all be flanking.
Spike being planted. They're all on the flank. 13 seconds left. Vanity's gonna have to get at least one here. They're starting to funnel in.
Oh,
Nothing
no.
doing.
Vanity's
The
gonna have to
frenzy,
get
do
at
you
least
expect
one
Leaf?
here.
Do you expect Leaf 1? He's been tagged
That's
by the
none.
knife. Not able to get a
Unlucky.
second.
Fucking
Next
crazy.
man up.
Oh.
See what Mitch can do. The turret to play contact. Zeta's close by. 3v2. Still nothing for Effie's as far as guns.
Oh,
Mitch
that's
moves out.
big.
The timing
That's
is
big.
perfect. The shots are gorgeous.
Give Mitch
But it's gonna
Menzies.
have to be
Mitch.
more if he wants to win the round. Whippy, 67 HP, no armor to his name. The tap swings around.
Oh, I thought he saw his hat.
Creeping his way forward, prowling around.
Oh.
Mitch is there. Mitch
thought
gets
the
straight.
other
Cloud9
guy's
gets
hat.
to
Oh.
Yeah, what a spot for
I
Mitch
think
to
he
make
saw the
that
hat
work
a little bit.
as he puts him on match point because his teammate in Zeta
Unlucky,
was on
unlucky.
lane, and that was a great setup off of the turret to peek both together as they came out of B main. But instead, they actually force him
Mitch
off because
saw
of the
him
darts
Right.
that Effie's
RGX
uses.
in the
And
shop.
so Mitch is left all alone, and he swings
yeah?
after they start to push
Yeah.
down the lane, finds
Yeah.
and isolates every single fight. That's
Please.
beautiful.
Or at least something cool.
There's a lot of
that
people
they
over
would
towards A
tempt me to
main right
buy.
now. Both Zelsa Sander and
Spectrum?
Penny's close by as well. With knife,
No,
no
I already
knives,
have
sleeve.
too much spectrums.
How many do you
him out.
have?
Not. Do you have the waveform?
Operator still in Vanity's
No.
hands.
God damn it! It fucking sucks.
If they want to go
No.
B here, they're gonna have to
Gator.
get through all of the utility, but there's no personnel on site proper.
They've just broken his turret, so at this point they could walk out at any time. And I
like any of these.
honestly think that's what
Crime
Cloud9's thinking.
Frenzy, Forsaken
So Whippy has to
Classic,
actually use his
Sentinels
body
of Light
to
Share.
check this.
And the drone spots nobody. But the ping, there was a ping right into market.
I mean, if they're not looking for anything specific, that shot sounds pretty decent.
Vanity, what a shot.
He countered
Yeah.
that dart by Effie's, knowing that he's going to use it, but
I'm looking for specific.
They're flipping the map back.
there could be a flash here, just like we saw in the eco for Xander through this smoke. And they've got 2 lined up to watch this cap push.
That's exactly where they're going, and they both take care of it. See a couple of shots
Oh
from
my
Penny, but
God,
Zellsis is the one who
Zellsis.
gets the kills. And now it's on Vanity in a 1v4. We presume he's going to try to save the op here, but Whippy surrounds him. Version 1. They win another round, Bala.
Ooh, we're going the distance.
No,
in
I'm
this
not
one.
about this fucking jet up.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
This shit's
No,
ugly.
we wouldn't.
I think it's time for Whippy to start buying a
Reminder,
judge.
Cloud9 facing elimination if they lose this map. They want to bring it to the decider up in the top left. It's Fracture. That's what they're fighting for
Alright, I'm
right
back.
now.
Let's close it out.
V1
Easy.
trying to end it here. Bring it to overtime if they reach 12. And they've only got 2 more to go. And the money not looking so good for Cloud9, though. Mitch had to drop a weapon. 2 weapons almost.
He did, and Version 1 picked up the operator, and they put it in Penny's hands.
Jeez.
Star Duelist for Version 1 with an opportunity to take over the game yet again.
Wait, that wasn't right.
He has come alive in the second half. Leaf.
It's okay.
Really finding a lot of openings. Many times.
Did you just see
This
that?
time
The
on
Sentinels of
A-Main
Light
taking
pull out
on
animation,
Xander
but no
right
sound.
away. That's the
Yeah.
golden utility gone. Wonder if there's still
The soul buff.
Usually Leaf is not grabbing that. Mitch.
Yeah, he could be getting it. Yep.
Yep, lockdown available.
Gaia's Vengeance Marshal, please.
And they go. Zalsis doesn't
Oh,
have
what
her,
the-
excuse me.
He
That's
does.
cool.
Hunter Siri from Effie's.
But he hasn't
That's very
not
unique.
sure if he has a
I
lineup
think the
like
shocks
he
still
does.
break that though if you have shock lineups for it.
Operator. Flash. Penny misses. Has to give the space up. Cloud9 take over A.
Detained?
Effie's got detained in mid. What is Vanity doing? He's on a big flank here. In towards heaven.
Yo, he's
Oh.
running. Vanity's sprinting.
Timing could be brutal, Ball, if he doesn't show up in time.
Yeah.
This may be a problem.
But
Well,
the
there's the
retakes have
sheriff,
come
though.
before him.
Wait, is he gonna smoke? Wait,
He smoked.
Why not?
wait. They didn't know where it came from?
He's here.
Version 1.
Wait, did he not hear him?
And you're right. Vanity has shown
Wait,
up.
they don't know where it's coming from?
Oh, right in
What?
the ear. Man, that sheriff.
What the
Version 1, they're getting the kills.
No,
that they needed.
you have to
No.
hit
It's all
those.
into Zeta.
There's no
1v3.
choke this. They
Whippy and Effie's
choked.
both weak.
The ult, he has the ult, but Celsius has full
No
HP.
shot, and they're gonna swing him. Effie's is gonna
He
push
gets
him.
knocked
Effie's
out.
is gonna push him. He takes on it.
Oh my
Oh, Zeta
god.
clutch, Zeta clutch, Zeta clutch.
Oh my
Tosses
god.
to map 3. No freaking way.
What
No
is that?
way,
Honestly,
Celsius
bro.
had full HP.
I don't
He could have potentially stuck that
Yo,
while
they
Effie's pushing
choked,
him
yeah.
anyways. Oh my
I don't
goodness.
think-
I don't know
I was
what
thinking to
happened.
myself that
Yeah,
entire
they
time.
choked.
1v3, Zeta in the clutch. In a
I
moment
think
that
from
is
the angle
so
that
crucial.
smoke came,
Everything looks like it goes by.
I don't
Let's
think
watch
it
it again, man.
should be a
What?
because it's coming up out of the ground and
There's just no way.
in heaven.
Decisiveness. As
Right?
soon as he gets the kill, as soon as
That's
he
just
has
gonna
it
stuck
online,
in that, right?
Oh my
runs
gosh.
back and finds exactly the space. Ice
He's
cold.
always
wait,
wait.
is Zelsis gonna?
No,
he needs to wait for the call from the person pushing. He can't stick it if the person can't get there in
But
time.
he was also weak.
Oh,
Because he got tagged when he, right as he
go to
happened,
break.
I think.
Yeah.
Be right back.
There's no way.
Like the
What
person
the-
pushing has to call stick
Go
it.
to break
Otherwise,
production.
you have to get off.
Crazy.
Well, welcome back to NA.
I thought they had 3 alive though.
Enemy map picks.
That's crazy.
Well, back to Fracture.
Oh, Valorant update?
All right, stream.
Ranked is back?
Nope, no rank.
I
still.
cannot make it to finish watching map 3, so I'm gonna call the stream here. I will leave
Damn.
the mainstream link
Sag.
in chat. Let me grab it really quick. Mainstream is here. And I am out. I'll see you guys in a couple hours for some Apex. Bye.